Good morning, traders. Anthony Cardelli here, and welcome to Ninja Trader Live here on this Monday morning. As governments may be about to reopen, but we're open, and markets will be open on regular trading hours here as the Globex session is already open. Joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shukar. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
Otherwise known as the Sunday Night Craig, man. He's got a lot going on on Sunday nights. He's got the Sunday night show and the other Sunday night show. We'll talk about that later. And my man, senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnino. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. 10-0. What could I say?
He's talking about Indiana, if you guys haven't known him. I mean, look at the shirt. He totally mushed them. They are going to lose to Wisconsin next week. If they're not going to lose, they're not going to cover the spread. It's one or the other. But good morning, Chad. Hopefully you're all doing great this morning. Stacked day for us, man. We got Nick G, who I love. He's such a boss. He's so great. I'm going to be talking to him. It's got an interesting day to talk with him, too, because we was talking about everything coming out of the dollar trading. You have a day where dollar's not really up. It's up against the yen modestly, but again, equity's up across the board. We'll get into that, and then we've got Jade Cap joining Tanya, which is cool for a new Monday morning trade the open, and we'll talk more about the other guests throughout the day. But Shai, the news.
So, we may have the government reopen soon or not. So, the U.S. Senate took a step toward reopening the government after a group of moderate Democrats broke with their party leaders and voted to support a deal to end the shutdown. So what they voted on was to vote on the new measure. So now they had a 60-40 procedural vote to advance the bill on Sunday evening. The bill will be advanced, so the Senate has it adjourned till Monday, till today, but they haven't scheduled a vote for the final passage. That said, after they vote on this, if it does pass the Senate, it has to go back to the House because they changed it from the original House version. So then the House will have to re-vote on it before it goes to Donald Trump's desk. So I wouldn't expect this to happen really probably until like the beginning of next week, but we'll see how fast they choose to advance this. But markets are loving it so far to end this shutdown. We have a couple news items on the AI front. We keep talking about how there's a lot of CapEx going on and not a lot of revenue necessarily that's matching the amount of CapEx going on. So we had a TSMC reported they show slowing monthly sales. That is kind of fueling a sustainability AI debate this morning. Now, they did post a rise in sales, but not as fast as it has been. So it was 16.9% rise in October, but that's been the slowest pace since February 2024, so people are talking about that. We have CoreWeave reporting after the bell today, and so that'll be a big one. After last week's sell-off, kind of a tough time to be raising the issue of spending on AI, but that is what CoreWeave supposedly is going to do on the quarterly results after the bell today. CoreWeave will also face many questions, I'm sure, during the call as to kind of the circular nature of its arrangements, being, so dependent on, Meta, Microsoft, and Alphabet, as they all are kind of circularly involved. And so it'll be really interesting to see what the results are and, more importantly, what that earnings call sort of looks like. And then just on kind of the broader macro front, we have U.S. ports facing goods recession amid holiday lull. So we do have container imports slipped in September. They are supposed to slip even further in October, and even further 14.4% for November and 17.9% for December. So we'll kind of have to keep an eye on that to see if does that mean the economy is slowing, or is it because they front loaded tariffs. So just something to keep an eye on kind of the
Probably
macro front.
Yeah, no, that is something to keep an eye on. Craig, what caught your eye overnight?
Last week, we've been talking about the government shutdown for weeks and how the market didn't care. And then all of a sudden, in the back half of last week, the market cared a little bit. And then I don't really think the market cares too much about the shutdown specifically. I think if we go back to where we were a week ago, we were coming off the Fed meeting, which had happened, and it pushed back the odds of a rate cut for December. We had the lead up into these tariff hearings at the Supreme Court, which seemed not to go in the administration's favor. And we had the follow through of big cap tech earnings, which a couple of names were good, a couple of names were not good. And so, look, I think this government shutdown resolution really is a bit of a sideshow. What we had was an economy outside of the AI CapEx story, which had been slowing into this government shutdown and really has only gotten worse because of the government shutdown. And so when the government reopens, sure, we'll get some money back into the hands of people who need that money, but it's not like this is going to be any long-term fix or anything sustainable or anything structural that's going to improve the economy. It's likely going to be just a continuing resolution that takes us through to January, and we're probably going to shut the government down again in January. The other thing we had last week, which I think is very important, is the election results. Republicans got steamrolled, and there was a change in the narrative that came out of the White House, I think, last week with respect to Trump understanding that this small blue wave we saw in New York, New Jersey, Virginia, and California is a real problem for Republicans and for him for 2026. So what did we see? Trump shifting towards populism again and money printing, right? Over the weekend, $2,000 checks back to all citizens, potential for 50-year mortgages, a variety of other things that try to address affordability and give people money. And so what are we seeing this morning? What's the best performing assets overnight? Gold and Bitcoin. Right? These are the money printing assets. These are the fiat debasement stories. So even with the dollar modestly positive against the yen, you're seeing gold really outperform here. And so I think this is the market understanding that Trump's going to be pushing a more populist fiscal deficit expansion narrative again for 2026. Otherwise, they're going to get run out of town. And so I think that's an interesting dynamic that comes back into play here. Gold has been digesting sideways after the blow off and correction, and now seems to be maybe trying to break out again. I think that's going to be interesting to watch here in the coming days and weeks. How does the administration think about this reopening, and what are the policies and money printing ideas they're going to come up with for next year?
Yeah, go ahead,
So I
Josh.
just wanted to add one thing really quickly. On top of this bill, I think what has the markets kind of sighing a relief is that under this bill, the new proposal, all furloughed workers will get back pay. And all of the employees who were laid off during this, there's 100,000 of them laid off, will get rehired. And so that's also a lot more 401k money heading into the markets, right, as soon as their paychecks start coming back in. And so
Yep.
I think
The
flows. And so I think it's that. But interesting, you brought up the Trump said the $2,000 checks. We did have Bessent on.
He walked it back already?
Walked it back already and said this will probably be
What a shocker.
like a tax rebate or something of that nature, kind of grunting interference there.
Not a surprise. Couple things. First off, the election ebbs and flows, man. I mean, first of all, those states, not a surprise to me that it was a little bit of a blue wave. Ebbs and flows with you come off of a big win for Republicans, coming off of the Trump victory, and then you have, probably a big win for, the Democrats. Again, I look at that stuff and say, it mattered today, ebbs and flows. We'll see when the next elections are. The $2,000 and the 50-year mortgage, I see the debate on that on X. It's funny how everyone has such a strong opinion on this. I look at it and goes, first of all, they're not even set in stone yet, and everyone's talking about, what's good or what's bad. We'll see what happens with some of this stuff. I'm always like, I always look at a lot of things and I'm like, yeah, well, okay. You see what gets mainstream.
I think if they do anything,
Pump the brakes.
They're going to do it during the summer, closer to midterms, so, people remember that.
Of course. Look, it's the world we live in, man. Focus on yourself. Let's make some money, right? That's take care of yourself. And not that some of that stuff is, let's hope you never need those things. Jimmy, let's look at the tape. When we look at the tape today, S&P up 62, up nearly 1%, NASDAQ up 1.5%, really getting juiced. So let's go over the prices. 68.16 in S&P, 25,538-ish in NASI. Russell's up $31 to 24.72, up 1.25%. Dow's up 175, 47,260. I have a different thought process on this. I mean, I know that obviously the government looking to reopen is juicing the market. I definitely agree with the Bitcoin and the gold scenario with, the money printing thing is like, I mean, those plays they're already in play because I think this is already getting anticipated in. So that's also my thought process. The other thing is equities don't roll over at the end of the year. How many times I've been saying this for the last several weeks, when you have a dominant trend like you do in equities and you had a big move lower early in the year, don't expect a big move lower late in the year. I think, we got a little bit of a move. I was looking at it last week. I did buy some Ethereum when I was up in the mountains with my brothers. That's all I did. I didn't do much of anything else. I'm like, oh, ETH is back below 3,500. I started, I might have bought a few, but nonetheless, that to me, as I'm looking at it going, these primary trends just don't end easily. The market's always searching for good news, especially in this administration. When they see the things that they want to go in a certain direction, going in the opposite direction, expect a headline. That's the way I look at this stuff. Does that mean that stuff's going to fall into play? Who knows, but we'll see. When we get into, I noticed that oil again can't really hold much above 60. I'll talk with you a little bit later about the shy. Back above 60 this morning, but earlier it was not. Natural gas at 442. Again, that to me, that's something that we got to talk more about today. Energy on the natural gas side continues to be bid. Crude oil not so much though, but $60 sitting there in crude. Gold up $101 right now to 41111. We've got silver up $1.90 back above 50. I told you I was 48, but I was 44 bid. If anyone wanted to sell their physical, and platinum's at 15.98, up $49, up 3% in platinum, 4% in silver. Also, Dr. Copper's back above 5.03, up 1.6%. Bond markets are down. Again, I look at energy. I mean, metals, I think, is like we already know they've been high flying. Energy and bonds. Bonds struggling to hold a rally. We'll see what Jimmy sees on the charts. Ultras down 19 to 120.05. That's the Ultra 30s. We got the ZB is 116.19 down 15, and then the short end of the curve is down modestly. 10 years down nine ticks. 10-year continues to get a little bit of a boost here, sitting in the mid fours. 4 point. It's not updating it for me, but whatever it is, I know it's above 4%. Not the best thing right now, I think, for stocks. If there's any little bump in the road, I think it's looking that energy prices are going to try and start creeping higher. Natural gas, I wonder what that means eventually. And bond prices just can't seem to hold a rally. They continue to drift lower. I think you're going to find buyers soon. I'd be shocked if you don't see a rate cut in December. Not shocked, but like nearly shocked. But again, we'll see. And then the dollar's pretty much flat. It's up modestly against the yen. We'll talk more about that with Nick. Jimmy, what'd you see in the tape?
Yeah, I mean, when 30-year Treasury bonds like gap down on the Globex Open, it definitely raises some eyebrows. This market can't get any traction. We're down again. We're at a 116 handle, kind of in the middle there right now, just bumping off support, which is around 116.08. Cash yields are like 4.725. So this market's taking it hard. We're in this downward trend. Moving averages are all moving down. So there's the first thing that struck me on the actual open. But go back to the weekend, I had my Kraken Pro app open. I was tracking the Bitcoin in the other markets on that app. And Bitcoin lately has been a great tell on the weekend when you think about what the equities are going to do on the open, what gold's going to do on the open, and what the Bitcoin futures are going to do on the open. And those have been positively correlated. So when I saw that positive action on the Bitcoin over the weekend, I was like, all right, the stock index futures are going to be rolling here when that bell rings, and that's what happened. We got the gap ups, and we got this continuation up there. So that was a great tell. I'm going to continue to look at that. I don't know if that correlation is 100% accurate every single weekend, but it really gives us a leg up when we hear that bell Sunday night.
I think what it comes down to, because I've made this pretty clear, my stance on this. I mean, I'd never looked at Bitcoin and said, "Oh, it's rallying, I want to buy Nasdaq." I've never looked at it that way. I will never look at it that way. I look at it and say, when you go into a weekend where the market's looking for liquidity, that's what I look at it. It goes to risk on, and that's ultimately what I think Bitcoin tells us on the weekend. Ethereum, those types of things, because with stocks not open, people want to buy something, and to me, that's what carries over into the Sunday night open. Again, and there's other themes that have been brewing to where this drives it. Where you talk about the printing of the $2,000, the 50-year mortgage, things like that. I like those are things where I could see people going, I'm going to buy these other assets.
Yeah, and Deli and Cooper nailed it in the chat just a second ago. Silver's the other one that's kind of surprising. It's way outperforming gold right now. It's driving up to that high peak a lot quicker than gold is right now. So keep an eye on that silver market because it is strong right now.
Hi ho, silver.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, when I look at silver, and I'll go over this later when we have farm of the charts. I mean, silver to me starts getting above the mid. It's back below 50, I think, at the moment. But if it gets above 50, 40, 50, 50-ish, I wouldn't be surprised to see a new high.
Absolutely. And that's the nature of silver. It has more erratic moves. It tends to lag gold, but when it moves, the moves are much more exaggerated than they are.
Yeah,
gold.
percentage-wise, especially
Right.
especially now that gold's getting up there in pricing. I mean, the percentage moves aren't going to be as much. But yeah, I mean, silver. Again, in this environment, I'm not surprised. To me, nothing surprises me about what's happening in metals and equities. Again, I look at it and go, right now, the two things that stand out the most to me is that natural gas remains a very strong, steady bid. Like, is a market that's staying steadily bid now. And the fact that the bond market is really not doing that well is not staying bid relatively to the market. And I look at that and go, Yeah, I mean, Craig, let's talk about that. I know you touched base a little bit this on last night on Sunday. Bond market stays weak. I mean, literally near the lows of last week. Kind of wonder what that means.
Yeah, I think the two things were, one, the Fed, right? So the Fed has come out and trying to push back a bit against the market's idea of an imminent and consistent rate cutting cycle, just not comfortable delivering that level of assurity that the market has wanted. And so that's led to a little bit of a sell-off in the front, which I think has broadly taken up, yields in the back too. I'd say the second thing is the Supreme Court hearing. I think that did not go how the president would have wanted. It seems more likely that the Supreme Court is going to rule against the administration here, and we're likely to hear about that, I think, in the next 4 to 6 weeks or so. We don't have a specific date, but it's probably going to be ruled on before the end of the year, and that's going to mean a loss of tariff revenues for the government, and that's going to expand back out the deficit again. Whether or not that money gets immediately distributed out to people as $2,000 dividend checks or something else, who knows, right? The government's probably going to want to hold on to some of that money and try to figure out a way to do that, but assume that they're not going to be able to continue to collect the level of tariffs that they have been. So that's a bit of a concern for the bond market. And the last thing on the QRA, which was last week too, Treasury mentioned the idea that next year it's more likely to be thinking about extending duration again and selling more longer duration securities. I mean, this week's an active duration security sale week. We have 3s today, holiday tomorrow, but then 10s on Wednesday and 30s on Thursday. So it's just a big supply week. So it's not that surprising that bonds are a little bit soft. And then when you get this risk on move, you kind of have this immediate yield up construct that I think is going on here. So less Fed accommodation, a bit more supply. We also have a ton of investment grade supply. We've been talking about that too. The AI CapEx story. I think I just saw Verizon also, not AI, but just Verizon's doing a big bond deal this week too. It's going to take out some duration from the market. So a lot of bond supply, a Fed that's less accommodating than the market wants, and this risk about tariffs going away, I think has the bond market in a little bit of a softer place. That puts a little bit of a headwind on overall equity momentum. And I think it's going to be hard to see the laggard sectors catch up to where the AI stocks have been. We've been talking about this divergence for forever, this K-shaped economy, this K-shaped market. But if yields are going to struggle to fall, where's the relief coming for the low-end consumer? Where's the relief coming for housing? Where's for restaurants, for these beaten down sectors? And into year end, you're probably going to see, I think, a continuation of the tax loss selling dynamics in play for those sectors, and maybe, better performance next year. But there's more people who are going to say, get these off the sheets by the end of the year. I'll stick with the things that have been working. Primary uptrend's been NASDAQ. It's been AI CapEx. let's focus on that. I don't need to be a hero here and try to play travel names into the end of the year here on what for next year, right? There's a good primary trend in place for AI capex still. Let me focus on that. Keep me out of this other garbage.
I agree with you. I mean, I think it's a timing thing. I think these are warning signs that eventually come into play next year. Again, I think we'll see what happens with the bond market in the short term. I think it's more into what happens next year. And I do think that, again, energy is rearing its head for next year to be the story. We've been saying it here for a while. Shall I talk to us what's going on in the energy space, and if you want to talk about anything with the bond market as well?
So, yeah, I mean, for the energy space, we have natural gas. United States has become the largest natural gas exporter in the entire world, surpassing Australia. And we are building out a lot of capacity on the Gulf Coast so that we can export LNG. We have more capacity coming on by the end of the year. We have more capacity coming on in 2027 and in 2028. We have long-term contracts that were just signed with a bunch of companies. This is very good news for that. And so we produce so much nat gas, we needed some sort of release valve, and that is exporting to be able to see higher natural gas prices. And obviously, we're also coming into seasonality and winter time and that seasonal demand and things of that nature. And so that is helping natural gas prices. Plus, natural gas is kind of the easiest, quickest way to get power for these AI data centers. We all love nuclear. I understand that, but it's going to take a while to build out nuclear reactors. And so we're going to get a lot of domestic demand coming online from these data centers for natural gas because it is still considered a pretty clean fuel. And we don't really use oil for power here in the U.S. They do in other countries. And as far as oil is concerned, I think we're just in this lull until, again, it's a 2026 story because we're not seeing a supply glut. We're not seeing a dent in any kind of demand whatsoever. I posted a chart today on X. You can go and look at it. And, all we have done is added power. We haven't subtracted any kind of power. So we've just seen, crude oil demand still continue to rise.
So a quick question on the natural gas side of things. I mean, I'm looking at it, continues to break out higher. The question really is you say that we're continuing to build supply. Is demand actually reaching the amount of supply that we've had and that we will have? I mean, why is the rally as kind of as fierce as it is? I mean, it's below $3. I mean, a month ago.
I know. Well, natural gas does get pretty erratic sometimes. And I think everybody's kind of been waiting for this move all year. And we haven't seen this move all year with the build out. And so I think we're just, natural gas prices were suppressed at the very beginning of this year for so long. Now it's starting to break out.
Yeah.
It's also cold in Chicago. Pax was saying it was a snowstorm last night.
Yeah.
I mean, the weather is a big deal, right, for natural gas, and we get these unseasonably cold periods that earlier in the season that just really helps get that market going. But
it's kind of all of these things are coming to a point right now where it's becoming a focus, and I think it's a lot of these end of the year stories are continuations of what's happened throughout the year. Natural gas could be a new story into the end of the year is basically what we're kind of seeing here, right? Less than a minute to go, Craig, final thoughts.
I was just looking at the poll today. 71% of traders are bullish today. I think that's the highest that I can remember ever seeing it that high. And it's interesting, like I said earlier, I don't remember. I don't think a week ago we were even talking about the government shutdown as being a reason why the tape may or may not fall. And so to see people so constructive now with the government reopening with nothing else happening just kind of has my caution flags a bit raised. I think that some of these other issues with respect to this AI capex, narrative shift, the Fed a little bit more hawkish than people want, and some risk on the tariff stuff being a negative driver for bonds, just has me thinking, not so fast here. And so the seasonals are good, the primary uptrend is in place, but I think there was some technical damage done to the tape last week. I'd like to see that be restored before feeling like we're out of the woods.
Yeah, they're definitely not out of the woods yet. When the bond market lowered today like it is, we'll see what this rally does on the open today. I'm bullish, but I'm a little skeptical of a big Monday gap up. Is it going to be a gap and go and everything's back to normal, or is it going to be somewhat of a chop fest that I think sets the tone? We'll see. A lot more to talk about here in Trader Live. We got Nick G, we've got Farm, we've got Jade with tying it today. But before we get into all that, it's about that time for this morning Judge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, well, let's finish the conversation on the 30-year bonds right now. This is just a daily chart here, and you can see we have a little bit of area support over the last 4 days around 116.13, but we're in a clear downward trend channel here. And if you use your imagination, you don't even need to use your imagination. We have a descending triangle in the works here. So we'll see if this support area around 116.12-ish, give or take a couple ticks, holds or not intraday. We do have some targets here. We have, we're just south of that VWAP right now. We're south of the point of control right now, tapping that 0 DTE put support level. 1-day min has already been achieved during the London initial balance, and we're driving toward that again at 116.13. London initial balance frames the low of the conversation, and a breakout down further gets us all the way to that put support at 1600. On the upside, we have S1. The pivot study forming the top of the conversation around 16:25:30 seconds. Previous session's high is a tad above that. And should this thing turn around, we have a high vol level at 117 even. So there are some targets in the 30-year Treasury bond markets today. The E-mini S&P, let's pull that up because that's a really interesting daily chart. And let me get control of my mouse here. And you can see we're we're in this like weird range right now. So, the bottom here, if we have buyers coming in down around 67.30-ish, right? From back here on the 22nd of October, we saw it again on Friday. This is a pretty nice hammer candle from a textbook point of view. We have this downtrend here from those all-time highs. And then we have a small body candle where the body's at the top and a huge buyer's wick at the bottom. That's called a hammer. That is a reversal pattern from a textbook point of view. And you can see we gapped up here right now. We're past that 38.1% retracement high to low as I drew my fib. And we have this another area of what I think is resistance now. It's 68.43.5. I have that yellow line there showing that right now. Moving averages are kind of going sideways and they're tight. So that doesn't help us, but stochastics is still pretty weak here as well. So that's where some optimism lies. We could just look at the intraday chart and see what kind of levels we have. We have that Mentor Q 1-day max. I mean, look at that. We wicked through it right after that London initial balance. That's at 68.22, perfectly tagged it. This is the top of the conversation right now, 68.20, where Jax 2 lies. Should we get a breakout to the upside? There's a lot of empty space here. You got R2 up here as the next stop up at 68.47.25, and past that, a lot of room to go. Not a lot of targets up there. However, we're way above VWAP here. Session VWAP is right at the session point of control. Also, that's not necessarily unusual. So from the bear's point of view, I'd be looking at this 6,800 level, 6,803 level, combined with that Jax 1 level at 6,800 level is a short-term target on the downside, or at least a retracement back, a VWAP touch possible trade should this market remain bullish, like everybody expects. On the downside here, we do have that 0 DTE call a level at 67.75 as an area of interest, just below the bottom of the value area. And we do have that Globex gap there. I have it roughly outlined here with my gray box below that, and the RTH closes is even further. Jax 4 67.55, and then high vol level 67.50 should this thing turn bearish. But right now it's looking pretty strong, staying above that VWAP. Let's just pop over to the silver market's the big market of the day. Let me just kind of show you what I was looking at silver. To wrap things up here, let's get to a daily chart. And, from a retracement point of view, from this peak high that we saw back here on the 17th of October to the peak low, we're already 50%, over 50% retraced back up. So this is moving up nicely. This area of resistance, we blew through it this morning. I mean, there was no contest. That's at that 38.1% fib level, 46.64 give or take. So this is a really strong, much stronger kind of charge back up to the top. On gold, you'll see we're only about at the 38.1% retracement, maybe a little higher. So moving averages are crossing up right now. They're starting to diverge a little bit. Stochastics is starting to arc up. violently. And then we have some targets here. We have that call resistance level at a 52 spot. Let me make it exactly right. $50 even, actually. R3 is at the top of the conversation here for silver. A lot of room to fly up here. Not a lot of targets, not a lot of areas of support or resistance to point out. One day max is down here, though, so keep that in mind, too. It is below VWAP. We're above that session VWAP right now, and the point of control is relatively high with a competing point of control a little bit higher at 50 spot 07. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Good morning again, Chad. Hope everyone's doing well. Glad to be back with all of you. Exciting day for us here on the network. Next up, we have our guest, Nick G. Tell us a little bit about our guest, Shai.
So he's been in the industry for 40 plus years. He started as a professional bond trader in 1983, and at the time ran the largest bond book in the world at that point. Then he was a hedge fund manager, and now he runs his own private family office. He has a service called Two Great Beards that he does with Andy Constant. He's got a YouTube channel on that, and so I'm looking forward to talking to him about what's going on in the bond market.
Yeah, I had been following Nick for years. Having him on here just was so great the last time. Can't wait to have him back on. Everyone in chat, make sure you go follow what Nick is doing. You'll find out why I like him so much in just a second. Let's bring Nick in.
Hi, can you hear me?
Nick, we could hear you, Nick. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Doing great. Here we are this morning. Looks like the government's going to reopen. Stocks are back doing their thing. Metals are back doing their thing. Bond markets down just a little bit this morning, really towards the bottom of last week's range. I think that's more of the story, that and natural gas. But curious, just what are your observations coming in on this Monday morning?
Yeah, I don't have anything original to say. I think you've mentioned most of it in your previous segment. There's a lot of corporate issuance, and it will continue to be very, very heavy continuing into next year. So you're looking for another 1.5 trillion of corporates, especially from the tech sector. And then you're looking for another at least 1.5, if not 2 trillion from the government. That's a lot of bonds to digest. And what is going to happen is that at some stage, people are going to say, well, is Microsoft at, I don't know, a few basis points over Treasuries really such a great investment? What is my risk reward on it? So I can make an extra 20 basis points, or I can lose 100. That sort of thing happens, and people just get satiated with the bonds, and then the spreads just go out. And we saw last week, as soon as the spreads go out even a little bit, then the stock market swoons. That's basically the reaction function. People deleverage, and that is what you get. And I think that is likely to continue. I just can't see how we're not going to now get a steepener. And I was in the flattening camp for the last month or so, and we got a little bit of flattening, and now I'm going back to the steepener that I've been on for the past, 3 years or whatever it is, 2 years maybe. I think the Fed is likely to cut rates again in December, and if it doesn't really bother the 2-year note, because the 2-year note looks at it over the course of 8 expiries, right? 8 quarterly expiries. And whatever happens next year, they're going to get rid of Jay Powell, and they're going to install someone who is pretty damn dovish. And that means that the cuts just get pushed back if they don't happen straight away. The terminal is still likely to be 3-ish. And the real problem is, if the bond market starts sniffing out that it shouldn't be 3-ish, because they'll get it there by hook or by crook, right? That's what they're going to do. They're going to ignore the data that doesn't suit, and they will jump on the data that does suit. And that is a natural steepener because it means that the 2-year either holds in or does better. The 30s, I don't think they are the place to short because they give such good carry. But I really dislike the belly. I really dislike 5 to 10 year area. I think it's too rich. And someone mentioned the QRA, and in the QRA, they made it pretty clear that they're not going to raise coupons next year, but they're going to start talking about raising coupons next year and most probably raise them in 2027. So the 2027 auctions are going to be heavier. They've been pummeling in terms of quantities, the twos out to tens. But I think what they're going to do is they're going to continue with more pummeling of that area, and that's because that is where they have the best kind of closeness to where the curve should be. So the 30s are, if anything, cheap. The 20s are as well cheap, and people are at the moment extending past the 10s. So to be very technical, I think if you do a butterfly long twos, short fives, short tens, and long 30s, that's what I have, and I think that that's going to work. I think that supply in the 5 to 10 year area from both corporates and govies is going to just overwhelm any kind of weakness in the employment situation if we get it. Because that's really weird, right? I mean, it's you're getting these private surveys which show some weakness, and then what you're doing, what you're getting when you aggregate the states data, you see there is no weakness whatsoever there. And that's probably a function of how the surveys are composed and so on. As soon as we get some definitive NFP data and we get the weekly claims data that everyone can see as opposed to aggregating, I think people will realize that the employment situation isn't that bad. And I know that the Fed highlights it. Yes, the risks are on the downside for employment and so on. But I think they're going to get to a stage where the market's just going to say, nah, I just don't believe you. Look at GDP now. You know, we're in the fours. Everything's great. Risk on. Look at what equities are doing. The curve needs to steepen. And that's what I think is going to happen again.
And for the October jobs number, since the government's been closed for that BLS job security sake, it better be a good number. But I just we only got a little bit of time left with you. I just want to ask you one quick thing before I hand it over to Shai. Earlier when you were on with us, we talked about how the trade was out of the dollar. We continue to see that into the year end. Does anything change your mind about where we are sitting here first week and a half into November into now into the end of the year? Is the dollar weakness or things going outside of the dollar, equities, gold, Bitcoin?
Right. I am out of my short dollars, not because I want to be long dollars, but because I just think it's a 50-50 here. The market, if I am correct and you get this steepening, that is going to be dollar bullish, but unfortunately, I don't know what the SCOTUS decision is going to be any more than anyone else does. And therefore, I feel that it's a coin flip. So if you get a bad SCOTUS decision, yeah, bonds are going to puke. I don't think I'm saying anything here that is controversial in the slightest. I think they're going to puke quite a bit, simply because another 300 billion of supply. I know that they're going to, do it some other way and so on, but it's still psychological. People are going to feel that the supply of govies, if anything, is going to accelerate as opposed to come down, and they're just bound to take 15 basis points, out of the 10-year, and, something like 428, 435, something like that. And that should be a natural dollar booster, because I don't think the bunds are going to move at all on it. So here I'm literally out of all positions in the dollar, because it's a coin flip. I'd rather see the decision and then trade it from whatever level that we're at. As far as any other asset is concerned, I am long gold. I've been long gold all year. I sold some calls when it got to ridiculous levels. Fortunately, they've expired worthless, and I'm still in the position. I just don't see why gold should trade anything but higher, especially if we get the steepener, because the steepener in bonds says that the market doesn't agree with what the central banks are doing. That's what the steepener really means. And that is a natural bull catalyst for gold and metals and so on. Maybe, just to get a conversation going with you guys, I've been wanting to get long of the commodity indices for something like 4 months, but they're just not breaking out. And the reason why they're not breaking out is because oil is so weak. When are we going to get some strength in oil? That's what I'd like to know, because I'd like to jump all over it.
We're getting into natural gas. That's what we were talking about this morning. Shai,
Yeah.
maybe talk a little bit about oil.
No, I think oil is going to be a 2026 story, probably in H2, just because we need to get over this narrative that there's this huge glut and that the demand's falling off a cliff, which we are not seeing. You never take away energy source; you always add energy sources. And I heard, interestingly, that the IEA report that is coming out this week is kind of going to flip their script a little bit and say demand is higher than we have been saying it is. That's what I hear. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
because it just doesn't make sense if we have GDP in the fours and we need this huge amount of energy to power the AI data centers, et cetera, et cetera. I know it's going to come from natural gas, but if the natural gas goes there, it's not going somewhere else. So there has to be some kind of a substitution story going on, I would have thought, not being an expert. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I just don't see how oil can remain this weak for much longer. At some stage, these commodity indices that I look at, like GSG or DBC, they just have to spike higher, don't they? And that would actually cause a steepener, because people would get very upset in the bond market if that were to happen.
Absolutely, good point, and I agree with you. I do think we're going to see it. I mean, prices have been suppressed for too long, in my opinion. So we'll see. But I think it's 2026 for sure.
Yeah, because I think it's a thing that does pick. Nick, it's funny you're saying this, because I feel the exact same way, and I've been talking to Shai about it every morning, and I'm going, when's this going to happen? And we continue to think that it's going to be early next year, but who knows? We'll see. We've only got you for a minute left, and I know that the chat wants to. We love asking Nick kind of questions that everyone on Twitter is talking about, because if anyone's going to give it to you straight, it's kind of going to be Nick. What do you think about the $2,000 stymie checks coming through the tariff revenue, and any thoughts on the 50-year mortgage?
Well, I just don't see that the $2,000 is going to come anytime soon, because let's face it, tariffs are 32 billion per month. If he sends, I don't know to how many people he wants to send a $2,000 check, but if it's every American, that is 2 years worth of tariffs. And, tariffs are there for a reason. They're there to reduce the humongous deficit that the government is running, when GDP is at 4%. Now, if GDP was minus 4%, I could understand that they're running this size trade deficit compared to GDP. But the bond market is going to get very, very upset if now we have, a 7% deficit to GDP with with no prospect whatsoever of it being brought down by taxation, tariffs, whatever you want to call them. It just, I think that is an internal thing for some election purpose. It's a promise that he doesn't have to deliver on anytime soon. So I think that he just tweeted that for fun, kind of thing. As far as the 50-year mortgage, I mean, they tried it in Japan, and sort of results are not huge. You've seen what's happened to their home prices. I just don't see that it's necessary, because if you think that, if you just extrapolate the curve and you see where a 50-year would trade compared to a 30-year, the savings would be absolutely minimal, i.e. your monthly payment would be $50, $100 lower than it is now with a 30-year. So, and it gives it just makes it far more difficult to hedge your book, because you don't have a 50-year govie that you can hedge with. You don't have 50-year futures. It's a market that would develop over time, but to start off with, it'd be difficult. The savings would be almost nothing, as I've said. And I think it's another, they're trying something on, but I think the odds of success in the short term are very, very low. What they should do, I probably would agree with that, is they should try to develop that market first, and then try to go on to 50-year mortgages, because then the saving for the consumer would probably be enough, and then it would make sense. But they're really putting the horse behind the cart, if you know what I mean. So I would try to develop a 50-year market in govies, in other things, and in futures especially, and then try selling the 50-year mortgage to the consumer.
Nick, we have to end it there. Can't thank you
you.
enough for your time. Thank you so much for joining us here on Ninja Trader Live. Everybody in chat, go give Nick a follow. Check out what he's doing. Nick, we'll see you next
My
time.
pleasure.
Man. Thank you so much.
Speak to you soon.
Thank you.
He's great. Chat, hit that like and subscribe button. Great to be with you guys, bringing you guests like Nick. Go follow what he's doing. He's great. I mean, if you want people to talk to you that understand the depths of the bond market, but with common sense and
Right.
a comprehensive way for you to understand it, go follow what Nick's doing. And again, he's just
He's a whippersnapper.
he's a straight talker, man. I just love the guy. I think he's great. Shai, any final thoughts before we head into the morning?
No, I mean, I think that, let's just get prepared for the open and see how we go. And we have little to no data this week. I mean, less than last week. So it's going to be very quiet.
Yeah, we'll see. All right. It's one of those days where, again, I love Monday morning opening range, see what they do. Mondays are notorious for trend days, especially with a big gap. It could be a gap and go, or it could be a gap and or who knows. All right, Shai.
All right.
We'll
thank
see you later. All right, let's bring in Farm. What's up?
Morning,
How you
Deli.
doing?
Morning, Chad. How we doing?
Doing great. We chewed a little bit into your time here with Nick. I just want to. Farm. There was no way I was not going to ask him what he thought about the $2,000 stymie checks and the 50-year mortgage. I had to run into it a little bit, but we'll go right into the charts with you this morning. For me, I'm going to start off with the bond market just because, look, he thinks it's going to be a steepener. I agree with him. I mean, it gets really interesting. It's funny. So he talked about like the butterfly. It was like long twos, short 5s and 10s, and long 30s. So he thinks like the 10s are going to get hit a little bit more. So I'm going to go to the 10-year here. And it gets interesting when I look at it. I had this area boxed off for a while. I've been looking at it going, If the 10-year breaks this, what does that mean for the market? I mean, this is basically, like 4.1-ish percent, 2-ish percent, somewhere in here. If it starts to break there, what's a 10-year look like? From a futures perspective, it gets pretty busy. You've had this decent trend up and consolidation. It had a higher high here that's failed back in. If you get a higher high that then takes out this recent swing low, again, I look at this and go, that could be pretty bearish. And what does that mean for the markets? I think you're going to have activity here in 10-year, especially when we start to get data, everybody. I love trading 10-year on data. Really, since I moved away from short-term day trading over the years, I think the one thing that I do go back to quite frequently is maybe a handful of times a year, is I'll go and I'll check out 10-year on big data points. I'll trade 10-year over the 30-year because it's a time where it gets a little bit loose. And for a market like the 10-year that's super tight and it's thousands up on the bid or offer all day, when it gets a little loose, it's a really good trade. And we'll see what happens here if we start getting government data. Again, I like to look at 10-year for, I think, either short-term trades. But if it were to take out these lows, I'd get a little bearish. Skeptical of selling into it too much, but nonetheless, I think that it's a scalpable market actually during data points. You got to be a little bit more experienced as a trader, but it's a market that I would definitely look at when we start getting more government data, the jobs numbers. You could expect the Treasury market to be really busy. And again, I get interested to see if they start to break what that means for equity markets. So we'll see. I'm going to talk about crude oil, then I'm going to hand it over to you. So crude oil, Nick is spot on as well. I mean, I have the same exact feeling. I've been talking about this every morning. The crude oil market, with everything that's going on, has been the most lackluster trade. It has been the most ignored trade with everything that's happening in the world. Hard to find a world where we're seeing this growth in AI for energy not to get more of a lift. And I know that we're not using crude oil for power in the United States, and Shai's made that clear to me, but globally, and also just crude oil in general as an energy play in the overall theme of what's happening in the world. If you're going to have everything that's going on with AI, the expansion across everybody, really, how come crude oil has been really asleep? And we'll see. I think this is a play. I've talked about this. I was waiting to try and buy near my area down in the low 55s. It didn't quite get there, and of course it took off in front of it, which in so many ways is bullish. Now I've got this area boxed off, 57.67 up to 60.90, basically 61. We'll just rectangle this because this is an area I'll look at. I mean, if we were to get back down in here, I'd probably start looking at swing positions, leaning on 55-ish. I like crude oil, not here, but if it does get back down to 57s, I like it as a long-term, medium-term buy, I should say. And if it gets above 61, maybe you get some fireworks as a spike higher. But watch this area, 60.90 to 57.67. That's my range for chop in oil. I wouldn't be looking to sell a rally in it, but if it got above 61, I do think it could turn bullish, and you could see it move up to 64. I'm only looking long in this market. I'm not looking short. I go to Shai for fundamentals, and she tells me that I want to be more on the long side, so I don't want to sell a market that is really strongly tied to fundamentals. I want to buy a market in that, and so for my time frame, I'm looking for dips only. And the last thing, quickly, I just want to show the natural gas chart so people can see it. Look at this, and we've talked about this a little bit here. Natural gas, we've been continuing to build on our expansion of getting natural gas in this country, and now they're starting to export it, which is big. And what you see is that the amount of supply that we're creating, demand is still coming in for it. And a lot of people have talked about how natural gas for the energy space, especially with the AI movement, is going to be the easiest one to implement. And you can see natural gas has come alive. It's a big bullish look for me. Anytime I see the Bollinger Bands opening up like this, hugging above, measly 8-day moving average, it's a market where, again, something to put on your radar. There are micros there as well. I don't have any trade setups on it, but I just wanted to kind of show everyone what it looks like. If you haven't traded natural gas, make sure you work a stop. That's all I have to say. It doesn't matter which direction. They don't call it the Widowmaker for nothing. Farm, what's it look like inside equity markets?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward to the market opening so I can get max long into resistance today. It just seems like that'll be a good time and probably end well. But I mean, I don't, it's tough to trade these days, right? I mean, we've had a big gap up, and so far, I mean, on ES, I mean, we really have just grinded through this resistance. But for me, really this entire area, let's just call it 67.98 to 68.24-ish, is a tricky spot. And something that you have to keep an eye on is that NQ is structurally a bit lagged. What I mean by that is, I'll flip to the weekly profile for NQ. You've got the meat of this distribution from last week on ES, and you can see we've sort of just been grinding through it, whereas NQ hasn't even gotten there just yet. So for NQ, I see that we're basically at the beginning of what I would consider resistance for NQ in a strong way, whereas ES has sort of made it through some of that. So that gets just a little bit tricky. But yeah, I don't love buying huge gap ups. We could just absolutely get a gap up and go. I mean, it's such a large gap up that at least on ES, I mean, most sellers from last week are trapped if they were short and they remain short. So it's like, you don't really want to short it, but at the same time, you don't necessarily want to dive in long. So how we open and how we trade today is going to be absolutely massive. This hold at the overnight low was enormous. I feel like below 69 to 72 last night, it was going to unravel. And I think we got a nice pumpy tweet right about that time. I made a joke about it on X. I think Trump said it looks like we're getting close to resolution or whatever. And I said, oh, it looks like we're getting close to gap fill, basically. So he came out with that. It was great timing. But everything looks good. Friday was such an interesting day because, I mean, this thing was completely bidless, right? I mean, it was just completely bidless all the way down, just nothing but red. Decent initial cover rally off the lows, and then just like this enormous buy program just turned on and just bought everything. And you saw it in gold first. I didn't figure it out right away. Like, I knew something was up and I didn't know if it was good or if it was bad, but like somebody just absolutely slammed gold to the buy side. I mean, they just bought the hell out of it. It was like 30 minutes before equities responded. And, then, afterwards, equities were rebid. The yen was stomped. Last week, if you just looked at 6J, it was basically the inverse chart of equities. And it was the same chart as VIX. And now the yen is getting absolutely stomped. So that's very constructive. I tend to see this as, this is, and we talked about this on the Sunday show. I think not last night, I wasn't there. The weekend before. To me, like, this is a situation where this is the gift to bears. And I don't mean that in a way that like, hey, come short this. How I mean that is that, like, this is the pump, right? Like, this is it. Like, into the end of the year, this is the pump. And if this doesn't get things moving, doesn't get liquidity churning into risk assets, and we just have sort of a flaccid December, then get ready to sell the hell out of this thing, to me. What should happen, and it's also a gift, if we just go moonshot, right? New all-time highs within a couple of weeks. That's a gift too, because you just stay the hell away from it, right? And just take a nap until, mid-January, probably at the earliest. And so this is kind of a big moment here. Bitcoin was relatively firm, I thought, on Friday, earlier than equities were. And so, to me, we were never going to be short into that low on Friday. Really, Jim and I have talked about that contract to date volume profile. And if you just slap that on your chart, you'll see that the low was almost exactly the value area low for this ES contract, like perfectly, right? And now we have traversed that all the way back up to the value area high and just a little bit more on ES anyways. So that was not a good spot to be short. Seeing some responsive buying there was not unexpected. And so to me, everything looks amazing so far. We do have to see the cash open, but you're going to have to start giving back these levels real fast. Just zoom in so that's not so ugly. I mean, you're going to have to start giving back these levels. It's a beautiful, trendy profile. And so you're going to have to start giving back. I mean, the prior, 5, almost 6 week range break was this 68.09, 68.12 half area. I mean, like a bare minimum, right? But I think you're going to have to kick all the way back down and get through that overnight low, ultimately, for sellers to get back in front of this. Otherwise, bulls are in control, and we can see where they can go with it. The one potential thing I'll add, since we're short on time today, because of that structural lag with NQ, I would say its spot for sort of the major resistance is basically like 540 to 700, and it's trading 554 right now. ES has one more potential lower high situation to me that I would see as like a daily lower high. And I think this would, catch a lot of people off guard. And it would be kind of, I made it a huge range because I don't want to be, getting long into it. I want to respect this range, 58 to 69. I would say like above there, to me, it's just, send it, I guess. But it could be a situation where, NQ trades, 616 or 660 or something like that, finds some resistance with ES into this 58 to 69, and it becomes a difficult spot, and we get a rejection. But like until we start cracking back below prior day's lows, you can't have a lower high. That's the one thing that I want to get out before you kick me off this morning is that, bears are always looking to find that lower high to short. It doesn't matter if it's a level. It doesn't matter if the level responds really well. You still have to initiate a 30-minute downtrend, right? And that requires taking out a prior day's low. So I know there's a lot of people looking to short this, looking to short a lower high. We'll see how today goes. Today is going to be incredibly important to set this tone. Ultimately, you're going to have to get back below this overnight low here, fill that gap, and find some traction lower. So big day. Let's see how today opens and if we can negate some of this strong profile from the overnight.
Yeah, I actually love last week's low as the low end of the end of the year now. I think it's a place for swing and medium term traders to be able to actually lean on a low that has significance. Pax's quarterly pivot, I had daily support at 66.76. I mean, Pax's quarterly pivot was pretty much like the stone cold low there. And we're back above, 821, 34 moving averages, 8 sitting right around where we are right now. So when you look at trend models as well, you look at those types of scenarios. We'll see what Chris thinks later in the week when he is on here. To me, that's a really good low. And, the market, as I've said many times, had the big sell-off earlier in the year. The primary trend has been up. Very, very rarely do you see, especially coming out of all the earnings now, a market take a big 180, bigger than what we've seen over the last week and a half, 2 weeks, where the market had that a decent sell-off, and it was a decent sell-off. And so today is an important day, but I just think all the bulls kind of have to do is not dig too much into the gap. I wouldn't be bearish if they started to want to go back down from here and fill it, but I think as long as they can stay kind of above last week's close into this week, the longer that they could spend some time above it. I don't expect it to be easy. I think the more that it builds up for people to start coming in and buying this market. But one thing I want to point out before I get to trade the open with Jade and Tanya is Monday mornings, really important I watch opening range, because Mondays are notorious for trend days. And so a lot of times if we open up on a gap up, just watch that opening range and look to see if it stays above it for a short period of time and it starts to build into like a trend day. If you're looking to short that on a gap up Monday, very, very difficult. The only way I kind of look at today as a short for short-term day traders is opening range is the high. You use that as your pivot and it starts to drift back into the gap. It's an easy way to manage risk in a day that I think doesn't need to do much. It just needs to consolidate here for the bulls to have a win. So again, we'll see. Farm, as usual, thank you so much. We missed you last night, but great to have you here this morning. Everyone go give Farm a follow. Check out what he's doing. Farm, I will see you later this week.
Take care, Deli.
All right, everybody. Big day here on Monday so far, right? We had Nick, we had Farm. Of course, we had the morning macro crew and Jimmy talking about everything that's going on in the market. And here we are. We've got a new really dynamic duo here for Mondays. I always talk about Mondays with Tanya. As Tanya comes in, she's cool, she's calm, she's collected, sets the tone. In my morning note, I always talk about small and smart, ease your way into the week. Easy like Sunday morning, as many will say. You even hear Pax say that as well a lot. And when you add someone with Tanya, you got to make sure that they're equally cool and calm and collected to set the tone for the week. Because that's important to us here at Ninja Trader Live, setting the tone on a Monday. So without further ado, this new dynamic duo here on Mondays won't be every Monday, but it is going to be some Mondays. That's going to be, let's get ready to trade the open with Jade Cap and Tanya. Morning.
Good morning.
Morning. How we doing?
Good. Oh man, we got the colors flowing in the backgrounds here, man. These are professional setups, everybody. we are looking good. Jade, welcome to Monday mornings.
Thanks for having me on.
It's great to have you here, Tanya. How are you? How was the weekend?
It was great. Got into my fall baking spirit. I've definitely baked a ton.
Ooh,
I baked apple pie, then I had leftover apples, and so then I baked apple tarts with those leftover over apples, and then I
You
still
ate
had
all of
left.
it?
Well, I distributed it amongst friends and family, of course. And then I had leftover apples again. And then I'm like, oh my gosh. So then I made apple bread, which is like banana bread but with apples. And then I made chai cookies.
wow. I mean, Jade, this is what she did over the
I
weekend.
don't
What
know,
did you
man.
do?
My weekend was a little different. I was up in taking care of a property that I just purchased. It was a commercial property.
Lovely.
Yeah, and then getting ready for Paintball World Cup, which is next weekend. So
Ooh,
I've been pretty busy. I haven't really been focused on markets too much, and to be honest, usually going into like the holidays and the end of the year, I tend not to trade a lot. Just historically, I've lost too much money trying to trade during holiday season and when things kind of slow down. Even though there are some moves in December, I kind of just like to wrap my year up essentially. And after I had that really big run earlier in the year, I honestly haven't been trying to trade a whole lot of size because I think even Pax tweeted about this yesterday or the day before. After you get a really big payout, try not to do anything for like a whole year. For me, it
it's
wasn't,
true.
it wasn't a whole year, but I'm trying to take some downtime because I'm feeling a little bit burnt out. And I've mentioned this before to a lot of the people that follow me. I was hyper focused for a very long time, and it does take a toll on you mentally. So lately, I've been slowing down. I did have a big September, October. I try not to do too much because I have so many other things going on outside of the charts. I'm still here. I'm still looking at the markets, but to be honest, I haven't really seen anything that's really been like a home run trade for me. There are intraday opportunities or intraweek opportunities. But overall, I haven't seen like a big macro theme where I can really, put a lot of size behind. And it's really just been trying to, stay afloat and not give too much bad feelings.
Yeah, I think it's the right mindset to have too after the year that you've had. I mean, there's a lot going on for you, and I think one of the keys when you come into the end of the year, again, is to close out strong, right? And so having the two of you here today, I talked about setting the tone on a Monday morning. The great thing about the two of you is you're not going to force trades, and that's the most important thing. I think, as we kick off the network each and every week, as you guys kick off your trading weeks as well, you want people that are going to be really, really patient, and you want people that aren't going to force trades. I've always said, great traders don't force trades; they're forced to trade. And so to have that mindset to actually step back and make the market give you something that you look at and go, man, I really want to step in and do this. That's a good sign. Like I really want to step in and get a piece of Tanya's apple pie. She's not near me, but if I was around me, I would grab it. So Tanya, let's take a look at the charts. Let's see what you're looking at coming into the week.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, we just had like quite a big, gap up and run, gap and go, as they like to say it, from Sunday. And like you guys were talking about, yeah, the the rumor is that the Democrats, like they might be coming to a deal soon to reopen the government. So here we are on the NASDAQ. We're up 1.5% already. And on ES, we're up 0.93%. Um, we have that gap. We did fill some of it back down immediately, and then we pumped up. And then we just kind of consolidated a bit during London session. So, I mean, we have Thursday's high, which we just hit major sell side on Friday. If you guys, I'm sure people were looking at this low here, this Wednesday, October 22 low on the 4 hour was pretty much my sell side final target for last week. And we hit that, and then we had this huge pushback up higher and then a gap up and go. So I'm going to think that we're going to go back towards buy side or back towards the Thursday high. I'm not sure if it's going to get there in a clean way since we're already up 1.5%. So I have to see if, we're going to have a strong Monday open where we just straight run for that, which we've seen before on this show. Like you said, sometimes Mondays are fast and furious like that. Or will we just consolidate, which will be a win for the Bulls. So either way, I'm just going to kind of wait for the open and see what happens? Are we going to go maybe back, take out some London lows, and then immediately push back up higher if we go take out that 3 a.m. low and then have a nice displacement back up? Maybe I'll try longs, but if not, then we can just consolidate and that'll still be a win for the bulls.
Jay, what are you looking at coming in this morning?
Yeah, I'm pretty much looking at the same thing. Usually when I come to the markets in the morning and we're already up 1.5% overnight, a lot of times I tend not to do anything. So as Tanya mentioned, we took out that major low, on Friday. Probably I was not expecting this massive of a pump after taking out that low, just because it's Fridays. I'm usually not expecting too much, but we did get that strong rejection. But now, I'm kind of watching to see, do we create a higher, lower high in here and fail to go higher? But right now, I would not be chasing the markets higher. Maybe if we come back down towards the weekly open and retest that, there's probably going to be an opportunity. Maybe we're going to take out the Asian range lows or the London session lows before going higher. If we do trade higher, I'm probably looking at 25,900. But I think today is going to be a little weird because we have the holiday tomorrow. I can't honestly remember the last time we had a holiday falling on like a Tuesday like this, where you have one trading day and then we have a day off tomorrow. So usually when we're up, 1.5% overnight, unless we get a really strong pullback, I'm probably not going to be looking at doing anything. And I think just on the higher time frame, it's a little bit more difficult for me to understand. Are we going to get that correction in the end of the year, like you were saying? It's been a massively uptrending year so far, and we've had already, 7 months in a row where we've closed bullish. So I would not be surprised to see us trade lower, but also I wouldn't be surprised if we trade higher from here. Right now, the monthly is shaping up to be bearish so far, but we still have 18 days. So, depending on where we end up, maybe we're going to try and take out some of these monthly lows in here. That would definitely not surprise me. Even if we retrace all the way back to 22K before we continue higher, I think it's been on a tear, and I'm expecting at some point to see that retracement. I don't think this market is going to keep going up forever, right? Like, we're not going to see another 7 months of upwards price action. So, I think the open's going to be interesting. Right now, we are trading into a bit of a premium, and if the 10 a.m. candle closes kind of bearish and we get a strong reaction from this level, maybe we're going to start drifting back towards this low from last week. But yeah, for right now, I think trying to chase the market long after it's already up 1.5% today is dangerous territory for me, at least, unless you went long at the open and you're up nicely and then probably trimming something ahead of the equity open here. And then, I follow currency markets a lot. The dollar has really just been stuck in a range since like April. It's been really difficult to trade this market. I don't know how people who trade currencies are getting along with this market. It's been, this has been very, very choppy. And I know a lot of traders out there are probably trying to force the issue and trying to find trades in a market that's like this. But this is really where your patience is going to be tested. You have to understand that, not all of these markets are going to have major movers throughout the year. Like, some markets are just going to be completely dead, and the dollar's really been kind of just sideways. Gold's seen a massive run. So when I first started trading, everybody told me to just focus on one market, right? But then I think as you grow and mature as a trader, it's important to look at other markets, because then you can start analyzing where the money is actually flowing to. Earlier this year, gold was probably one of the best trades you could have taken across any of these markets. I mean, obviously, index markets rallied a lot as well, but I think gold was really that setup where, trying to follow that up, and right now it's up, another 2%. So if this thing doesn't slow down, I could see it just continuing higher. But yeah, this is again where, if you're only a gold trader, you're stuck in this consolidation for a very long time. How much money are you going to give to the markets before you anticipate that breakout? Or are you better off just finding another market where, it's basically one-sided, going in a direction where you're very confident about, rather than trying to trade inside of all of this chop? And this lasted for a very long time, right? It lasted from towards the end of April all the way up till September. How many accounts were blown? Probably expecting that this market's going to trade higher. And then once it does trade higher, everybody's, insolvent by the time it happens. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's extremely important to start following other markets, to start understanding, where's the money really flowing to. I mean, right now, dollar's basically dead. Equities, it's been risk on, but again, it's been difficult to try and get long at all-time highs as it's just continuing to push higher and higher and higher. So yeah,
Yeah.
I've taken my foot off the gas a bit just because earlier this year there was a lot of headlines that were driving price action, right? We had this massive sell-off after Trump took office. We took out a ton of liquidity down here. I got short and then long up here, and then since then, outside of a couple days, a lot of this price action has kind of just been sideways, right? So there are days where, it's rallying, but most of the time it's just kind of stuck in this consolidation and drifting higher. We do have some volatility coming in here, but again, it's the markets have kind of been moving at weird hours for me. So yeah, right now, kind of just waiting for the open to see what happens. I don't really have a strong opinion of which direction we're going to go. I would be more inclined to see if, we kind of turn around here, put in a lower high, and then maybe continue drifting lower. Maybe until, we get a finalized answer on if the government's going to open back up or not.
Yeah, that's the other thing. We have to watch to see what kind of headlines come out here on this Monday morning. Shai will be in chat for that. And of course, everyone check out the bottom banner. We'll update with headlines as well. All right, I'm going to leave you two guys. Great having you here, Jay. Tanya, as usual, great having you here on Monday to set the tone for the week. Everybody in chat, hit like and subscribe. At 155,000 already. We were recently at 150. We did our giveaways. We're already up to 155. Yeah, I know. It's starting to accelerate here, Tanya. Thanks to people like you and Jade and everybody else here on the network. Team effort across the board. And to chat, thank you so much for joining us.
And the vlog
every
is
day.
live too, by the way.
Oh yeah, we got to put that link in chat. I that's on my. I haven't watched it yet. I can't wait to watch it. So we will make sure that we post that link to the vlog to check out. Tanya vlogged when she was down here in Naples, and so it was cool. I can't wait to check that out.
Yeah, when we all got
all right,
together, it was
everybody.
fun.
Let's see that golf swing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. We've got golf on there. I hope I hit a good one. If I'm in it, Tanya, I hope you got the right good angle. Oh man! All right, guys. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. I'll see you in chat later.
All right,
See ya.
thanks.
All right, here we are. And then there were two. Yeah, everyone. And also, yeah, me and Kyle have a good combo during the vlog. You can find out what Kyle's motivation is.
My motivation?
Yeah,
You asked me.
don't spoil it. Yeah, I asked it to you. And like also, you can see me trying to convince Kyle trying to go scuba diving with me. Still on that quest right now. Still on that mission.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen, but we can keep trying.
I'll keep trying.
Yeah, so what did you think of the Arena Cup qualifiers? I'm not sure if you watched the other weeks. I think the day that the day that Kane and T Trades were trading,
that was a hard
pretty
day.
difficult day. Yeah.
I didn't even trade that day. I think I was like, oh, cool, I'm not on Monday today. And
Yeah, I think we kind of
Trader
lucked out with our
yeah.
market day. Everything was moving around very nicely.
Oh yeah, you killed it. I was trying to beat you, so I tore myself up in the process. I don't know if
Yeah.
I'm good at these competitions, but
I honestly didn't trade a whole lot. I placed some trades in the morning, but I just kind of held them.
yeah. Did you hold on to that Euro trade the whole day?
Yeah, I did. It didn't really start moving till the end, like towards the afternoon.
Ah.
That was pretty painful. I actually took a loss in it earlier in the day and then went back in.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you, like when you're looking at chart, are you ever like putting alerts on your charts after you leave the screen?
Not really. I mean, my alert is like my stop loss or my take profit. A lot of
Okay.
times, like if I place a trade on that hourly time frame, I will take a look at my charts like once every hour. I tend not to be in front of the charts too much, just
Yeah.
because I make too many human errors.
Yeah.
Low time frame price action throws me off a lot. I try not to just interfere with my trade ideas because I know a lot of my trade ideas, right, are based off of those higher time frames, and I'm okay
Right.
holding trades for 4, 8, or even longer. Unless I trade the open and it runs ahead of lunch. So like, let's say if I were to enter a position at the open using a pretty tight stop loss, I'm trying to get out of that trade by like noon. Just
Right.
because usually if I overstay my welcome, I know that there's lunchtime liquidity. They make runs for it. Uh, you know, the market corrects on you, and then you end up giving a lot back.
Yeah, I was just like wondering in general if like let's say there's a 4 hour point of interest you're looking at, and let's say it's like you just were marking that out like at nighttime, right? Because you look at
Hmm.
charts the night before, and are you putting an alert? Like, what if that hits during like London session? Are you waking up? Like, I
No,
know people
I
wake up.
used to. I used to wake up
Okay.
and trade London session and be, awake, trying to look at what was going on. But a lot of times, I try and get a high quality of sleep because
Yeah.
I think my biggest losing days are when I don't sleep at night. Like if I'm in a trade and I'm constantly micromanaging it and watching it all night, I
Yeah.
tend to make a ton of mistakes. So whether that be, if I'm in a position, maybe I'll end up closing it out because I feel very fatigued. Then I
Hmm.
find myself over trading. I just find I make way too many mistakes when I don't get enough sleep. So that's
Yeah.
anybody out there. I know when you're first learning, it's like everybody tells you you need more screen time, you need more screen time. And people tend to burn themselves out by staying up all night watching the charts. And I just find that it can be very unproductive and create bad habits, I think,
Yeah.
especially when it comes to everything that is outside of the charts. So your routine gets thrown off. Maybe you're too tired. Now you don't want to work out in the morning or in the afternoon. You're too tired to cook. So you're not eating health. You're not eating a proper balanced diet. There's so many issues that stack up when you're not getting enough sleep, in my opinion.
Literally, like I agree. Like those are the days where my biggest losses happen because I'm just not thinking straight because I didn't have a good night of sleep. So
Yeah.
I've also been like, yeah, I'll miss that trade. I don't even think I don't even sleep with my phone in my room at all. So I'm not
Yeah.
gonna get,
I mean, that's very smart to do because I know
yeah,
some people will be, they'll have that impulsive nature to wake up in the middle of the night, take a look at their phone, and now all of a sudden the blue light is like keeping them awake, right? Even just one glance at it,
yeah,
one
yeah,
glance at it, now now you're up
melatonin.
for 2 or 3 hours, and then instead of getting 8 hours of sleep or 7 hours of sleep, now you're getting 5 or 4.
Yeah, it makes me want to check my sleep score right now. What I got?
What do you
I got
use? You use
82. Not bad.
for
Seven and
Aura?
a half hours. No, I used to have the Aura ring, but someone in the Ninja Trader chat way back when, I think like probably like 2 years ago or something, when I was on the afternoon just for a segment and I was wearing the Aura ring. They did make a comment that was like, Tanya, it's not good for your circulation to
Oh,
have
really?
the Aura ring on. And it's not even that I believe them, it's just that I just started noticing the ring on my finger more
Oh,
and it
really?
was bothering me. So
So
then
how
I
do you
took
check
that
your
off.
sleep scores now?
I have the 8 sleeps pod, like
Oh,
the
okay.
yeah, that's good because it cools and heats up your
Yeah, I've thought about buying
mattress.
that. Is it worth it?
Oh yeah, totally. I think Jesse has one too.
Yeah. Hmm.
Like it'll wake you up also when you want. You can set an alarm, heat
How does
up
it wake you up?
it'll heat up the mattress pad.
Oh, so you start
And
sweating? Like get
you
up.
naturally wake up when your temperature rises, yeah.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
speaking of which, we have about 7 minutes now till the open. In chat, I wanted to see how many of you guys voted bullish, bearish, and neutral. I think I saw like 70% bullish. Where's that? Where's the Did they close the poll?
I don't
I
know.
already answered it. Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if it consolidates where we are right now, I could definitely see this market trading higher. I think as long as we don't lose this London low here, which is what, uh 25 457.
Yeah, that's my London low. I marked that out. Yeah. What were you saying about that?
Well, I'm looking at this bullish engulfing candle. So we have this bullish engulfing candle here, which is, we also have this fair value gap that was created on it. So I think
Mm-hmm.
as long as we don't see, uh, I mean, the problem is we're up 1.5%, so we could definitely go down there and take it, and which, in my opinion, would not be good for the bulls. And I would probably err on the side of just not doing anything.
Yeah, less is better. We'll take a look. But also you look at multiple assets. You look at gold and euro and Nasdaq.
I don't really look at gold. Everybody always asks me to look at gold, and the
They
funny
asked
thing
me too.
is they're constantly asking me to look at gold, and I keep telling everybody that I'm not a gold trader, so I'm not sure what you're gonna do with my opinion. I think as a trader, you really need to just get comfortable with learning how to do your own analysis and, you know, being comfortable with those decisions that you make. Because if you're looking for somebody else's opinion, especially somebody that's not a professional gold trader, you basically are just kind of relying on other people's opinions to try and make trading decisions.
Yeah, and that's the worst. Like I don't look at Twitter in the mornings, especially because I don't want to get biased by someone else's like strong bias
Yeah.
or analysis. Like I like to come back to the charts with like kind of like orchestra like conductors will wear like noise canceling headphones and stuff on the way to performance because they don't want other things to block their sense of hearing.
Yeah, their thought process too.
Yeah, their thought process. All right, I found the chat, I found the poll. So you guys voted 976 votes so far, 66% bullish, 18% bearish, and 16% neutral. Hold on, I want to like write it.
We fade the chat.
Oh, I fade the chat. No, I mean, what I do is like I like to note it. So then I like to see how the day unfolds. Just this is our own like homemade indicator here.
Yeah.
But also like I mean sometimes I'll fade the chat. I don't worry about it. And like I kind of if everyone's too one-sided, then I see a bearish setup, then I kind of like that because then it feels like, oh, people are off sides and it's not too late to enter this move, you know? Um, and what else? And if it's 50-50, I mean, that's most times I'm neutral that day too.
hmm
I think I literally grabbed a white pen by accident.
Yeah, I would say I'm leaning more bullish at the moment. But again, I hate buying when the market's already up 1.5% on the day. Just because I've
I
seen
know.
way too many times where, come around lunchtime and the market hasn't moved at all.
I know. I know, because like I know, but honestly, yeah, like you said, the bullish engulfing candle. I've also seen where at the open we just pump, and then literally
Mhm.
hold that, and we just don't look back. Bull 66%, bear 18. We'll see how it goes, chat. Sometimes if it's just too many, if I'm agreeing with the chat and like I'm also bullish, which I am. Sometimes yeah, we literally don't do anything, or like the bullish setup fails. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, ideally, when I'm trying to be bullish on the day, we've already, we're taking out London lows or Asian range lows.
I know. Yeah, that's like the best. Or like we already took out
Yeah.
that low during London, and now we're looking bullish, and all you have to do is long. Yeah.
But my thing is like if we take out the London range low,
Yeah.
and we've violated this bullish engulfing candle, which basically invalidates my long setup. What I would look for ideally is that we didn't have this bullish engulfing candle. We go down, take the London range low if it's just a regular swing low, and then create the bullish engulfing candle. Like this candle showing up at like 9 to 10 a.m., that would be my signal to get long.
Right.
The time aspect of it just it doesn't make sense right now.
Yeah, because you have Asia up, London up. Now it's like, okay, is New York going to also be up?
Yeah.
Typically, not all sessions are
I don't want to
just
be trying to crowd into
expansion.
the longs. Yeah.
Right. Typically, not all three sessions are expansion. Typically, it's like one of them will be accumulation. So, kind of annoying. That is kind of annoying. That's a good point. Hmm. What's your like red zone? Is that like a 4 hour?
It's a balanced price range. So we have this
Okay.
fair value gap here. Let me just make sure I
That's
can
a good
fit
point.
it all on screen.
Yeah. I think you did.
Yeah, so we had that bullish fair value gap, and then we have the bearish one overlapping
Mhm.
it.
Okay.
Which again, I think if you're trying to get long into this, to me, just from a where price is right now, it just I could see it putting in a lower high.
Right. And we'll see. Here's the open,
I
everyone.
just hate going long on strength.
Some people love that. Some people are like momentum traders. What would you call
Yeah.
yourself? A retracement trader or
Yeah, I would
you
say
too?
so. But I'm more of a swing trader. So a lot of times I'm just patiently waiting. Sometimes I'm waiting for days, sometimes I'm waiting for weeks. I
Were
know
you-
it sounds
Mhm.
boring, but you know, it works for me.
It certainly did work. Like you got that record payout at Apex.
Yeah. I don't know. It looks like Lanto might be pushing the limits.
I mean, I love seeing that because it's just like I love seeing literally people that I know, my friends just beat each other's records. It's great.
Yeah.
Let's see here. No positions here. Okay. Okay, here's the open, you guys. Let's see. We're starting to pump. Looks like it's holding.
Yeah, if it continues higher, I could definitely see 25,900 being tested.
900.
25,900. Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, again, I don't know. I just
Yeah,
for the
my
four
first trade would
hours, I'm not trying
definitely
to go long right now.
be. Yeah, I mean, if I go long, I'm gonna just like take a smaller size probably.
Yeah.
Like that's not out of the question for me at least. Just take a smaller size because like oh, I'd want to be part of it. Let's see.
Yes, what's ES doing? I mean, ES and NQ look very similar.
Very similar. Hmm.
Yeah, Asia gave the good bull move. That's usually when I don't like chasing markets.
Mm-hmm.
But we did take out the London high. Um, but usually when I'm looking at these higher time frames, I always look at how much time is left on the hourly candle. Just because it's going higher right now does not mean it's going to close higher. There's
Yeah,
still
that does.
27 minutes to go.
27 minutes until this 4 hours done, yeah. Yeah, that is true. I mean, we've seen plenty of times it's gone the other way. Um,
We also have this candle from here, which closed when at 10. Doesn't have a wick below it.
yeah, I see that on the 4 hour or an hour.
Yeah.
Wow.
Usually when I see this, that's usually like a big red
Sus.
flag for me.
Sus, yeah.
Yeah. Super sus.
But like, what do you say? I think like there was literally a new week opening gap like that one time on the Nasdaq. ES came back to fill it, and then Nasdaq took like forever to come back. I don't even know if we ever came back, honestly. Let me see. I want to take a look at that for a second.
How can you be a swing trader at Apex? So basically, what I was doing was, let's say if I had a trade that I was going to trade intra-week, and let's say I wanted to trade the intra-week range. So let's just say last week that I got short on Tuesday or Wednesday. Essentially, what I was doing was, let's say if the rollover's here, right? We have 4 p.m. close. Essentially, I would close it at 4 p.m. or 4:30 and just reopen it. All right, so like let's say I went short here and my stop was all the way up here above like this Tuesday intraday high. but my target was all the way down here, and it wasn't going there, I would just close it and reopen it at 6 p.m. So at the open, basically, it's like you've never left the trade, unless it like gaps really heavily.
Are you reopening it and keeping that same stop that you had before?
Yeah, basically reopening and keeping the same stop. Because let's say if you close it and you realize a loss or a win, and if you re-enter, if it goes to your stop loss, you've basically lost the same amount that you had on
Yeah.
initially. Like
Yeah.
nothing really changes unless it gaps on you or you can't place the same risk, but you just trade around the rules, right?
Was that like hard for you to psychologically get over? Like, oh, if you were
Yeah,
up on that
kind of,
and then
but
you
not really. Like
re-entered?
just because I
No.
had higher time frame targets in mind,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
was very comfortable just re-entering it and
I mean, like
uh,
at the time, let's say you're up on that trade that, and then like, oh, you re-enter, and then now you're like, it's retracing from when you entered, and then it looks like you're down on it, but overall,
yeah.
trade you are up
Like
still.
here, like, just as an example, like if I went short here and then it's kind of chopping around in Asia, I'm like just holding it through the next day.
Yeah.
Right? And then here, you would do the same thing. Like if I had a higher time frame target that's all the way down here, I would again close it here and just reopen it and just assume that my stop loss got trailed down at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So this does look like it's gonna pump. Probably should just went long ahead of the open with this bullish fair value gap.
True, true. I mean, that's a pretty good RR
But I don't
from
know.
like right at the open. It would be, that's a good needed point. Let's see, it's
It's a weekly
77
candle.
points to make 285. I'm gonna see where we're at, what we're doing. Let's see. So we have the first presented FEG. Yeah, the first candle of the day was a pump candle.
Don't think trading should be exciting. In my opinion, trading shouldn't be exciting either.
Oh yeah, it should be boring. Although sometimes, I mean, I'll take shorter term trades, and Nasdaq loves to tease us sometimes. Like,
That's when your heart rate jumps.
mm. Let's see this. Do we have any sort of SMT during that pullback? Let's see, it's 7 or 6. No,
No,
not really. No,
no.
not at all. Okay. The ES just didn't even go back into that lower hourly fair value gap, which is interesting. ES is slightly stronger, made like two engulfing candles. Okay. Let's see what the stock heat maps like. I like to look at the stocks too. Nvidia's up 3.5%, Amazon's up 2.5, 2.25, Apple's up 1%, Google's up 2.5%. Okay. Tesla's up 1.3.
Some of my students are trying to get short. I don't know though.
Like because we're in this bearish BPR you marked out.
Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe.
I just like don't I take that off my chart as soon as like we hit the sell side, basically, because then
Yeah,
I
like if
oh
we didn't take this out and then we had a
yeah.
BPR, right?
Yeah. That's when I start like just not I don't really care about it because we hit my sell side there. Um, to me, it's kind of like now it's a new
Right.
game essentially. Hmm. Honestly though, like I used to not really trade Mondays. And then recently, like the just being here and seeing, oh yeah, we've pumped on Mondays like this before. It does make it like slightly more comfortable to possibly take a long than I have in the past. So that's a good thing. Mm-mm-mm. Especially if like there was like no news on the Monday. Today we don't have news, but the news is actually that the Democrats,
Yep.
might be coming over and they might be convincing some Democrats to open the government. I think they need to convince five of them.
Yeah, I think the trade that happened right at the rollover probably would have been the best entry. Slight gap fill.
Hmm.
But yeah, I don't think, I'm probably not going to chase this higher. If it goes without me, it goes without me. I'm totally fine with it.
Hmm. That's like 12 years of experience talking, right? 12 or more? 14?
14, yeah.
14. Wow. I think I'm like year five right now.
All right, you're like over the hump.
I hope so. What's the hump the first 5 years?
I think so.
Yeah. Now it's more about managing my focus. Like I need to get myself, it's not even so much the emotions, it's just really just the focus to
Mhm.
refocus during my trades. Cause I mean, I'll take like 10-minute trades.
Yeah, I think honestly that's probably the hardest part of trading full time is your focus. Like it kind of for me trading is in cycles. So I find it very hard to remain with high level focused for 12 months out of the year. Like there's gonna be 2 or 3 months where I just don't want to trade.
Yeah. And that's fair, especially like sometimes the action really isn't good. Just FAFO action, as I like to say.
Yeah. What's that stand for?
F around, find out. You know that one.
Yeah.
And
Hunting the gap.
quite close to its Thursday high now. Wow.
Yeah, I mean you could try hunting the gap, but usually I wait for the market to turn around before trying to hunt the gap.
Yeah, so let's say we hit
Yeah,
Thursday
let's say we hit this like 4 hour low and then turn around.
a 4 hour
Then I'd
low.
probably hunt the gap. But
Hmm.
we need a strong 4 hour wick that like this thing pushes lower or a candle turns bearish.
Yeah, or maybe like ES hits that buy side that Thursday's high and Nasdaq doesn't. Nasdaq is quite a ways away from it actually. Nasdaq's pretty much like 100, 200 points away, and ES is only like 13, 14 points away from Thursday's high, which is my like the first swing high, the next swing high we have on the hourly for me. Hmm. Sometimes sometimes I'll just pump and no shorts available during the Monday, I mean the morning session, and then the afternoon is where we reverse.
Yeah.
I've seen that too. So I don't want if I
Yeah,
do
where it
a
like pushes
short,
higher and then kind of just slows down and dies off and then in the
yeah.
afternoon we get that retracement, which is why I'm marking this level out here, this candle that doesn't have a wick. That to
Mm,
me is just a red flag. I'm not usually not trying to go long when we have something like this.
mm-hmm. Makes sense. Yeah, and that's below London low. Where are we at in terms of, let's see, the times? The first 15 minute candle of the day, we pumped, closing near the high there, pumped about 100 points here on the NASDAQ, about 20 on ES.
It's looking pretty strong for sure.
Yeah, we didn't even come back into the first FEG at 9:30. We did for ES, but not NASDAQ. That's how strong it is.
Yeah, I mean the ideal entry, if it happened during the time frame that I'm looking for it to happen, you should have been long at like 6 a.m., 7 a.m.
Right. And I'm not awake during that time, personally.
Yeah. What's your morning routine like? Do you have one?
Yeah, wake up. Um,
Straight to the charts.
no, I wake up, I'll go for like a little morning walk, or I'll like today I got a croissant. I walked to the cafe, got a croissant, and then come back, eat breakfast, and then take a look at charts. And that's basically it, you know. It doesn't have to be too complicated. The simpler the better for me.
Yeah.
And then afterwards I like to like take 10 minutes at least to decompress after the charts, which is like literally like closing my eyes and laying down like 10 minutes in like a dark room in my bedroom or like on the couch or something. I'll like close the shades because it's just so much we just watch, so much stimulation from the chart and light.
Overstimulation.
Yeah. When you calm my mind down a bit. And then my mind is typically like racing too anyway. So
Yeah,
and
let me
then
throw on my
or
red
else
light,
I'll
blue
like
light glasses.
have too much like restlessness throughout the rest of the day,
Yeah.
honestly, for myself. Um, there's like this tiny little like fruit fly flying around me. I'm trying to kill it. One time I actually swallowed a fly on my stream by accident. It was insane. And one time I did kill it, like Mr. Miyagi. Gotta get my chopsticks out.
You kill it with the chopsticks?
Yeah.
Got it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe you.
Okay. Suit yourself.
I mean, I would say if we get a strong close and then maybe if we get a pullback, I would attempt a long, but yeah, right now, if it's gonna go without me, it's gonna go.
Right. It feels like it is.
But yeah, again, I'm waiting for pullbacks, but if it just goes, I've already missed the entry.
Right, yeah, it's like just an expansion
I mean,
mode.
unless you have
15
much
minute
higher
candles
targets,
up.
right? Like if you have much higher targets, then yes, you can go long with a smaller position size. And maybe you put your stop at the midnight open,
Mm-hmm.
or you put your stop at this swing low, one that was moving away from the fair value gap.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have to anticipate that you're going to be in the trade
For a long time. Like
for a long time. Yeah.
it probably like
Which
over a
tomorrow
day.
is a U.S. holiday, so like, do I want to hold it through a U.S. holiday? That's probably not what I'm
Right.
trying to do.
I think the stock exchange is open though. I think banks are closed, but the markets are open, right?
Yeah, probably,
Sounds
but
good. But
no.
yeah, it's like
Just
typically
because you can
slower.
trade doesn't mean you should trade.
No, I know. Yeah, I know. Most of the time I'll take a day off.
Yeah.
But tomorrow I'll actually be streaming. I'll be giving away one of these glasses actually. The yellow glasses. Hmm. What's WD?
I could definitely see Euro rolling over and
Oh,
trading
is
lower.
that WO weekly open there? Okay.
Yeah, weekly open.
You could see what?
I could see the Euro rolling over and continuing lower. Uh,
Mm. Oh yeah, I just
dollars,
did
the
like a
dollar's really just been drifting higher.
hmm
But I have these two levels here. There's a daily candle all the way up here that doesn't have a wick. And then there's one all the way down here that doesn't have a wick. So for me, it's kind of like a coin toss. Which one is it going to go to?
hmm Hmm.
If I had to choose New York or Florida, probably be both. That's probably a reason why there's so many people that snowbird, right?
Yeah.
They go up to New York during the summer months, spring, fall maybe, and then come back down for the winter.
hmm I mean, Jade made his choice. He moved to Florida, right?
Yeah. I still have a property in New York though, and we're
Yeah.
back we're back a good amount.
Right, right.
Because the one thing that we don't get down here is seasons. Like
I
it's
know.
just hot all year round.
You have like the season of summer
Yeah.
storms, summer storms like during
Yep.
this like crazy 15-minute torrential rain during for 15 minutes during the summer randomly in Florida. But it is nice, especially during the winter here, because like yeah, I don't I January, February is bleh. After all the like the winter holidays and there's not much to
Yeah,
do.
yeah. You get tired of it after a while.
Yeah, no, it's just like, yeah, it's so cold. Yeah, it's basically it. I'll just start do things indoors. I'll go to museums. I like going to
Yeah.
restaurants. Let's go to shows and stuff. Here, yeah, we are retracing a little bit.
You got 10 minutes to go for the 4 hour close.
Mm-hmm. What if we fade each other?
Yeah, you go long, I'll go short.
It seems like we play trade pretty similarly. Maybe like you'll take on a higher time frame and give like a wider stop.
Yeah.
But we trade pretty similarly, I'd say. Hmm.
Yeah, I would say for me it's still a little early to try and get short. We have all of this low time frame consolidation here,
Mm-hmm.
which maybe this is like a major bull trap,
Could be. I mean, we had two.
or just retracing to keep going higher.
Yeah. The question is this like, are we gonna have a third session of expansion in the morning?
Right.
Mm. Or is this a bull trap
That's the big question mark.
manipulation? I don't know. We'll see.
Usually
I
when
think
I
we
have
could.
that question mark where it could go either way, that's usually when I'm not doing anything. I know it sounds boring and
Yeah,
you know,
that's
people
true. I
probably
mean, usually
expect
that's when I'll
you.
take like a loss on like a smaller sizing or something like that. Then I'm like really not worried about it. But like, yeah, I've learned that way, like, because I'm like less experienced than you, right? So now I like to take smaller sizing to see like if that works
Yeah, just
out
test
for
it out.
me, testing it out, nibbling. So then, oh, okay, if I take that loss, it's really not a big deal. But then, um,
Yeah,
over
I
time,
guess
if
the way that I
I find
trade
it's
is like
not working out,
I
then I'll
like
just stop
sizing
that.
up. I like sizing up on the trades that really make a whole lot of sense. And if not, then I just wait.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Keep just like looking at different time frames to see like where's like a clean fair value gap. We have like two 5-minute ones stacked. We'll see if NASDAQ makes a 15-minute fair value gap now, and then we'll see if it retraces into that, and then maybe that could be a entry within there during 10 a.m. That'd be cool. Hmm. Hmm. Or maybe like one of them does come back into that hourly bullish FEG area and swipes out a low, and the other one doesn't, and then we go back higher. That would be nice too if we actually have an SMT within that bullish area before that invalidates before London low. Hmm. If we get to London low from here, then I mean, I wouldn't think that there's a lot of because we already went up. I wouldn't really want to long from there because we already
Yeah.
if it was just like for like the first 5 minutes of the day and then push back up from there, then
Yeah,
maybe.
like I think if we lose the London low, then all of this area here would turn into like a breaker.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bearish breakers.
So if we get under this and then turn around.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, chat. What we gonna do? We have FOMC member Musalem is speaking. Let's see. See yapping. What's he saying? Is he saying anything that's newsworthy? It is important to continue to focus on bringing down inflation. Wow. Groundbreaking. Okay. Rate
You guys have been
cuts
saying the
were
same thing for
every time they say that.
over
Yeah.
the last 5 years.
Yeah. It's still been crazy inflation. If I want organic milk, I have to pay like $8.
Yeah. So for me, like my long-term portfolio, it's honestly hard for me to just keep allocating money when it's just been pumping higher and higher.
Yeah. you're young though, so if you're
Yeah.
just averaging, yeah. I also like to wait sometimes like until we're off the highs. Um, but time in the market is better than timing the market for investing, as they say, right?
Yeah.
See, okay, he also said, or is it he or she? Alberto.
Sounds
Okay.
like a man.
He said rate cuts were to provide insurance for labor market. Real Fed funds rate has declined by 250 BPS in last year, of which 150 BPS were Fed cuts, rate cuts as insurance. Uh, he also said we have adequate information to make policy decisions. Wow, okay. He said, I took notice of layoff announcements, but at the same time, unemployment insurance claims are stable. The labor market has cooled in an orderly way. All right. I know people getting laid off because the government just shut down and they're like
Yeah.
government shut contractor and they were already kind of like
Or they're furloughed or
downsizing a
something.
bit. And then so just got laid off because their projects paused or stopped. Let's see,
It's a good time to learn how to trade.
I know. The labor market has cooled in an orderly way. Companies selling to consumers are having more difficulty passing on higher prices. Yeah, I think I've heard like a lot of the companies are sort of like eating the tariffs as of now because they don't want to be like the first to raise prices. It's kind
Yeah.
of like a game of chicken. So we'll see how that goes. He also said companies tell me uncertainty has plateaued with inflation closer to 3% than to 2% target. All right. He also said lower income folks are taking on more credit card debt. Hmm.
Yeah, somebody saying that I recommended watching John Rambo Moulton's interview about a year ago. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but that guy, he just keeps it so real. Like I think every amateur trader has such an issue with like over analyzing what they're doing in the markets. Like stop focusing so much on the last trade that you took and just
Mhm.
focus on making a good one on the next one.
So John,
I get it so much. John Rambo Moulton,
okay, I'll look that up.
so good. Basically, this guy was saying that he doesn't look at his trades really. Like he says,
Mhm.
sometimes at the end of the day, he doesn't even know what he's in. Just looks at it and says, "All right, this looks good. Let me add to
Mhm.
this, or let me cut this one." But he doesn't really put so much emphasis on the outcome of each trade. Just focus on the next trade, right? If you have a loss, sometimes you didn't do anything wrong. And I think a lot of
Yeah.
traders, at least from what I've seen, they're always trying to find out like what they could have done better on the last trade. And sometimes they did everything right. You just have to accept that you're going to have losing trades.
Yeah, it's just like probability.
Yeah. And then one of my mentors at the prop firm in Chicago was saying that they had some of their top traders, you know, kind of reviewed some of their best trades of their career
Mhm.
and rate their confidence level on each one. He said some of their best trades were when they were like 7 out of 10 confidence level. And the ones that they were 10 out of 10 ended up being massive losers.
Yeah, overconfidence is like an issue. You don't want to be too confident.
Yeah.
That's my next that's the thing I'm majorly working on, honestly. Because if you get too overconfident, then you
Started doing
stop.
stupid things.
Yeah, you can like add in the wrong spots,
Hmm.
where you should be putting break even. Um, and then if it comes back on you and you get a rage, and then that could start a bad cycle. So I think, yeah, I think like 7, 8 is like probably the best confidence to have. Let's see. If you're overconfident, you can get cocky and then overtrade.
Yep. The way this is moving is probably just going to rip without me, to be honest.
Up 2% now. Yeah, all we did was we came back into a 5 minute and then we popped up again.
Yeah, it is an expense. Every business has expenses. Some of my best months, I only had like a 35% win rate. But you have to
Yeah.
make sure that when you're taking losses, you have to eat the stop loss. A lot of times I'm not cutting my trades early because I've found that I've done them prematurely. So sometimes I would cut my trade near my stop loss and it would just keep going my direction. Like it would eventually turn around and go my direction,
Mm-hmm.
which is not what you're trying to do as a trader.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I've had trades with, they came within like a couple points of my stop loss and then turned around and went to my take profit. That honestly is just human error and emotion. When you get extremely anxious about a trade, right? You want to save your capital, right? Because they say cut your losers short, right? Cut your losers early. But for me, that's the job of the stop loss. I'm not
Yeah.
supposed to be the one making that decision.
Yeah, I think that's just the stop. But still, from your like stats, you definitely hold your winners much longer than your losers. I think that,
Yeah, that's the
yeah.
biggest thing. Like I'm at least trying to get a 2 to 1 because I
Mm-hmm.
know even if I have like a 40% win rate, I could still be profitable. But if I'm constantly cutting my trades at like a 1 to 1 with only a 40% win rate, I'm not
You're not
profitable.
profitable, yeah. 2 to 1, you just to break even, you just need
Yeah, it's a
3%.
it's a patience thing and understanding your data.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I'm not up 2 to 1, a lot of times I'm just sitting still, not doing anything.
And when do you put break even?
It really depends. Like I typically will go to break even when the market structure is allowing me to. Like putting
Yeah.
in a higher low or a new
Hmm.
fair value gap.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm using a new daily low. So like if I'm holding overnight and we get a strong bullish candle, I'll adjust my stop loss to the new daily low, something like that.
Okay. Or you'll do like just sometimes you said that if you're entering in the morning and it's coming close to like lunchtime and it's maybe near your,
Yeah,
then you're
either I'll close in
off,
full,
right?
I'll close in full or I'll
Yeah.
take some off and then adjust the stop loss. I would say
Okay.
my trade management is not like super mechanical. It really
Yeah.
depends.
Okay.
Like if we get a strong move away, then I'm more inclined to just take the full position off. But if it's kind of just slowly moving without invalidating my trade, then oftentimes I'll just leave it alone.
Hmm. Okay. And chat looks like the Fed's Musalim ended his remarks. Yeah. He also said, let's see, he said stock prices and house prices are elevated. It's not our job to opine on particular market valuations. Okay. Financial
Short
conditions.
signal.
Literally. No, yeah. Let's see.
So my biggest thing too is, some veteran traders have mentioned, like when you're trying to get on in line with a trend, you're not trying to be the first person to short it or go long. So
Yeah.
if this trend is going to continue lower, right? Because we've created lower highs and lower lows for the past couple weeks. If this thing is going to continue going lower, I need to see the 4 hour candle at least turn around. Like I don't want to go short right now because there's still 3 hours and 56 minutes to go. So I need to see
Makes
something
sense.
that's going to obviously confirm a trade idea going short. And yeah, right now, in my opinion, it's a little bit too high for me to go long, at least from like a swing trading perspective.
Yeah. From swing trading's perspective, yeah, because like I could just like turn around, take you out
Yeah,
real
because like
like the thing where you're putting
where's
in
the last swing
stop,
low? The last swing low that we saw on the
Yeah.
4 hour was all the way back here on Friday.
Yeah.
It's like way back there.
Hmm. Looks like tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow's bank holiday, and then Wednesday we have a ton of Fed speakers, no high impact news, and that's the day before CPI. CPI, but that says tentative, so we don't know. Last month it was also delayed by quite a bit. It's delayed by like a couple weeks or 10 days. Um, so we also didn't have NFP yet, right? On Friday.
No, no,
So
got
they didn't even
canceled.
announce when NFP is going to be. They don't have. Mm. So it's kind of annoying trading during the shutdown.
Yeah, it is.
We're used to knowing that the economic calendar is like this is going to happen
Yeah,
at this
yeah.
time. Now we don't have really a
A lot of
guideline.
my trading is based off of that. Like I
Yeah.
know when to sit still, waiting for specific news releases. And
Mhm.
I kind of expect weekly price action to pan out in a specific direction or a certain way around those news events. But if we don't have any news events, basically we're just relying on price action.
Pretty much.
To me, I'm just trying to find additional confluences to enter a trade.
Hmm.
And usually when I don't have enough, I can't really make a strong decision around it.
At least the Fed speaker's done. Maybe now it's time to rip.
And maybe
All right, all right. Let's see.
it rips without me,
U.S. House Speaker Johnson says nightmare is finally coming to an end. Are they actually going to?
though. That guy can't sleep at night.
Hmm?
That guy can't sleep at night. Nightmare.
Let's find out. Okay, happening now. Johnson speaks after Senate moves toward ending government shutdown. He's speaking. So we have a House Speaker is now speaking.
Think short. It's a little too early right now. But yeah, I personally am not trying to go long because we're already up 2% on the day. I just hate buying into such strength like that. Like how many days have there been where
Over
you see index,
2%.
yeah, over 2%?
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often.
And if it does happen today, then I'm totally okay with that. Like 9 times out of 10, I'm not gonna go long
Hmm.
into strength like that. Surprised nobody's asked about gold today.
You scared him off.
Somebody's asking, Jade, I struggle with prop firm challenges, but my funds for a live account are too small to make enough. I think the biggest thing is you should not be focusing on the account balance and you should not be focusing on how much you're making. Just focus on taking good trades and focus on proper risk to reward.
Yeah, I agree.
I think first of all, you have to understand like how many losers have you had in a row historically? Because I base that on how much I'm trying to risk. So let's say if your prop account allows you $2,000. For me, I typically will try and give myself 20 trades before going through that drawdown amount. So if I can't do that, I know I'm taking elevated risk. 20 to 40 trades. So like when I was with Apex, I had like a 50K balance across all 20 accounts. That allowed me to take $2,000 to $3,000 per trade. So I know if I lose 5 in a row, 10 in a row, I'm not in like a corner where my back is up against the wall. But the more you risk, right, you have to realize that your risk of ruin goes up along with that. So a lot of people, and this is all personal because if you can afford to do it, some people are full porting the accounts to try and get to the fund stage as fast as possible. I can't recommend that for everybody because everybody's different. But if you have the ability to afford, the challenge fees, let's say for example, you just treat it as a business expense. But then when you get to the funded stage, treat it entirely different. Because let's say if it takes you 6 months to pass a prop firm account, that whole period you're not making any money. You don't even have the ability to make any money. Right? So it's a lot of wasted time. But again, I'm not going to make that recommendation for you guys. It's all very personal. Some of you guys can't even really afford to be paying for challenge accounts. Like you shouldn't be investing in challenge accounts because you don't have any money in your bank accounts and you're running up credit card debt. That's not the position you want to be in. I mean, how did you get your start in prop firms, Tanya? You have a job prior?
Um, yeah, it was like, well, I basically graduated during COVID, and
Mm,
I was with a biomedical engineering degree,
right.
and I was a biomedical engineer, but I just had like internships and stuff like that, and then basically they had like essential personnel only. I graduated in like 2020, so essential personnel only in like the hospitals. I wanted to do clinical research, and they had hiring freezes. So then I was just like looking into, I literally Googled how to make money. Like,
Oh, no way.
no, I'm serious. And then it was like trading popped up. And I think like Humble Trader on YouTube, which is like
Okay.
she's really big.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
one of my friends recommended, she was like, oh, my dad watches her. And I have like my dad's cousin is a day trader, like an options trader. I know that it was possible to do that. Um, he moved to Puerto Rico like 10 years ago. Um, and then I just focused, I started in like 2020 and was following the stocks. I was like watching stocks in 2019 too, but you know, everything was just straight up and I was just trading stocks and options. Um, and my first couple of years as a trader, I was actually profitable because it was like I was just longing essentially. It was
Yeah.
pretty
Right.
easy, with 0% interest rates for so long, and all those stock splits that were catalysts. And then during the 2022 like bear market is where I had to reevaluate my strategy essentially, and I slowed things down instead of focusing on doing. I was doing options at the time on specific stocks. I was like, okay, I'm just going to focus on options on the SPY and the QQQ. And then I would get frustrated because I'd be right on the move, but then theta moved against me or things like that, implied volatility. And my one of my friends was like, why don't you just trade futures? Like there's no Greeks, it's just every tick value is the same. And honestly, I didn't really know for futures. I only seen like on Wall Street Bets Reddit, like people writing like, "Do I really have to take this delivery of crude oil now? Like,
Mhm.
please help! I let this expire." Things like that. It looks kind of scary. Um, but then I educated myself and switched to futures and in 2022. And at that time, there were prop firms. So I did just do micros on my personal account at first, but prop firms were becoming more mainstream at the time. So it was pretty much since then.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I think 5 years is really like the thing with most people they don't understand is like market cycles can last more than 2 years. So like during COVID, that
Hmm.
was a market cycle that was only going up, right?
Right.
Everybody knew interest rates were going lower. It was all risk on. Everybody could just go long. And
Hmm.
then in a bull market, right, everyone's a genius. So it seems
Hmm.
like they understand trading until the market cycle changes, which sometimes
Exactly.
a market cycle is like 2 to 4 years, right? I'm
Oh,
just
yeah.
saying, talk is cheap. Show us how you trade. Here's my trade. I don't have a trade today, guys. And this is where I separate myself from a lot of people is I'm not trading every day. Just because you show up to the markets does not mean you have a trade. Me showing you that I'm disciplined and sticking to what I say I'm going to do is worth so much more than me trying to go into the markets and showing you trying to force executions. Okay. I size up on trades that make a lot of sense to me. And just on the higher time frame, I haven't found anything that really makes a whole lot of sense. Like look at, for example,
People
dollar
are like,
index.
it's flying over their head.
Yeah, it's going over their head. Look at, for example, dollar index. Are you trying to trade in all of this mess? I guarantee you people that are trading CFD prop firms right this year and only trading euro and the pound are having a really hard time. Whereas compared to like these previous years, like let's go back to when the Ukraine war started,
Hmm.
right? So we go back to when the Ukraine war started, and I'm gonna just show you guys back here, right? This is when the Ukraine war started, right? Back here. Was it 2024? No, it was all the way back here. This is when I was just basically just leaning short the entire time. All right, 2021. This is the market condition I'm looking for. I'm not looking to trade markets that are just sideways. When I find really big macro moves and have an understanding of where the market's trading to, that's when I'm going into the market. Right now, when equities are pushing all-time highs consistently over and over and over again. And, you know, when I feel like retail is just max leverage long because the market keeps going higher and higher, is usually when I take my foot off the gas and wait for certain things to happen because maybe we're going to get a correction going into the end of the year, right? And just because I'm in front of the charts does not mean I find a trade. So if this market turns around and breaks, you know, breaks some market structure, I'll probably lean short, but I don't have a short position on yet because we don't have a market structure shift lower, even on the lower time frame.
Yeah.
I'm not just forcing a setup just because I have an opinion of the market. Yeah, flat is a position. And most of the traders that are struggling don't know how to do that. They don't know how to be flat. They have to trade every single day, every single session. They have to stay up overnight because everybody tells you you need more screen time, you need more experience. But what you don't realize is like there's a lot of experience to be had in knowing when to sit out of markets and not trade an edge because maybe there's not maybe the edge isn't present.
It's totally true.
And just because you don't see me taking executions live does not mean I'm not taking executions. I I'm not going to stream for 40 hours a week so you guys can find out when I enter a trade. Right? Because we're only on here till 11 a.m. Are you going to be with me if, let's say, we get a sell-off in the lunch session and I'm anticipating lower prices? I'm not going to, publicize to the entire world that I'm going to take a short. I'm just going to take a short because it's my money, right? I'm trying to risk my own money. I'm making my own money. I'm here to validate my trading prowess for the online community. Like, what does that do for me? It doesn't do anything. It just boosts my ego. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
But does ego put money into your account? No.
No, it doesn't.
And even if I showed you I could execute live, does that make any difference for your trading? Like, I traded pretty well during the Ninja Trader Cup, but does that add any value to your own trading? I don't know. I keep bringing up this analogy, but you know, I guess watching and doing are two different things. Like we could all go out and watch Jared Tendler stripe the golf ball and shoot a 70 on the course, but how many people can actually do that?
Yeah.
Only Jared's doing that because he's put in the reps. I could watch him do it and be like, yeah, this guy's legit. What are you actually learning from that though? Like if I go on the golf course, I'm still going to shoot 105 because I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, Jared's a beast, honestly. It was wild. He birdied the first like he birdied 5 of the first 9 holes when we were golfing. Insane.
Somebody's saying if it drops suddenly, you miss the move. No, that's the thing is I'm trying to catch the meat of a move. So when it rolls over,
You
like
guys
this
keep
is a
looking
candle
for-
I traded on, when was this? Thursday? This is what I'm looking for. We have a very large 4-hour bearish engulfing candle that broke through this fair value gap. I went short on the next 4 hours.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
here, right, the market's already up almost 2%, but this 4-hour candle is not bearish yet. So I'm not going to be the first person to try and short the market. If it turns around and collapses lower and then we get a 4-hour bearish candle, then maybe I'll anticipate lower prices. But again, it's too strong for me to go long, and there's not enough weakness yet for me to go short.
When you say like too strong for you to go long, you mean it's like expanded too much already?
Yeah, it's expanded too much. So like when I if I just flip to the daily candle, right?
Mm-hmm.
On these bearish days, how much has price moved? Like at some point
Like it's
that market, yeah, at
580K.
some point that market is going to stop going. But yes, you can chase a market and expect a really large expansion day, which doesn't happen often. Like
No.
out of all these days, these large expansion days are maybe like 1 to 2 out of 30 days or 60 days. You can't, to me, that's not sustainable if you're always trying to aim for those massive days like that. So like when I look at today's daily candle, I think it's probably already hit the ATR, and how much more room does it have to the upside?
Yeah, I like to look at the ATR of like the last 5 days, and Actually pumped up a bit to 518. How much did we move right now? Over altogether? 388. Okay.
So what would get me short on this market? I would say we probably need to lose the last hourly low and get a closure below it. But yeah, I don't pick tops, and I'm never like the first person to enter a trade.
Yeah, I asked ChatGPT because you asked the question about like how many days this year has like Nasdaq moved 2%. It did the analysis on like on NDX,
Hmm.
and they did if it was the close was based versus plus 2% versus the prior day, you'll get 10 days
Hmm.
so far from since like January 1st. So that's
Yeah,
not
it's not a lot, right?
no,
I'm
no,
not willing to take that bet. You
yeah.
guys can take that bet all day long.
I mean, so far, yeah, we've moved how much so far today? 134
Yeah.
points. And a lot of that has been 70 points of like consolidation. So the past since like 9:45, we've kind of been consolidating. I marked out like a 15-minute fair value gap to see if we'll get back into there, but I don't know, we'll see. Hmm.
Yeah, these people want to just copy your trades. I think that's honestly anybody that is expecting people to execute live.
Is like that, yeah. And that's on then that's the thing, they're not gonna
You're
last
never
very
gonna
long.
learn.
They're not
You
gonna
don't really
learn and they'll
learn
just over
properly.
leverage and not take the
Yeah.
same risk and then blame you.
Well, then, yeah, exactly. And then not only that, like let's say if it's a win or a loss, right? Now you're well, let's say if it's a loss, now you're using the other person as a scapegoat. Like this person doesn't know how to trade. Instead of
Mhm.
you taking responsibility for clicking the button. And I think the biggest problem with a lot of traders is they just go on autopilot. Like they sit down in front of the screen, so they have to click buttons. And it really is like it's a test of discipline to sit at the charts and not take a trade and say you're not going to take a trade. Because like, how many of you guys say, "All right, I'm not going to trade until after FOMC minutes," or or sorry, after FOMC rate announcement on the week, and then you find yourself in trades on Monday and Tuesday, and you've already lost your weekly loss limit. That's not following your plan. That's just gambling. Right? Because it takes a ton of discipline to say what you're going to do or to do what you're going to say. If I say I'm not going to take a trade and I find myself in a trade,
Order filled.
I'm not making any progress.
Yep.
Probably took me way too long to realize, and that's probably why it took me over 10 years to become profitable because I would say I'm going to respect my risk management on this next trade and then find myself in a 3 to 5% risk trade because I didn't do what I was going to say. And that's not it's the hardest part of trading, in my opinion. It's just
Yeah.
people they say that they're going to do things and they just don't do it. They
Because
say
the
that they're
thought
going to
that you get to the
journal, they
chart
don't
but
do that.
forget. You can get
Yeah,
to the
they get
chart,
exactly. They
starts
go on
enticing you.
autopilot
Yeah,
because
so yeah.
they see the market moving up and down and they see dollar signs. That's all
Yeah.
they see, right?
So, was there anything that you did, or is there anything that you do to like
Yeah, I
remember?
meditate. I meditate daily. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
even if it's just sitting in silence for a couple minutes before the session. 10, 15 minutes and just run through what you're going to do on the day.
Mm-hmm.
Just mental preparation, I think, is very important. And that's why it goes back to like having proper sleep.
Yeah, I agree with
Because
that.
when I have brain fog, that's usually when I go on autopilot, unfortunately. Because a lot of times the market will show you things, right? It tries to lure traders in to specific trades. But, is it the right decision to take those trades? Sometimes it's not.
Yeah, totally. Like, like personally, I can see here, oh, it's a 2 minute fair value gap. You could long, but put a stop here. That's me totally chasing because this isn't really a valid stop. It's a 15-minute fair value gap and that I could totally retrace to.
Yeah.
Um, see, today's the 41st day of the shutdown, but last night, senators returned to Capitol Hill to advance a funding agreement that could reopen the government through at least January. Enough Democratic senators agreed to vote for the deal to clear a 60 vote threshold. It's rumored to include a guarantee of a vote on a bill related to Affordable Care Act credits by the end of the second week of December.
Somebody's saying today is choppy, short the high, buy the low, and aim small. And that's not how I trade though, right? I aim for big targets. When I don't have a big target though, I don't trade. Friday probably would have been the ideal entry to hold over the weekend. So like when we got this 4 hour inverted fair value gap here, this would have been a good entry if you're expecting it to continue higher.
What would be a good entry?
Well, I mean, the
The
stop would
end
be
walk?
really wide,
Yeah.
right? Like if we just went long on the close,
Hmm.
aiming for just
Yeah,
this
that's
buy
the
side
thing. Like you're
liquidity, it's
like
just a
putting a
2R,
lot.
you know, like
Yeah.
you're taking on a massive stop, so your position size is small because the
Yeah.
volatility's increased.
And that's honestly just looking at like just the structure. I think like on Friday I didn't see what we ended the afternoon, but I was definitely a little surprised for the pump because of
Yeah.
like yeah, we hit my weekly level, but also it's how many people do actually want to go and put on that risk over the weekend?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Or buy the
That's
low down here. Like
yeah.
standing in front of the market and buying a low, it's hard.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, front running things like that has never worked out for me. So that's why I also agree. I like wait for some inversion on like an hourly or 4 hour or like a sweep and a reversal or SMT. Like, I'm not getting any of those yet. We're just steadily climbing up. Um, so there's not much here. Let's see. Yeah, you guys, we might have the government reverse the shutdown finally, the beginning of the end. We'll see. Hmm. Finally, they gotta pay a lot of people. Also, I was like, honestly, to go to Naples, I was definitely worried, like going just like flight
Oh
anxiety on
yeah.
the flight.
I'm supposed to be
Just,
traveling for the holidays, but I don't know. Maybe I'll just drive.
hmm. Well, maybe like if they do reopen, then that's what I'm worried about. Like they've did a ground stop at JFK in Chicago
Yeah.
O'Hare over the weekend because I don't think they had enough air traffic controllers. That's what stresses me out. Hmm.
Yeah, somebody said one of the requirements to be a consistently profitable trader is, well, they said 10 to 15 years of exposure. I don't know. You can do it with less, right? I said 5 years because at least you probably experience different market cycles in that course
Yeah.
of 5 years. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I can't transfer how I manage my emotions. I can't transfer any of it really. I can transfer how I trade, but at the same time, everybody's going to trade differently. So the thing is, like, even if I gave chat a trade signal right now, how many people do we have live? 2,000 people. How many of those people, let's say if I take a trade right now and it goes to target, do you think 100% of people that copy that trade are going to come out with profits?
No.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Because in the moment, when you're trying to make decisions with around trading, like maybe I'm going to exit at a different point. Maybe you're going to hold
Yeah.
on to it too long. Maybe you're
Hmm.
going to cut the trade because it's going against you, right? That's all a personal thing. It's all personal experience.
Yeah, I think just building that experience and building confidence in yourself is a big part of it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I only honestly got that when I like stopped going online and watching these streams. Like, it's great having you guys on here, but just trust me, for 2 to 3 years, I turned off everything about trading online. And just it was just me and a chart and my journal. I didn't look online for people's opinions, like biases or anything. because usually when I followed somebody's bias, I lost money and I wasn't learning anything. I turned everything on. You have to kind of shut off all the noise for a long time to really understand how you operate in the markets. Because I think everything else is just there's so much noise out there.
Yeah, I mean, you could even make money and then go online and see someone else made more or held longer and
Yeah, and then
then
you go back in the
have a
markets
win,
in
which
the
is not
afternoon
good
session and it
psychology.
just chops you up.
Yeah.
I can't tell you guys how many times I was up like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. A lot. This is when I was like trading with personal account heavy.
Yeah.
I would be up like 30 or 40% in a week from like probably obviously over leveraging and oversizing. But I guess that's a different point. The point was like I didn't know when to stop. Like if I had
Yeah.
just gone through all my data and said, all right, I'm gonna stop by like Thursday or Friday if I have a big week. That to me took so many years to just try and understand. Like if I'm up on the week, I'm never gonna go into Friday and risk too much. If I do, let's say if I have a really big Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, maybe I'll trade very, very small, or maybe just not at all.
Makes sense.
But I think pulling the plug on yourself is extremely difficult.
Yeah. I know. I have like softwares to close my trading.
Like for me, I guess my goal is to try and make what I want on the week as early as possible because then it frees up my week to do whatever I want. Like if I have a really great trade, like if I make 6 or 7 R on a Monday, I don't even want to trade the rest of the week. I'm just done.
Hmm. Let's say we're just consolidating.
Yeah, we're kind of struggling right now.
Maybe we might come back down into this 15-minute FEG. I don't know. Could be just a consolidation morning.
What did journaling do for me? Um, so the biggest thing with journaling, in my opinion, is really just tagging your emotions because each one of the emotions that I had, let's say if it was a negative or positive emotion,
Order
oftentimes it
filled.
led to me making a certain action.
Order filled. Order filled. Order
So
filled.
when I got overly excited, I noticed I would over leverage on the next position because
Order
I got
filled. Order
overconfident.
filled. Order filled.
Or
Order
if I
filled.
got
Order filled.
angry, I would revenge trade. Or if I got too confident, I would move my stop losses.
Mm-hmm.
So having data behind what you're doing helps, but it's not going to help if your emotions are like self sabotaging what you're trying to do. So a
Yeah.
lot of my journaling was more about my emotions and like how I reacted to specific scenarios, more so than the trading data itself.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's what I do too, is mapping out emotions. Because I notice even now, that's what I said, I like focus on refocusing. Like I might get overconfident in a trade and then move to take profit to further up,
Yeah,
to
yeah,
keep going.
exactly.
And then or start thinking about, oh, like, oh yeah, I want this already looking like a banger. We expanded so fast
Yeah,
away
you start thinking
toward,
about what you're going to buy with the profits, and that's
yeah.
usually when the market turns
Well, I think
around and
about
stops
bringing
you
out the
out.
money gun on my stream. I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna bring out the money gun if it hits this. And then I need to refocus because oftentimes that's where I'll take a partial and like, move my
Yeah,
stop. Then if I'm not, then oh my gosh, then it could reverse or,
that's
you know,
why I think for me at
go to
least it's
that target
important to
and I'm still
meditate and to
holding.
well, it's at least understand that you're trying to be present in the moment.
Yeah. It's like
Like
refocus.
Friday, I think it was Friday.
Yeah.
I had a position overnight on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
My stop loss was here,
Where? Let me see. Okay.
right? So I went short. My Well, so I actually went short on this retracement into this fair value gap in the afternoon.
Okay.
So I went short the following hour. I went short here, put my stop
Okay.
loss here.
Okay.
All right, my target was down here at the low. What did I end up doing though? It started moving in my direction, and I
Mhm.
adjusted my stop loss to here. It took me out by I don't know how many ticks this is.
Yeah.
20
Time.
ticks. You know, it took me out by like a point, and then it just completely died. But I have to live with that decision. In the moment, I think I would have made that decision 9 times out of 10. But I can't look at the outcome and be like, you know what, next time I'm gonna keep my stop loss where my initial was. You just have to live and die by the decisions that you make. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. But I
You
think
have to
nine
be
times out of 10,
consistent
I'm
too,
comfortable
I would
making that
say.
decision.
Yeah, I agree. Like I think also just being consistent with that decision is
Yeah.
important because then you know whether or not that's working out for you long term. If you keep kind of switching up on it, then you're just confused. And like you said, yeah, it doesn't mean like next time you're gonna keep that stop. Like you've
Yeah.
stopped
See,
that process.
most people think hindsight, right? Hindsight is so 2020. I can tell people are amateurs right away because when they start talking about a stock or something like I should have just exited at this price or whatever, or I should have held it longer. I should
Should
have
have
done
held at
this.
the
I should have
high,
done
should
this.
have exited at the
Yeah,
low.
of course, everybody in hindsight says they should have done something different, but you can't control that now. Like again, go watch that interview with John Rambo Moulton. This guy is so present. It's just like you take a loss, just whatever, just book it. Just a trade. You make a decision based
100%.
on what you think is going to happen, and you just move on to the next one. So did I make the right decision here? Prior to this market running lower, did I make the right decision by moving my stop loss down? In my opinion, I think I did because we had a swing high here. I was not anticipating it to come stop me out. But where it protects me is that let's say if I didn't move my stop loss and then on a Friday, right, which sometimes happens, this market doesn't do this, right? It just retraces back into the range. Well,
But
I'm protecting
move
my
your
account equity. I'd rather
closer.
take a small loss than a big one.
Yeah, move your
I'm
chart a
not
little
going to
bit
look
more
at in
towards that.
hindsight and be like, oh, I should have left the stop loss where it was.
Yeah.
So the next time that happens, what happens? You don't adjust your risk and then maybe you take a full stop out.
Yeah. Then you're and that like that's the thing. Like you can't just keep adjusting your strategy based on the last trade.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I think people it's just not every trade is the same as the last one.
Yeah, and I think that's probably also a big problem with a lot of traders is that, when I was first testing systems, and this was before there was a lot of better knowledge on YouTube that was more accessible,
Mhm.
I was going through all these systems and never sticking with one long enough to understand if it worked or not. Like it just wouldn't work for a couple of days or a couple of weeks, and I would just abandon it and go try and find something different.
Yeah, I think we talked about that in our podcast on my channel. Like you talked about you can basically be profitable with anything.
Yeah, I mean, because I think most people are just not comfortable losing,
Yeah.
which, they say that females are better traders than male because I think as men, we have a hard time just accepting a loss. Like it deflates our ego so much.
Yeah, I feel that. Ego. Ego's like a big thing.
Speaking as a
I don't have
female.
much of an ego, I don't think. I hope not. People can let me know in the chat. Sometimes I'll let it show.
I
Maybe
mean, the thing with me
the
was it was just
competition, yeah,
experience. Like when my
one
ego got
time. Yeah.
inflated, I took massive losses,
Yeah.
which is maybe
No,
why I'm
but I think
humble now. Because like the
yeah.
market's gonna humble you at some point. Like you think you're
Yeah.
on a major hot streak right now, and people in crypto probably felt that just recently. Some of these
Mhm.
people ran up like 20, 25 mil, 30 mil, and then
Wow.
they just got wiped out in like
In
a
a
couple
day.
hours. Yeah, a couple
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah, in a couple hours.
Imagine that. I mean, either you're gonna learn from that, or you're gonna be so deflated over that loss and just quit markets
Totally.
entirely.
Yeah, I think ego's big. I think it could get inflated. Like, oh, if I get like a banger trade, let's say, I think what I was a more an inexperienced trader, I would then like take a larger size on my next trade, risk whatever I made, or even when it's not the same quality setup. Or like let's take
Yeah.
a bigger size and I've made a ton of money on that trade
So
because
you take a low quality setup and put the
yeah,
same size behind it, just thinking
yeah,
that like I'm on a roll, like this one's definitely gonna work out. And that's usually when you get steamrolled.
yeah,
Like
exactly.
that's usually when you enter the trade and go straight to your stop loss without even like going in the favor a little bit.
Yeah,
But that's
exactly.
what I was mentioning with the confidence level of a lot of those traders that had their biggest trades. Like they were 70% confident about the trade.
Right. Like I never want it
These
to
two
be like,
yapping helps me stay calm when the charts are effed up.
oh,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
that's
Like, I definitely feel if this thing slows down, I could see it rolling over. But I'm not, again, I'm not going to be the first person to try and short it.
Tanya, your self-talk is amazing after a loss. Yeah, you guys can like take a look at my one of my streams. Like, I title it if I didn't have a good trading day. And then if you go to like the end of a stream, that's basically me like cool down period. I'll have my cool down on stream and like self-talk, a little bit of a journal, just reviewing. And then I just say like, yeah, well, I tried it out. That's what I thought at the time, and I took the risk, and that's all I could do. Or like, oh, well, I was just wrong on my analysis. Like that's gonna happen. I can't be right every
Yeah.
time. I think a lot of people going into Thursday were bullish, right? And then in the morning, a
I was
lot of
bullish. I took a
I
stop and then I quickly changed after we got a closure on the 4-hour candle.
yeah, exactly.
But that's
Um,
because I had a feeling, I kind of read price action properly because we have this engulfing candle here and the market's creating lower highs. But
mhm,
I don't have that feeling every day.
right. It's like intuition. Half of it's intuition. Well, half of it is just following your confidence from your experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's literally like so far we've not done much, you guys. We popped up for the first 15 minutes of the day and then consolidated. Um, we haven't even gone into this 15-minute bullish FEG from NASDAQ. So I mean, literally, I haven't really missed much unless you're
Wow.
long pre-market or just long after the first minute of the day.
Yeah,
And
and
I
what
really wait
I'm
for
looking
like
for
setups.
from a bearish perspective, it just isn't there. This
Yeah.
Thursday was, if you were bearish, this is what you're ideally looking for. You're looking for it to trade into a specific level, right? This hourly candle gives you a bearish candle, so the next hour you can anticipate that it's likely going to continue lower. But at least you have the last hourly high. Because right now, if I went short, I don't have an hourly high that I can trust to put my stop loss. And I'm not using a 5-minute or 15-minute high as my stop loss. Now, if this hourly candle closes the next 18 minutes bearish, yes, you can try and go short, but it doesn't have the market structure. Like we haven't broken a swing low. We don't have a bearish fair value gap. We're basically trying to front run market
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, and that's never a good thing for me. I'll typically actually even wait for like I'm never really going long straight after the open, really. What about you?
No,
Yeah. Hmm.
because I think even if you were chasing this long right now,
You're not
this
up
market's
much.
just chopping. It's just chopping around on you,
Yeah.
right?
Like
So like either you position yourself ahead of the open, which I typically don't do,
yeah.
or you try and chase it higher, which in this case it's just kind of going sideways on you and not doing anything. And now you're just hoping and praying that it's going to go higher when there's not really any action. It's just sideways on you.
Hmm. What did you say you'd want to see? Like the 4-hour reject,
Yeah, I want to see a 4-hour
close
rejection.
previous, maybe
Y-
close
A
with.
4-hour rejection, maybe taking out the previous hourly low.
Mm.
Because
'Cause then you'd
again,
have like
I'm
a
not a low
bunch of
time frame
breakers there
trader, so
too.
yeah, I'm not a low time frame trader. So if we get below this hourly low, you'd have a breaker in here.
That makes sense. Plus, like it could come back into the gap up. It could come
Mhm.
back down into the London low or that hourly, the 4-hour open where there's no wick.
And I guess the reason why I trade those higher time frames is because I'm not trying to just glue myself to the screen
Yeah.
forever. Like usually when I'm taking trades, I'll place my position and then just go do something else. Like I'll go for a walk and not even look at the screens because I don't have to check for another hour.
Right. That
And
makes
let's
sense.
say if I held this trade the whole time, if I went short here and left my stop loss
And
alone,
move your screen over because it's like
yeah.
a little bit too far back. Okay, there you go.
So if I went short, well, I did go short, right? But let's say if I didn't touch my trade at all, my stop loss was here, my target was here. You have to anticipate how many hours you're going to be in this trade before it goes to your take profit.
Yeah.
Right?
Like
You
if
have
you're entering on
1, 2, 3,
hourly.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Mhm.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 hours before it even goes your direction. Just because I'm not a low time frame trader. But do you guys really think in that 16 hours that I'm in front of my desk for 16 hours?
Yeah, I think anticipating that is really helpful.
Not.
Like I'll enter on like the 1 minute and then like it'll be 10-minute long trade, but sometimes I'll enter on the 5 and then I'm like,
Mhm.
well, okay, then this trade's probably gonna take 40 minutes, an hour.
Yeah, 40 minutes, an hour. Yeah,
And I
exactly.
could be in just break even for the first 5 to 10 minutes, which sucks. But there, like, you're entering on the hour, you could be break even for like a couple hours there before
Yeah, I
moving.
might be breaking for a couple days. Like I took a
Yeah.
trade on the euro the other week, and I was in the trade for 16 hours, and it was at break even.
That's
Like
so.
it really does test your patience when you're a swing trader. But I also find that I trade way less, and I make way
Order filled.
like I don't make as many mistakes because I'm not making as many decisions in the market. Whenever I traded low time frame, I was like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And at the end of the day, I'd be down like 5R just taking stupid trades because I saw things on the low time frame that just didn't make sense. I mean, they made sense on the
Right.
low time frame, but on the high
Right.
time frame, it's like, why am I even taking that trade?
Yeah, like kind of like what
Like the
I
daily
pointed
is just an
here.
inside candle.
Like what I pointed out here, maybe like taking if someone were to chase and take a 2 minute FEG, like very much in a premium and put a stop here, they're probably going to get stopped out down here. Like we're not moving much at all. It could
Yeah.
come down, and this is a 15-minute FEG, and it could totally come out and still be bullish. That's where it's. I like to like kind of put my stops where if I'm get stopped out, then the analysis is wrong.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
like, oh, it could still be bullish, and I kind of took the wrong execution, or yeah. Because then you're constantly coming back to the drawing board then, and it's
Yeah.
exhausting.
I honestly can't tell you how many years I struggled with that, like just being able to take a stop loss. Like when it gets so close, you get
Hmm.
so nervous about it. You're like,
Hmm.
no, this thing still feels good. I'm gonna adjust the stop loss wider and wider and wider, and it just keeps going against you when you should have
Right.
just gotten out of the trade.
Yeah, like this. I think what helped me there was Mark Minervi. He always says like small losses are a pleasure. He like won the U.S. investing championship twice,
Yeah,
and
you want small losses, break evens,
if you think about that, like
small
you have to
wins, and then
reframe your
big
mind.
wins.
You have to reframe your mind like that small losses are a pleasure, literally. And like for me also, if I get stopped down the first 2 minutes of the trade, that's a pleasure for me. Rip off the bandage. Okay, I'm not like it's not like
Yeah,
torturing me and break even or consolidation or going a little bit
yeah,
plus zero point 0.5 R, negative zero point 0.5 R. That's the worst.
yeah.
Um,
This guy Alex is saying he tried swing trading, he can't go to sleep.
yeah,
You want to know why? It's because you can't accept that there is a random outcome of your trade. So you're trying to control your trade, which
right.
when I
They're
put
probably
risk on,
too big too.
I have no idea where it's going to go. I don't think anybody in the world knows where the market's going to go next.
Hmm.
You can have a pretty strong feeling, but try and keep that confidence to like 60 to 70%.
Yeah.
And
That's
yeah,
what
if
I
you're
try to
constantly
do.
worried
If I let
about it,
myself get overconfident, I have like methods of disruption. Like you have to figure out your own methods.
yeah,
Like, yeah,
if you're feeling anxious about your trade, you just haven't accepted the fact that you could lose on the trade.
right. So I would say also they might be size too big. They can't sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, yeah, if I'm getting overconfident, there's things that I like have to do. I like kind of just like whether it's depending on the level of it, whether it's like taking a deep breath
Hmm.
or literally writing. I read a statement like if I'm getting too overconfident, read a statement that says price can still go against you. The trade's not over. Um, and if I'm underconfident, that's I don't really have many issues with that, but some people might where they're missing the trade, even though it checks off all their boxes, they're still feeling anxious and trigger shy.
Hmm.
Um, they could like read out a statement where it says like I need to take the trade to see out the probabilities. It's a business expense. Um, yeah, so you have to figure out based on yourself what methods work for you, and that's like a trial and error process. And like or having like a fidget toy or desk help is helpful too, or just scribbling. Like, it's hard. We're human. We're not bots. If I figured out a way to
Yeah.
code my own bot, I wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah. I think my trading is so discretionary that I can't automate it.
Yeah. Me too. Like sometimes, yeah, I'm looking at both of them too, and sometimes I won't take a trade in Nasdaq because or ES because Nasdaq is way too weak, and there is a divergence, and that happens all the time. I don't know. Yeah, mine's pretty discretionary too. ES looks like we inverted a 15-minute. We're back in that 15-minute for ES. We'll see what ends up
Yeah,
happening.
we're towards the Thursday high already.
Yeah, ES has dropped it down a bit more than Nasdaq. Nasdaq's heading towards this 15-minute FEG. See what happens, but honestly, we've slowed down. It's 10:50. Could just end up retracing
I'm
to
personally thinking that, I mean,
hourly.
we at least have this candle that doesn't have a wick down here
Yeah.
inside of the Asia range, which I think we're probably going to trade to. And this is why I don't chase markets higher when we open up overnight and we're up 1.5%, because the odds of it continuing higher is like we just talked about. What are
Yeah.
the odds that the market's going to go 3% today? To me, that it doesn't make sense. Like when it's already up that much overnight, I'm more inclined to go the opposite direction.
Right.
But again, I'm not the first person to try and go the opposite direction.
Yeah, ES just took out its 9:30 low.
So again, what I'm looking for, at least to try and get short, is a shift in market structure. Like if we take out this swing low and then it comes back and retest that level, then I'll swing a short position. But I'm not scalping for a couple points. I'm looking for larger moves that maybe last multiple days.
Is there like a certain
Oh,
time frame you typically enter on?
yeah, either the hourly or the 15-minute.
Okay.
Well, it really depends though. I mean, usually if I find a setup, I'll take a setup on any time frame and just anticipate that that time horizon is going to be different.
Right.
But sometimes I'll take a daily setup, but anticipate that I might be in that trade for a week or 2 weeks. If I take an hourly setup, I anticipate that I'm going to be in the trade maybe for a day or 2 days. If I take a 15-minute setup, maybe I'm just going to be in it till lunchtime
Are you ever taking something
or the
lower
end
than
of the day.
15?
Like I would say if I get short right now, or maybe at the top of the hour, that maybe I'll hold it just till the PM session. If the next 2 hours trade lower to this candle that doesn't have a wick,
Mm-hmm.
or I'll try and swing it.
Are you ever entering them lower than 15-minute or no?
No, not really.
Sometimes I'm entering
For
on the
me, it like
30.
piques my anxiety because I hate getting the worst thing that I possibly can feel in the markets is like when I put on a lot of risk. And right
Right.
now, like my personal account is at a size where if I get stopped out in 5 minutes, like that does not feel good at all. Right? Like, man, I just lost a couple $1,000s in like 5 minutes. You know, that doesn't feel good. Whereas if I use like an hour, if I'm trading on the hourly, like so for some reason mentally losing a couple $1,000s over the course of 3 hours feels way better. It doesn't just feel like I'm burning money.
Okay. Makes sense. ES hit that
Let me
9:30
asking
low.
again how I traded with overnight. Just close it and reopen it. Just close it at 4 p.m. and reopen at 6.
Did you like go right at 6 and just do, you know,
Yeah.
buy
Yeah.
whatever that was?
Or if I am anticipating more of a pullback, then I'll just close it and then reopen it the following session.
Makes sense.
So even when I'm swing trading, like I have multi-day views of where the market's trying to go. So like let's say if this thing tops out Monday, maybe I'm going to try and stay short through the remainder of the week. But trading around that idea. You know, usually when I look at candles like this, I'm like, you know, how many people like chased this market higher. Now all of a sudden, this hourly candle looks extremely bearish.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Like, there might be a bunch of people off sides,
Yeah.
which is a good thing, you know. And chat was 66% bullish this morning.
I told you we should have faded them.
Yeah, it's too complicated where to put that stop, though.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
That's why I can't
Like,
chart. Just go on the top. Yeah.
yeah. Again, I'm not trying to be the first person to short it. So, like, if you're trying to short it above the hourly high, where does your stop go? If you're trading this fair value gap, yeah, maybe you can put your stop all the way up here. But that's a lot of risk. Whereas now, if we get an hourly closure, and if I can enter short on the next hour, at least I can put my stop loss above the hourly high.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're gonna hop off here soon. Probably got like another 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Yeah, let's see chat. Chat, did you take a trade today, chat?
They all went long, 66% of them.
It's because they're bullish. They had that long though.
I feel bad for you guys that tried to long, unless this thing turns around, which I don't know.
But
I have a hard time thinking it's going to turn around after this reaction.
I agree. Like, they already had, I feel like the momentum dried up, so I don't really see it
It's
going
squeezed.
back up. And plus, it's a Monday with no news, and yeah.
And I think some people ask me about like, what's the importance of these candles that don't have wicks? Well, mark them on your chart and just watch them, and do that for a couple years, and then report back. Okay.
What did you say?
The candles that don't have wicks. You know,
Yeah.
some people ask me
Oh.
like, what's the importance of doing? What's the importance
Oh.
of this?
Go back test
Again,
it.
yeah,
want-
go back
they
test it, go
want
forward
easy
test it.
answers.
Exactly.
It's giving you gold, and you too
The
lazy.
answers that you
that.
seek are inside of the charts.
The answers you seek on Padawan. Hmm.
All right.
Let's see.
But hourly close coming up. That does
You're
not
welcome, Estes
vary.
Venture. Know what candles on the 4-hour and the hourly. What's up,
How are we doing?
Good morning.
Hey,
Good
what's
morning.
going on?
Joey and Nick?
How you guys doing?
today?
We're good.
Jinx.
Good, good. Yeah, just ready for a new week, man. Ready for a new week. How are you guys managing the PA today?
I really haven't taken any trades, but I might think about getting short here at the top of the hour.
Nice. Nice little rollover on the NQ here.
Yep.
Did you guys take anything yet?
So far, I've been flat today.
Sam.
Yeah.
Yep. Same.
I time scratched myself out of a 630 short, so that was fun.
Oh man.
Classic.
Nice.
I mean, we were just consolidating like NQ and kind of drifting higher, so it looked like I was going to get run over eventually. So it is
Yeah,
what it is.
that's usually how. I mean, I think a lot of, well, basically, chat was 66% long, and usually when it trades higher overnight, I just get extremely skeptical.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And I hate trading Mondays as it is. They just are notoriously bullish. We see a lot of price action. I think like what we saw off the open, where we kind of just levitate a little bit higher slowly. So,
And this Monday is a little bit, I would say, more awkward because we have the holiday tomorrow.
Yeah.
right.
Like, are the big players even at their desk? Did they take a long weekend and maybe they're just coming back Wednesday?
Good point.
Yep. Yeah. Volatility could be a little weird with tomorrow being a bank holiday.
Are you guys gonna trade
I don't
tomorrow?
know. I feel like recently, in the recent years, the market has been pretty active even on the holidays, right? Like,
Yeah.
the market's trading around, which to me has definitely been something to adjust to because
Yeah.
I feel like before COVID, it really wasn't like that. But I think the trading volume since then has really ticked up a notch.
Yeah, I don't really know if I'll trade tomorrow. I might stick around for like a little bit during like the market open and just see what we get, what kind of volatility we get, if there's any at all, and then just maybe play it from there. But I really don't see myself taking too many trades tomorrow. What about you guys?
This is I mean this is a good candle closure for me because this is the bearish engulfing candle on the hourly in the next 20 seconds or so. So ideally we don't lose the previous hourly high. So 25,666. Mark of the beast.
Man, Nas,
Maybe we get back down and retest the weekly opening gap.
yeah, Nas really seeing a little bit of weakness here. I mean,
Mhm.
coming back below the 500s could be pretty big. Breaking down below IB low currently.
Yes is not far away from its week open either.
Yeah, I would say if you had to pick one to trade, YM is definitely the weakest. I mean, YM ran above Friday's high and then just completely died.
Yeah.
But I don't really trade YM.
What's gold doing? Is gold catching any moves right now?
And gold is up
Yeah.
a fair bit, 2% on the
Yeah.
day. But I would say the last week, that market was definitely sloppy, so I was not anticipating this run today. But I guess if gold is going to be the signal for risk off, then maybe index markets are going to take a hit.
Nasdaq currently testing this 500s. Break below 500s could possibly go down and see those 450s. Hmm. Currently still kind of hovering below IB low.
Yeah, the
Potentially
way that
for
we kind of pumped on the open, it just felt like a bull trap to
it,
me.
it did. It really felt
We had this small consolidation, right? Kind of ripped higher, and then just went sideways, and now we're kind of breaking below the consolidation. So it feels like everybody that tried to get long is now trapped, and
Yeah.
the path of least resistance is lower.
yeah, huge trap there. I'm really looking to see if for me, if we get a retest of initial balance low, I might look for a continuation play lower.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off here though, guys. I got some stuff to do for the rest of the week.
Yeah. Sounds good. Good
I'm
luck
I'm
with-
leaning bearish here. Definitely watch the 4-hour closure because we might get a 4-hour engulfing candle here as well, but we do already have a 1-hour engulfing candle. So I'm looking at this candle that here that doesn't have a wick. I could definitely see us trading 50% into the Asian range. And then if we decide to continue lower, probably going to take out the Asian range low, and maybe all the way back down to like 25,100. That's kind of what I'm watching.
Nice.
All right,
Sounds good.
guys. Happy Monday.
yeah,
Happy Monday.
Start to speed up. So good luck and good trading, you guys.
Yep.
Ciao.
Yep.
Trade safe.
Later.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
All right. What's up,
Nick.
chat? Good
Nick,
morning.
what's up, dude?
Good morning. Good morning. What's up, Joey?
How you doing, man?
I'm good, buddy. Give me a second. I gotta get my screen share going.
Chat, how you guys doing, man? How you guys trading today? What's up, Bielka?
There we go.
Green
Yeah.
on the day. Nice.
I'm very small green on the day. I
Alright.
mean, this could have been a monster trade, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I was watching the NQ consolidate up there in those 640s, and like Jade was talking about earlier, it just felt very trappy for us to have this bull run today. Obviously, with signs of the government shutdown ending soon if they come to a
Right.
deal, getting that pump there out of the open. Just it just felt kind of trappy, it felt like it was just a move based off, that news headline. And, obviously we are still shut down. And so the chance for a rollover was still there. Um, so it did feel a little trappy. I was considering the shorts up there in the 50s as we were trying to continue to make new highs and just constantly failed it. But it just felt like I don't know, I didn't want to front run it too early, but then we really saw the selling pressure kick up and it just ran.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, I got short like right around here, around like 9:15 central.
Hmm.
And once we kind of made that push back up to like 660s, I folded it almost at break even around here. And yeah, kind of just complete unwind of RTH.
Yeah.
Not something we usually see on a Monday. That's kind of interesting.
It is. Yeah, yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting that we're getting this PA on a Monday, especially, like we talked about earlier tomorrow, being bank holidays, and like you said, sometimes we do get some good volatility on holidays. Just kind of a weird day to have some movement like this. But I guess that's what you get with some news headlines.
Yeah. ES is like eight,
Order
9 points
filled.
away from the week open from last night. Let's see if we can take out that. I don't know if I want to long this until we do at least take out that.
Yeah. What do you think about the gap lower?
I mean, we keep creating gaps. I mean, we could probably get there. I don't think we're going to get there. I mean, if we do get there, I would take that relatively seriously at this
Yeah,
point,
that would be a
seeing as
wild
how
move.
we had the island top up there, we failed, and then whatever you want to call the government shutdown and the rebid that came out of Friday, kind of pushing us back up here. If we reject again, post, even if we do reopen, I'm gonna take that relatively seriously, I would say, into at least through Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. I'm still watching NQ hovering, staying below initial balance low here. I would like to see if we got a retest of IB low and how we reacted around there, because I'm not opposed to shorting that retest if we continue to see weakness.
ES took out its London low. Yeah, or NQ. NQ still has a little more to go. Like
Yeah.
that 450s area.
ES already took out London low, you said?
It looks like it.
Yeah. So then that could be, does the Nasdaq, if ES finds strength below London low there, does Nasdaq even go down to its London, So it's kind of a tricky scenario here. I just wonder if we're going to have, if today
Order
is
filled.
one of those days where if we are going to have that clean move to the downside, just get continuation to the downside here, or if we're going to just really have a range, considering news events happening in the world, considering tomorrow's a bank holiday, are we just going to have like a big range that we kind of play with here?
I mean, it's entirely possible.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the move I was looking for, and it still caught me off guard.
Yeah.
It's one of those where the short took too long to kind of manifest. It wasn't really driven by like a true headline or anything that caused the rollover. I just wasn't seeing anything from buyers up there in like the 600, 640s that was getting me too excited to join along with them.
Sure.
But that's not necessarily a short thesis.
Order filled. Stop filled.
Here we are. We're kind of meandering in the middle of the range from
Stop
RTH
filled.
now.
Stop filled.
NQ heading back into IB low. I don't know.
Stop filled.
I don't know how much I want to do yet.
Yeah, I'm just being a little patient right now because again, I feel like today could be full of traps. I don't want to, get caught in the wrong end of that. So definitely a day that I'm trying to be a little bit more patient and just let price play out. We did get that test of IB low, and we're still seeing a little bit of weakness on it. But we'll see if we come back within IB low and show some
Stop
strength,
filled.
maybe
Stop
go back
filled.
up and show strength above VWAP, then maybe we look at longs. But so far right now, I still have a short bias on this move.
Yeah.
Order
So
filled.
Joey, first time hanging out with us on NT Live.
Yeah,
How does it feel?
it's exciting, bro. It's exciting. I'm happy to be here, man. Happy to be here. Been looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's cool to have you. It's good that we're continuing to, I guess, expand the team, get some new faces, makes it a little
Yeah.
more fun and entertaining. Obviously having
Order filled.
Jade Cap on.
Order
for
filled.
rejected.
Stop filled.
I got to hang out with him a little bit.
Order filled.
Rejected.
Order filled. Order
Yeah,
filled.
that meetup looked
Awesome.
fun.
Yeah,
Stop
it was
filled.
really, really cool.
Order Stop filled.
Did an amazing job kind of getting that
Order
set up
filled.
and
Order
Stop
filled.
bringing us all together, because we've been kind of this small little tight knit virtual family since we started kind of doing this in March, and it was good to just hang out with everybody finally.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm excited to be here, man. Like, I mean, I've followed you for some time as well, and yeah, it's just good to hang out here and be part of the team.
good stuff. Oh,
Still kind of hovering this IB low here, man.
yeah. What is ES doing? Yes, bouncing kind of where it makes sense.
Yeah, that run of IB low or the run of London low there on ES.
Yeah, basically just ran it and then
Yeah,
kind of holding. I don't have the new V range stuff on NT yet, but we did kind of bounce, or ES kind of bounced off that V range low. Interesting.
yeah, a good level for ES to find some strength there. Just, I mean, running London low there, finding a little bit of strength, getting back above it. It could bring the NAS with it, especially as NAS is getting back above or trying to get back above IB low. Here, it looks pretty decent. VWAP there at 43.
Yeah, AK price action. XY will be back later this week. I was talking to him a little bit last night, so he's enjoying himself, having fun in Japan, eating good food, and not trading.
Order filled.
Vacation for him.
There you go. You love that.
So he'll be back later this week to hang out with y'all.
All right, NASDAQ still getting above IB low here, showing a little bit of strength. Curious to see what happens here at VWAP. Again, if we
Order
really find
filled.
strength above these levels here, I'm not opposed to getting long, as that would be showing signs of I don't know if you trade IB or not. I trade IB failures. It's one of my
Order
main
filled.
strategies.
Order
And so if
filled.
we can fail
Order filled. Order
IB
filled. Order
low and
filled.
stay
Order
above
filled.
it,
Order filled. Order filled.
then I'd be
Order
looking for
filled.
longs.
Yeah, I definitely
Awesome.
incorporate it in mind. But yeah, since you're first time hanging out with us here, do you want to dive in a little bit on strategy, things that you look for, how you kind of trade?
Yeah,
For
absolutely.
those of
Yeah.
us in the chat that have not had the pleasure of hanging out with Joey before or watching his streams.
Yeah, 100%. So one of my main strategies is the initial balance. It's the first hour of the trading session. So we have IB high up here, then we have IB low down here. Is these blinds represent the IB high and IB low, and essentially what I'm looking for is when just take IB low here for example, since we already broke below it, we are actually seeing more weakness come through. But a failure for IB low for me would see us break down below this IB low and then find strength, get back above it, and maintain that strength to retrace at least 50% of the IB. That would be a great long for me. And then obviously vice versa on the IB high. If we were to break IB high up here and then find weakness above, come back down, which we didn't really break IB high here. So there wasn't really any IB break to catch a failure. But if we were to break it, see weakness come through, catch the retracement back to 50% of the initial balance range. So that's been my bread and butter strategy for quite some time. A true failure would be a 30-minute closure back within the initial balance range after a breakout of it. However, I don't generally wait for the 30-minute closures. I'll really look at the 5-minute and see kind of anticipate that weakness coming through on those IB levels, and then take the position from there. And so that's kind of been big strategy for me lately.
Nice. Good stuff. Oh, let's see. Am I getting a reoffer here?
What time range did I consider for the IB? So it's the first hour. So from market open, it'd be the first hour. So Eastern, 9:30 to 10:30. Nasdaq is still trying to hold below IB low here. We'll see if we can get back above. Getting back above there would be a pretty good sign for me to consider longs. But I would want to see it get back above 525, show signs of strength there. Nick, what are you looking for?
At this point, I kind of want to see if ES rotates. Let's see, where is that? I mean, back up towards like the 68.12, 68.13 kind of level, basically the IB low, because that kind of was the opening range low too. To see if we reject off there. NQ's kind of testing that spot right now, but that up to probably the 540s on NQ is kind of where I'd be watching to see, do we find sellers continuing to kind of step in here and re-offer to take us lower? If not, we may be just looking at a bounce day.
Yeah. Yep,
Which
I agree.
definitely could be very possible after, you have that little long liquidation. We're kind of getting a little break here in the pre-market lows, sitting kind of above that London range and ES too. So, I mean, I could see us turning this P-shaped day into a D-shaped profile unless there is something that comes out here, news driven. But yeah, I'm salty because I hate. It's one thing if I went break even, you stop break even, it gets taken out. It's another thing when you're like, you know what, I'm gonna wait. I'm just gonna exit this because I got to get on stream and do things, and I don't. This trade I've been in for like 45 minutes hasn't really moved either direction, so I'm ready to exit. And then
that was a brutal. That's a brutal consolidation area up there.
It was bad.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal.
I kind of wish if I took the trade on ES, I definitely would have sat in it because ES was not like making new highs the way NQ was, which was just making me a touch nervous sitting in that trade. So I don't know. I had been trading ES last week, like Thursday and Friday, during the volatility, and was feeling pretty confident in executions and managing. And then I went back to NQ today for some reason.
Don't we always go back to NQ?
I don't know. I was trading gold last week, but then same thing in gold. Like, do I want to join along with the gold party? Longs already up 3% on the day, probably not. And then you get yourself in trouble looking for shorts trying to fade said move. So I wasn't going to trade gold today.
Yeah, fading gold can get you in a little bit of trouble. Gold's a powerhouse, dude. When it moves, it moves.
Oh yeah. Well, once we broke where we were in like a 10-day consolidation between like 40-50s and like the 3900s, 3940s, basically like a 100-point range. And once you break that, you theoretically don't really want to fade said break of balance, but
no,
we'll see what happens. Back to the lows of last week, in my opinion. I mean, I would love to see it. That would be a lot of fun to trade it all the way back down.
Man, that would be.
Especially because I took a stop out long around like the 740s Friday, and then decided that was enough. I was going to go to the zoo, take my daughter, and hang out with the wife and go enjoy that. And then I come back to my desk and see not only was that the low of the day area, but we ripped another like 600 points right back up. So it was just like, okay, clearly was the day to not leave the desk.
Well, at least when you left the desk, you had fun.
I did. It was a great time. And a Friday afternoon, I mean, historically, come on. When do we have When do we have that kind of volatility on a Friday? It's been pretty rare. And I had a good day on Friday, so it's not like I'm
Good.
complaining.
Yeah.
Like I had a very respectable, profitable day on Friday. So there's no reason to sit there all day when you've got better things to do on a Friday. But man, sometimes it feels like those when you get trading days like Thursday and Friday last week, it just you got to press because
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't had a good day like those two since like Liberation Day back in April.
Yeah, there's days when to go hard and days to take it easy. Fridays for me are I usually take it easy on Fridays regardless. Historically, I just don't perform well on Fridays. And so I always I either size way down or I may not even take a trade on Fridays. It's always been kind of a tricky day for me historically.
Yeah, Mondays are becoming that for me. I think because I tend to be more of a two-way tape player, and
Yeah.
Mondays, at least for the last like month or two, have been notoriously slow and bullish. So it just doesn't necessarily play to my strategy unless I catch the long early in the session.
Yeah.
Because the pullbacks can be shallow, and it's usually if I don't, then I'm looking for an area that makes sense to potentially take a short, but it just you take a couple paper cuts and then you're feeling like, okay, maybe I should not have pressed buttons today.
Yep. 100%. Nasdaq trying to find some strength down here, trying to get back above IB low. Again, if we can, I will take a small long position if we show strength back above IB low here. ES haven't already ran London. I could see strength happening from that point. I feel like that would bring the Nasdaq with it. So if we can get back above IB low, I'm not opposed to taking a small position long, and it'll be a size down position. It'll be a small entry. We'll look to add if maybe we get a little more confirmation on that. But still, so far, I mean, we did retest IB low here, and again, showing weakness and rejecting it. So we'll see. There could be a good continuation play if we continue seeing weakness like that, but um, thinking about it, we've already come down so far that I don't know that I'm willing to take a stab short, having come down as much as we did so far. Also coming back down below 500s here, still showing weakness. I mean, Nasdaq is getting a little weak here, low at that 470. Maybe come down and retest it. Take a look at ES real quick. Let's see. There we go.
What's gold doing? Nothing.
ES is getting a little bit weak as well. I mean, shoot, do we just trend to the downside today?
Yeah, I would imagine that caught a lot of those late longs up there in the 600s off guard.
Yeah.
Not even necessarily late longs, but
Trapping everybody that was long up there.
yeah. I mean, this is what I
Squeezing 'em.
wanted. This is what I was looking for, and still fumbled it. And now I hate chasing.
Yeah, at this point, if I short, I do feel like I'm chasing it. So for me, it's just better for me to sit out of it at this point and let something else show itself. ES hovering that 800. Well, you can't catch them all, can you?
No.
Back and look at the NAS here.
We'll see how strong some of this gap up overnight structure is, I guess.
I would have loved to have been part of that short, obviously, with the big move that we had coming down. But I don't know. I really hated that consolidation at the top there. It felt so indecisive. If Nas gets weak here, continues to get weak. I mean, we have room down into the 50s.
I mean, gap close would be another 35 points lower NES. Week open, like I said, is not too far off. Down to 6788s.
I'm gonna watch this low on the Nas here. See if we come down to those 450s and how we react. 458.
And we do have the euro close here in 5 minutes as well.
Yeah. Yeah. How's the Mag 7 looking? What Nvidia up a lot, quite a bit.
I mean, it's still up 3.5%, but
Yeah, 3.5,
it is liquidating now. Looks like NQ's chart.
Yeah, Nvidia up 3.4. Tesla's up 4. Wow. Nice move on the Mag 7.
Yeah, someone showed me, like, even if you throw in the 10 like top weighted in NQ or in the Nasdaq, excuse me, they were all like ridiculously bullish this morning. So it was kind of, in theory, not the best idea to be immediately looking for shorts when you see those 10 companies
Sure.
just rip into the upside.
Just fading the Mag 7.
Yeah.
That's not a good idea.
Yeah, like the Mag 7 plus you throw in at this point like AMD, Oracle, and a few others, Palantir.
Yeah. Nasdaq really consolidating on here. It's like it's trying to base out a little bit, but still a lot of indecision.
Is the selling absorption on NQ? I mean, a little bit. Nothing that I'm like that's jumping out drastically to me, but there definitely is some.
Still holding below 500s here.
They're definitely absorbing my patience. Yes, that's how
Yeah.
I felt sitting short this morning.
Seriously. Definitely absorbed my patience on all of that consolidation range up there. Nasdaq still trying to hold the low here, getting back above 500. Again, keeping my eye on that IB low. But his PA just feels a little tricky today.
Yeah, definitely. After 2 big move days, Thursday and Friday, and then a big gap up day, like tough to read.
Yeah. Not a bad day to stay flat, honestly.
Yeah. And we're coming into a time of the year too for me where I'm actually going to try to take a little time, not bother looking
Yeah.
at charts a little bit more this year into, the week of Thanksgiving, into closer into Christmas and stuff. Like when volume kind of dies. And historically, I have said I was going to do that and then actually continued to trade November and December. But I mean, it's a little different too. When you're on stream and you're, providing entertainment and hanging out with everybody, it's a whole nother thing too. But I think,
Sure.
yeah, definitely sizing down and just kind of going from there. Last year I chose to trade during this time of the year and I just kind of regretted it a
Yeah.
little bit. But then things pick up. Like I don't know, maybe it'll be a little more volatile this year and it'll provide some opportunities. But
I can say the week of Thanksgiving, I'm definitely taking off.
no, there's no point.
Yeah, there is absolutely no point.
Then you have like towards like Christmas and stuff where suddenly that week can be rather volatile and a little bit fun to trade. But we'll see. I don't even know if I'm traveling much this year.
Get a little Santa rally.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, even the week before Thanksgiving, like the 2 weeks before. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It can be a little tricky.
Yeah.
Definitely a time to spend way less time on the charts.
So Euro close came and went. Still hugging these lows, 500s, 6,800.
Nasdaq still hovering this 500. Again, I'm just waiting for that IB low to come into play. Maybe we take something there if we get some strength, but again, I'm leaning a little bit more towards staying flat and just being a little bit more patient. But if I get some strong confirmation on that IB low there getting broken and staying above it, then we'll look to take a small position.
That 2022 half day Black Friday was a fun one. Yes. Never forget that one. It was crazy for a couple hours of trading.
ASMR mode. What do you mean, Mario? Nasdaq still trying to hold these 500s. Finding a little bit of buyers, trying to make its way back to IB low. Seems like a tug of war at the 500s here.
Phoenix ES had singles? I didn't even see that if it did. Oh yeah, I guess it does. Or did.
ES having a little tug of war at those 800s.
See you, Sam. Have a good one.
Nick, you usually trade all volume profile?
Yeah, all volume, delta, order flow type stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
That's how I've kind of always traded.
TPOs?
I don't look at the TPOs as much. I just have single prints get auto plotted for me.
Okay.
I mean, I have a TPO chart. I just don't look at it very often.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see everything I need to in a couple of my charts. So it's like I've learned recently like less is more with a lot of my stuff.
Agreed.
Otherwise, I'm just like constantly looking and trying to look at different charts to find something, and
Yep,
you start banging your head against the wall a little bit.
I agree. Less is more.
But now we've just, I don't know. This has just been outside of the dump from like the 650s to down here towards the 500s. Now we're kind of back to just chop and consolidate.
It is very choppy. Yeah.
Like if you weren't on that short, you just continue to be chopped up.
Yep. Yeah, and especially as we start to kind of get into this lunch hour here, it could get volume could dry up a little. Have a larger consolidation range. But yeah, down here at these lows, I mean, we've really gone nowhere.
Cooper, some nice Nick on a stream action. So with that, you get more of said vol crush this afternoon, as I will be back to trade the close. So more vol suppression. Everyone sell your VIX calls because they're going to expire worthless. No, hopefully we get a little range expansion. Maybe we can leave this distribution that we're kind of continuing to build out here. Maybe we go back towards the gap fill. Maybe that'd be fun.
Nas trying to push down those lows there. See if we can get down to those lows and hope maybe get a break, or if we're just going to hold it and consolidate some more.
Yeah, Apple's at the low of day. Yeah, things are turning a touch.
Definitely going to stay flat for now because this consolidation zone down here is brutal.
Yeah, we're just kind of stuck in the London, or I guess post Asia, early London range. Yeah, that's
What's a VIX at right now?
like 18.
Oh,
I don't know what it peaked at on Friday. 22.
I love a VIX back in the 25s. Nasdaq still basing out down here, or trying to base out. I mean, we're back in the 490s, still unable to run the low there, trying to push back to the 500s. Nick, you use Bookmap at all?
No,
No.
not really something I look at. I mean, I can see it. My DOM is a little more advanced, and just the way I kind of watch with like my delta volume profiles, like I don't, it just would be complete overkill. Like I don't need to look at it because I'm seeing everything else on time and sales and on the DOM. But that does remind me. So the chapter 1 of my playbook is actually out on paintingthetape.net. We actually pushed it last night. A couple little things that need to be fixed and updated, but the chapter 1 of my playbook is out there, and XYs, and we've organized Stows and Leos as well. So you can check it out on paintingthetape.net. And I can't remember if we pushed the Kane episode of the podcast as well, but that should be out shortly if it's not already pushed. So fun things, more to come. We'll do chapter 2 of my stuff in the near term when I got a little more time. But I think XWise is actually like his full playbook. Kane episode is there. Okay, cool. So it did go live at midnight. So good stuff. You can listen to Kane's story a little bit. We dive into, I think, a few things that he's not talked about on the 400 podcasts he's done interviews on. So check it out. Yes, Phoenix, my brain went there too.
NASDAQ coming down these lows again, trying to. Trading 480s, got the low down there at 71. See if sellers can bring us back down here and run these lows. Do we get a break, Nick?
I mean, sellers have let me down so many times. I'm gonna just bet on them not winning this battle. I think if they had the fortitude to push us lower, I mean, maybe they'll get the week open, but nothing I'm seeing from them just yet that gets me too excited. They're probably going to break this low here because I'm watching in real time what's going on, but I don't know. I always think I have faith in them, and then they let a thing like Friday happen.
Mm.
And this comes from a guy that 60% of his trades are to the short side. There's a nice move.
There we go. Coming down to even breaking those 450s there. Well, got to 452.
Nick, are you trading in the finals? Yes, I will be. Wait, God, is that next week? I think it is next week. Shows you where my brain is lately. Yes, I will be trading along with everybody else that was in the qualifiers for the Arena Cup final for charity, and talking smack and all the other fun stuff. Yeah, if you saw last Monday, I had a nice comeback, but could not catch Merit in the afternoon.
In the finals, huh?
Yeah, we all are. Well, all of us that are on stream are we all qualified because we're
There you go.
competing. We're competing for charities
Yeah,
for the finals.
love that.
That'd be a lot of fun.
That's a lot of fun.
But
NASDAQ.
yeah, there's your reminder. If you did meet the criteria of the top 1,000 in any of the three qualifiers, that next week is the final. So make sure you don't forget and you do actually trade that account on Friday. Sorry, not Friday. Next week, next Monday, the 17th. My days are blurring together, man.
Mine are going to do that as we get closer to the holidays.
Where can I find more Nick for a Tick content? Unfortunately, not many places outside of right here on NT Live and more on Painting the Tape. I'm a terrible influencer as it is, if you want to even call me that these days. But yeah, most of my content is going to be right here. But you can follow me on X. Every once in a while I post something good. But we're going to do a lot more stuff on Painting the Tape for me. So I'll be putting more stuff on there, more videos, breakdowns. A lot of my next chapters in the playbook, it's going to be video based because I realized writing chapter 1 that me articulating trading content via written format is not necessarily the greatest way to explain it to somebody that maybe is trying to understand how I trade. So we'll do more videos because I think that's always potentially a better way to people to understand it.
Boy, NASDAQ still seems a little bit choppy after breaking those lows there.
Yeah, but it did take out the London low, so
Yeah.
thank God for that.
Yeah. Was looking to see if maybe we would try to get a little strength coming out of London low there, but so far sellers are holding
They
us down.
reloaded. And this was my original take profit on that short that is no longer alive.
What was your TP?
It was going to be the London low. Might
Okay.
take it out.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Yes, it is flip a coin. That's 90% of my trades. That's what I do. And then you guys all know if whatever my entry criteria is when I get stopped out, that's your trigger to get in. That's a better move from buyers there.
Yeah, I would say I do like the strength coming out back
I'm actually
above that
gonna-
low and holding or finding the strength out of the London low as well. Not bad.
I'm actually gonna try a little long here.
Yeah, I was considering taking a small position here long as well.
I got a crap entry. It like left and got me in like 4 points higher than I want it to be. I'll see if they can push. If not,
Yeah,
it takes it, and I'll try this afternoon.
I'm in a small position long as well.
Just kind of want to see if we can get a push back above 500s.
Not in love with the entry, so I did size down a little bit on this, but we'll see. I would like to see a move back above 500s here. Maybe even go up, and I would like to honestly stay in this until we could go up and reclaim IB low.
They're gonna take me out, aren't they? You guys use market orders? No, I don't, because and it's hurt me more times than it's saved me by not using market orders. I've missed several good entries by not doing it. There's the stop out. No, I use limit usually.
I have scenarios for both. This scenario I market ordered in, but there are a lot of times where I'll use limit orders. And same, I mean it's a hard feeling setting a limit order and it just missing your order by a few ticks and running without you.
Which is probably what it's going to do is stop me out and then move.
Just taking a few points of here, pretty much back to my entry. I want to see this thing find strength here, get back above 500s. If we can get back above 500, I would anticipate IB low at that point. And so I'm going to try to hold it until we get to IB low. I will trail it though above 500s. I don't want to. Above 500, it wouldn't make sense for me to let this trade go red.
NQ NDX. It's because when I hit like buy bid, it had moved like 4 points from where I was actually looking to try to get in. Because sometimes that's just the way NQ moves. Yeah, was not a great entry. I'm not loving this. Sellers still seem like they're trying to press a little bit here.
Yeah, we're still hovering my entry. Might have to be a little patient with this one. But again, above those 500s there, I like the move back to IB low. So gonna try to be a little patient with that.
So chat, what did we learn? Long neck stop, as always.
Place my entries where his stops are.
I would love to say I'm kidding, but it's happened several times.
Dude, it's happened to
on
me.
this show.
Trust me, it's happened to me a lot as well. I think we've all been there. I mean, so far buyers are still not showing up the way I want them to, but be a little patient here. Can you explain what IB is? It's the first hour of the trading session. So whatever time zone you're in, just take the first hour of market open, and it'll be that the high and low of that first hour. That would be considered the initial balance range. We try to get up to those 500s there.
Yes, you do enter when it gets stopped out, as XY has said several times on the show. Basically, like having level 5 data.
Well, we try to get those 500s and then rejected them. Not loving this movement after failing those 500s like that.
Joey, do you have a YouTube channel? I believe you do.
I do, yeah, I do. Yep, just Joey Morgan on YouTube. Still being a little patient with this. I'm gonna let sellers have a little bit of room here. My stop's down to lows. Again, I'm sized down a lot on this. So I can have a little bit wider of a stop.
Nick without stops would already be retired. Yes, the same is true for Friday. I had a trading buddy that said to me, he's like, this is why you don't use stops. And I kind of just started laughing. And it's like, I was running a tight stop on a 3 lot on NQ, just, kind of not calling low of the day, but not thinking it was going to wick like another 10 points lower from that. So it is what it is.
That rejection of 500 was brutal.
Yeah, it was.
Not in love with it.
And if everyone remembers when Leo and I were trading, not trading the open, but like trading on Friday, we were trying to find a bottom in that low to mid 700s area, and it took a little longer.
Yeah,
make a new low here.
Sellers keep pressing us.
Hey guys.
What's up, Jim?
What up, Jim?
Good morning. Happy Monday, guys. How's everybody doing?
Not bad.
I'm good, Jim.
How about you?
Pretty good, man. Joey, nice to meet you. Yeah, this is your first time on the stream, I think.
Yeah, first time here. First time.
Great stuff. I love to see the NinjaTrader web app in action right now.
Yeah.
Nick's rocking the desktop, but I love that web based.
Yeah, I've always used it, so that's what I'm used to.
Yeah. Well, it's convenient if you're on the fly, right? If you're visiting somebody or roaming about the cabin.
Chat, I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm currently still sitting in this long. My entry's at 480. I really want to see 500s come into play. We had a really steep rejection of 500 there. Again, if buyers can hold us and get back above 500s, I would be looking for IB low to come into play. this
All right, all right. Well,
consolidation.
great job, you guys. Appreciate you being here, especially on a Monday. Joey, looking forward to getting you in here again for sure, man.
Yes. Yep.
And
I
Nick,
am looking forward to it as well. I mean, it's a good time. I enjoy being here.
that's awesome. That's awesome.
My-
This afternoon, folks, remember this afternoon, trading the closes is Nick is coming back double duty, man.
Yep. I will be back. Hopefully,
All right.
some better
What do
price
you mean-
action.
What do you mean, hopefully?
Hopefully, no, I will be back regardless, but hopefully I don't continue to kill volatility like we've seen since
Oh,
coming
right,
on the
right.
air.
All right, you're going to be with Stowe, right?
I believe so, yes.
Sweet. Very good. So again, guys, great job this morning. Thanks for being here with us on Ninja Trader Live. We look forward to seeing you guys again. I'm going to do a quick edge report and wrap up the morning session. All right, let's go to the E-mini S&P real quickly here. Let me move the screen out of the way. We have, this is a 30-minute candle chart I have on the screen. Kind of interesting. I mean, we had a decent initial balance. You know, we tried to drive higher to the upside. Sellers rejected the whole idea at about 68.30 to 68.35. And then a big break of that initial balance happened right now. So we have a single break brewing. It's only about 11.86% chance based on a one-year look back of a double break on a Monday for the E-mini S&P. So it looks like we're not going to be making new highs on the session if those stats hold true. We're below that VWAP. VWAP is in the rearview mirror. This is the session VWAP, and we're starting to build a second distribution node down here at the bottom of the volume profile at 6,800. That's also where JAX 1 happens to be residing. Targets for the bears, we still have that 0 DTE gamma wall and 0 DTE call resistance at 67.75, which is kind of framing the bottom of the conversation. That Globex gap is still there, like it or not. So we'll see if we get any more momentum on the downside. But this is the third candle in a row, 30-minute candle, by the way, lower high, lower low. So it looks like the trend is down right now on the E-mini S&P. Let's shoot over to gold right now. Gold is on the move as well. And December contract, 185,000 contracts traded so far. The micros have 391,000 contracts traded so far. That's huge. And the 1 ounce it's not new, but the 1 ounce gold contract, the pocket sized gold contract, 45,000 contracts traded so far. So gold's looking a little bit different here. We do have a little bit of a double distribution, but I'm not going to count this volume node that happened overnight, right around that one day max by Menthor Q. I'm going to look at the main event. Point of control right now is 40.88.5. Nice distribution at the top part of the chart here. I'm going to call it a P-shaped distribution. R3 though is kind of framing the top of the conversation right now in gold. 41.15 we'll say is our target on the upside. We are breaking that initial balance right now. Those are those white lines right there. To the upside, further upside potential. Well, there's a lot of empty space here. I got some PAX lines there, but no real like JAX levels or no real high vol levels. To speak of, all of those are a little bit lower down on the chart. That one day max again, that would be something if we can get back down there. That's 40.57, spot 5. And below that, JAX 1 is 40.50. The Bitcoin, take a peek at the Bitcoin really quickly here. Where's my Bitcoin at? Let's go. MBT November contract, 46,000 contracts traded so far. It's respectable. It's respectable. That Globex gap looks like it's still there. Globex gap is still there. It's not that big, but it's still there. Again, this is a wonky volume profile. Maybe a double distribution here. We got this low volume area here between 105, 780, going all the way up to about 106, 120, give or take. We are below VWAP. Again, we hit that in the initial balance. Boom, we broke through below that volume weighted average price for the session. And there's the midpoint. So I added the midpoint here to my initial balance measurements here. And that's that orange line right there. And look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4 candles between the midpoint and the bottom of the initial balance. So that's the range right now, right around that JAX 4 level. JAX 4 is traded every single time for the last 5 candles. So a little bit of consolidation going on here in the Bitcoin. JAX 2 is really defining the low, 105,000. Should we get any more movement to the downside, that gap is in play. It's the Globex gap I have there with the rectangle. Alternatively, if we get a bullish move up, again, we'd like to see that one-day max being challenged, which is really the top of the London initial balance from way back when. Let's just go over to Treasury bonds to round out the edge report this morning. And that is ZB, December contract. We've still got a couple more weeks before we start thinking about roll here. But we'll talk a lot about that when that happens. But right now it's kind of a tight range. We have a double distribution again, competing point of control up here at 116.30, official point of control down here at 116.20. That's a 3-tick range. That represents about $300 per contract. Remember, this is a $31.25 tick, so it's a little bit bigger, but we're breaking out of the initial balance right now, again, driving toward that VWAP, which is right by S1 in this low volume area again, right there, and that's a good target, 116.25. 30 seconds. One-day mins kind of defining the bottom of the conversation right around the bottom of the London initial balance. That is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here today for Ninja Trader Live. Happy Monday, everybody. A lot more good stuff to come later on today at 2:30. We're going to take a quick break. 2:30, Shai's coming back. I'm coming back. And then we have Stowe and Nick trading the close. Appreciate the thumbs up. Appreciate the subscriptions. Appreciate the positivity in the chat. Best community there is, no doubt about it. Go Hoosiers. See you soon.
Una varita diseño.
Este perfume No mames, güey, ve.
Order filled.
Helicopter, rotor blade.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Shukart, and here's the news while we are away. First, I wanted to go over, because I sensed there was a lot of confusion about exactly what is happening with the government shutdown / reopening. So here is what is happening and kind of the timeline that we're looking at really quickly. On Sunday, we had a 60-40 vote to vote on the bill. So the Senate will be resuming deliberations on this deal, but it has not been scheduled for a final vote yet. Thune said he hopes for a vote in a few hours and not a few days, so that leaves a big question there. And then because the bill was changed, it now has to go back to the House to ratify as well. Now the House is out on recess right now, so Mike Johnson said that he would give, as soon as the Senate passes the bill, he'll give House lawmakers 36 hours to return to the Capitol to vote on the bill. And then when all that happens, if it does pass the House as well, then it goes to Trump's desk. So given all of this timeline, do not expect anything to happen this week. It's with what's going on and how long it's going to take everybody to get back to Congress as well. We probably, I would say, early next week is the soonest it's going to happen. And so that's sort of the timeline we're working with. We had a 3-year auction today. It went very well. Bid to cover was exceptionally strong, and 2.85 directs were the major drivers, with their takedown of 27.3%. And then we had dealers at 9.7%. There is no auction tomorrow because it's Veterans Day holiday. We will have the 10-year on Wednesday, the 20-year on Thursday. Now, the longer duration is where we've been seeing weaker auctions, so we'll see how those go, and they'll give kind of a better guide of its investor demand. So we'll look at that. Now, we talk a lot about the dollar. The dollar's latest rally looks more like a byproduct of fading momentum elsewhere rather than kind of a new vote of confidence in the greenback itself. We kind of have malaise across the broader FX basket, and particularly with the yen that's under pressure, with Takeachi now in power and policy continuity expected. Sterling is also on eggshells ahead of a potentially bruising budget later this month. What I talked about before, we had the dollar index. I was talking about right over 100. It would hit the 200-day moving average, which it did, and was rejected right from that. And so we keep seeing that rejection in that $100 range and back down. So we, until I think we move over that 200-day, we will see kind of more weakness in the dollar, and the options market now leans towards kind of renewed weakness since we did see that pullback today. Obviously, weaker dollar is supportive of higher metals prices, so that is also helping gold, silver, platinum, palladium today as well. Next, we have Fed's Moran, our local dove. He says he is in favor of a 0.5 point, 50 basis point cut in December. He said better than expected inflation data and signs of continued weakness in the job market call for a third consecutive interest rate cut in December of 50 basis points. And so not very surprising. We did see markets move a little bit on his comments, but he is, again, a dove. And then last but not least, we have OJ limit up again. Remember, it went limit up on Friday. So we have the Florida orange crop projected to be the smallest in 95 years due to damage from Hurricane Milton and the devastating impact of greening disease, which has been an ongoing problem for the last 5 years or so, resulting in a 35% decline from the previous years. We also have a cold front in Florida right now, where temperatures have reached mid-30s across central Florida. That is creating further stress on these trees. And we have similar problems affecting Brazil, the world's largest orange juice exporter, which is also experiencing its smallest crop in 1988 due to prolonged drought and widespread citrus disease. So if you like orange juice, going to be higher prices. You might want to switch cocktails. And those were the headlines while we were away. I will pass it off to Jim for an Edge report.
Thank you, Tracy. Sad to hear about the orange juice, but I do use lime in my martinis, so I am in good shape. Let's take a look at the dollar index, though, now that Tracy mentioned it. And this is a daily candle chart. I'm using the web-based trading platform to show this off. And this is, we broke out of this consolidation range. We had this double top we broke through from all the way back at the beginning of August, and now we're settling back into it. We're kind of, we had a nice turnaround doji here on the 5th, and we had 3 decent red candles. Right now we have an inside bar brewing right now, so a little bit of a pause right at the top of that consolidation range. So we'll keep an eye on the dollar index. If this continues, we'll end up back in the middle of the consolidation range. That's the dollar index futures. Even the S&P, this is a daily candle. This is a great chart. There's a lot of stuff to talk about here. We literally drove back up. Today we're up pretty big green candle here, and I have my 68.43 half kind of level here, kind of matching up where the start of that old gap was. Remember that gap on the 24th to the 27th? That's the bottom of that. That was kind of resistance for me for a long time, and we're right in the middle of it. I'd like to see eventually tomorrow, the next day, a candle close above there for me to be really jacked up about this rally to get to our all-time highs sooner than later. But right now it's a nice move afoot. The retracement has pretty much been erased as measured from the lows here that we saw in the China trade mega red candle. And we're at 23.6 right now on the fib. This hammer, we talked about it this morning. It was almost a classic hammer candle formation, right? Bottom of a trend. You have a huge buyer's wick at the bottom, small body candle at the top. That is an indication of a reversal, and we're seeing that at least for one day. We'll see if that continues. Intraday, let's go ahead and just pick up a 30-minute candle chart. We had a rare double break today, right? This is the white line here. That's the initial balance low and the initial balance high. Only 11.6% of the time this calendar year on a Monday have we had a double break. In other words, a 30-minute candle closed below the lows and closed above the highs. So a relatively rare event. But again, it's in bull mode right now. We just picked off that R2. Not a lot of targets on the upside. The official point of control right here is at 68.31. This volume profile is really, really wonky here. There's high volume nodes all over the place. There's low volume nodes all over the place. It's not very smooth, Gaussian, bell-shaped. But the point of control is the point of control. So I'm going to keep that in the back of my head later on today. 68.31. Let's shoot over to the 30-year Treasury bonds. Tracy talked about the long end of the yield curve, maybe not participating so well in some of these auctions. Let's just start with the daily candle, though. I'll go back to the daily. Trend channel is still intact. Trend channel is still down. We have a little bit of a fight back up today on today's daily candle at up to the top of the trend channel, right at 117 handle, 117.01. And if you kind of put your mouse right there at 117.01, we've seen that day after day after day after day, that price point right there. So we're kind of, stuck in the mud somewhere in the swamps of Jersey right there. Yields, I guess, again, are higher. Remember, bond prices down, yields up. So we'll see. The moving averages are all converging. They're all getting tighter, even though they're kind of sloping down, at least the faster ones. So that's something a little bit of concern as well. You could use your imagination and see descending triangles here, but I'm really seeing kind of some sideways consolidation. That 117.17 level where my crosshairs is, that's where I should put a rectangle. As a matter of fact, I could just do it really fast. And throw it up there. Right, that is an area of resistance right there. Look at all these candles where sellers came in, sellers, didn't make it. So we're kind of right in the middle of that range right now for the 30-year U.S. Treasury bonds. Intraday, there's not a lot to do anymore, I don't think, for the rest of the day. Weird distribution. Point of control, we're just north of the point of control by a couple ticks. Point of control is at 116.30 seconds. We did have a PD point of control earlier today, down at 1620. But remember when we opened up and the bond market opens up earlier, then buyers just came back in and kind of shifted the paradigm of this market up. I don't know, almost like 10 to 12 ticks higher. So that's kind of where we're at right now. I don't expect much change as well. Let's go to the Bitcoin really quickly. If I could find my Bitcoin, where is my Bitcoin at? Here it is. This is the November Bitcoin member monthly contract. And let me get my daily chart up. Really quickly here, again, we're bumping up against this old support level. Remember, Jack Bros taught me this. Support becomes resistance. We're right there, couldn't get through it. 106, 700, give or take. We'll see if this is just a temporary pause or maybe just a rest on its resumption back up to the upside. That is this afternoon's Edge Report. It is time to trade the close. We have, back by popular demand, Joey is back with us, and Nick for a tick. Man, they were screaming for you guys to come back, and here you are.
Here we are. Nick, been a while, dude.
I know, we're back, and the markets are completely back on the other side of today's range. So that's a lot of fun. We got to trade the lows of the session, and now apparently the highs of the session.
Yep. Right back from essentially where we just, where we took those longs earlier this morning, all the way back above IB high here. Just market in absolute rip mode after essentially pushing through London low there on NASDAQ. And we just have ripped ever since and not looking backwards. So
yeah, I look back to that edge full stat again for the whole calendar year on a Monday, and this is a rare event when you have candles closing below that IB and then later on closing above, or vice versa. 11.86% of the time it's done that. So yeah, we're living in a unique trading environment today.
Yeah, the double breaks are pretty rare. So it's interesting. I think it's also an interesting day for us to see a double break on the IB. Just given the fact that it's a Monday, tomorrow is a holiday as well. So it's interesting just to see that play out on the day.
In addition to all the drama going on in Capitol Hill and other places, right?
Yeah, that too. It's been quite the day of PA. So we'll see what the afternoon brings. If we stay above IB high here, or if we do end up coming back down.
Joey, do you have a trade on right now?
No, I'm currently flat. So far, the only trade I've taken today was the long that we took this morning, which I'll pull up my chart here. We took the long down at 480, which was when we got back to that London low.
Yeah.
Ended up adding at 91, taking it all out right there at 518. So the way price moved makes my trade look real small, but you know what? We took a good trade there, and so I was happy to get out of VWAP.
Yeah,
or
a little
above
bit
VWAP,
out of the
actually.
middle, man. That's the key. Nick, how about you, man? You got a trade cooking?
No, not yet. I got stopped out. I think everybody saw me get stopped out on that long near those lows down at the 480s. So kind of just been watching, waiting. I didn't really want to step in front of this. So we'll see. I don't know if I'm going to take a trade, but we also I could also find sellers reoffering in this general area, but I'll kind of wait and see.
You are free to share your chart whenever you want, Nick.
Cool.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thanks for coming back. Appreciate all your hard work. Chad, thank you for everything. The thumbs up, the subscriptions, the great participation in the chat, coolest chat on the internet regarding trading, regarding anything. No question about it. We greatly appreciate everybody being part of the Ninja Trader community. It is awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Having said all that, Joey and Nick, I'm going to dip into the chat and I'm going to wish you the best of luck should you see a trade pop up this afternoon.
Sounds
Thanks,
good,
Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
Oh. Hey,
All
chat.
right.
Good afternoon. Joey, you get to deal with a lot of the bane of my existence, which is the weird afternoon price action and being on stream to try to articulate sometimes like 10-point ranges in NQ. Annoying.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, it's
very
that
annoying.
afternoon PA can be a little tricky. It's that volume dries up a lot, and so especially going into tomorrow, we said it time and time again, tomorrow's a holiday. So it's like, are we going to get volatility tomorrow, or big players, are they going to step away? Are things going to get weird between now and through Wednesday? So Really just kind of see what the afternoon brings.
My ass is clenched. I'm telling you guys.
Yep, mine too. Can't. God, I miss I miss the boys. I haven't gotten to trade with XY in a couple weeks because he's been gone. So be good to have him back too. But yeah, if you didn't know, Joey, the afternoon we tend to have a little more fun, a little more laid back. Price action's a little different. The chat is a little more unhinged, and yeah, we have some fun. We sometimes this turns into a like true podcast episode where we're talking about God knows what.
I'm down for that. I mean, listen, anytime I'm on stream on my channel, my whole chat roasts me. I mean, the whole entire time. Like it's like I really don't feel like my chat comes to watch me trade. They come to roast me, to relieve whatever stress that they want to relieve because I'm bald. So
Classic.
they yeah, I'm sure some of them will turn up here eventually.
Trump's gonna talk? Really? Again? Seriously?
Before we hopped on stream, they were telling me that I was well lit, and I was trying to get clarification if it was just the bald head or if the lighting was too bright, getting a nice little glare.
I mean, you look good to me, man. Yeah, tomorrow. I forgot it was Veterans Day until everybody has reminded me several times today. So I don't know. What a weird day.
Yeah, it is.
I'd
Anything in particular like you're looking for?
No, not really. I was looking for, I mean, I guess like a paper cut trying to get a reoffer in like the 570s to 600 spot, and that never materialized. We kept kind of drifting up. Just was kind of based on, the structure of today, and yeah, just
Nice.
just nothing I'm really looking for at this point. We're basically at the bottom of the old island gap up here at 25,700s that we God, it feels insane that was like a little over a week ago now.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're kind of back to the base of that, whatever you want to call that balance that we were doing up there. So for me, like I said, if I find some sellers reoffering in this general area, I may join along with them. But I haven't found a seller present since the Euro close, it seems.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, we've been just in straight up rip mode. So well, I'm looking to see if we can get back to, if we do get back to the IB high there and show a little bit of weakness, again, just playing off the idea of a failure of the IB level, then I might look to take a short, but I'm not overly confident in that happening, just given the nature of this move and potentially just seeing the slow grind higher the rest of the afternoon.
No, I feel you.
Bald is beautiful. It is. It really is. Chat, I'm just glad I have a good shaped head for it. You know what I mean? It works. Frank, I trade the initial balance quite a bit. I look for those failures on IB levels, whether it's IB high or IB low. Just take that first hour of the trading session and wherever the high and the low is of that time frame, and I look for either weakness at IB high levels, or you can play continuations, kind of whichever you want, whichever looks or feels better for you. I like to play the failures, meaning breaking above IB high and coming back within, showing weakness, and then catching the retracement, and then vice versa on that IB low there. Getting a breakdown below IB low and then finding strength back up into it. That's really I would say that's my main strategy right now that I've traded for quite some time. Which the initial balance has pretty much had a rare day today. I mean, you don't really get a whole lot of double breaks on the initial balance levels, and for it to happen today, especially it being a Monday and just the time frame that we're in with holiday tomorrow and just different news events, like it's pretty rare to have a double break like this. So it's been an interesting day.
Yeah, it has. I don't know. And it's just been, I mean, it's been so slow outside of like the liquidation. And then right after you and I got off stream, it accelerated a little bit, back up into the opening range, into VIB, as you were saying, and then we had another big push, and then it just died. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I've always kind of needed a faster tape to have a little fun. This stuff makes my brain hurt. I can't sit here and try to trade it, and it's just
Right now, it's like watching paint dry.
exactly. I didn't even see. I know Arval kind of fell off a cliff, but it's not. I would imagine it's has not been great the last 2+ hours.
No, I mean it feels like we're gonna be in like 5 to 10 point ranges at this point. Not exciting. What's ES? What's ES or gold? Then has gold moved yet? I know gold was kind of watching paint dry as well.
Yeah. Sorry, gold came up to 41.20s, which
Yeah,
was an
good.
area I was watching, like the 41.25s in that general vicinity. If we can get above this, though, we'll probably head up to 41.50s. But gold's been, at least recently, there's tends to be some sort of there's been some sells towards the end of the day. So I'm curious to kind of watch if sellers pick up the pace here at all, if we can get back below the overnight high at 41.15s. But for the most part, yeah, it's been doing what equities did, which is just start drifting upwards all afternoon.
I would love to see some sort of like healthy pullback or correction on gold. I feel like if we could get some sort of just absolutely tank it, you know what I mean, for a little bit, and then load up a good swing position on gold, that would be fantastic.
Yeah,
I would love to see
that'd be
that.
awesome. But I kept waiting to see if it was going to drift a touch. I wanted it down towards like the 38s and change.
Yeah.
We just didn't get there.
Yeah, I was really hoping for 36s.
Yeah, well, that would have been nice.
Yeah, I was really hoping for 36s, but it just kind of bottomed out and ripped up again.
I mean, we're just levitating.
Nas is constantly just pushing new highs on the day.
Yep.
Just made a new high, 707s, 708s.
Yes, too, new high.
A lot of strength after that morning session.
Yep. Nothing like getting stopped out on that low.
I mean, just the like even just kind of zooming out and looking at the PA. I mean, it just looks trappy. It's just trapping everybody.
100%.
Yeah. That move up to retrace to trap those longs up there in the beginning of the day this morning and catching that sharp move down was just brutal. And then seeing it reverse and completely retrace that whole move and then push new highs. That's just
yeah, the reversal I think is more nasty.
Yeah, that is. It's
kind
brutal.
of like as soon as the euro close hit, it just was kind of off to the races.
Anime says, anyone know any good jokes while we stare at it sideways? I don't really know any good jokes. I know I can give you something that might blow your mind though. Chad, have y'all ever heard the Mandela effect? Nick, have you heard the Mandela effect?
I don't know what it is off the top of my head, so
Like if think of it like the Monopoly guy, right? A lot of people think he thinks he wears the monocle on the eye. Everybody remembers him having the monocle. He actually doesn't. It's like people remember something that actually wasn't ever there. Kind of what the Mandela effect is. Chad, probably blew your mind. I know a lot of you are gonna go to Google at this point and look it up. But yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff. Fruit of the Loom, yeah. Fruit of the Loom that's another Mandela effect, yep. Boy, NASDAQ is just
I know it's just gone. I was even
yeah.
hoping like, hey, maybe we get a chance to get long around 600s, and that was, we never even got a push when we were sitting around like the 640s to head back to the 600s for me to try along. It's one of those days. Just let it go.
Yeah, this it feels like a I don't know, the moves have happened. You know what I mean? To catch is what it feels like. I don't know that we would need some sort of volatility to pick up and give us that move back to at least maybe back to IB high and maybe catch the weakness there. I feel like that would be the only opportunity that I really look for. I don't want to long this up here. I feel like at this point it's just chasing. Price is moving pretty slow. It's just kind of on that slow grind up
Yep.
that I don't want to get caught in.
Yeah, there's just not a lot to do right here.
But if we do get a move back to if we do get a move back to IB high and try to find some weakness there, I'm not opposed to trying to trade a failure off that, as long as we find some sort of selling to come through, which is so far is non-existent. I guess ES is on the same move. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Same
There's
slow
just
grind up,
there's
860s.
just nobody stepping in front of this.
Even YM having a nice move up here too.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
It's
Wow.
just a wild reversal kind of day.
Everything ripping.
Yeah. Nvidia's up 5.5%. Google's up 4. Tesla's up 4.
Yep. Yeah, Nvidia definitely caught a ton of buyers to bring it back up there. Crazy. Don't step in front of it. I guess on the flip side too, I mean, if we did find some selling to come back down to IB high, I mean, on the other side of the coin, there could be longs there for more continuation off bouncing from IB high.
Yeah,
Where
what
to
is
get
IB has what? 660?
666.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're just going to maintain strength, that would be a good pullback to long, but just have to see. Chat, how you guys doing, man? Are y'all trading this? Are y'all in some trades?
Just another
Scalping.
wonderful Monday.
Feels the candles keep getting smaller and smaller. Yeah,
Yep.
they are. They definitely are. Scalp gold for about 500, but nothing great. 500 is pretty good. Sure, there's a lot of people that wish they made 500. Short,
Oh.
trying to find a reversal, painful watching paint dry. Yeah, you gotta be careful shorting up here.
Yep. That being said, there's nothing I would rather see than a violent liquidation from up here
Yeah.
into the end of the day. Not saying I'm seeing that manifest because I'm not, but that would make me happy. Just after this weird drift up, at least, I mean, all I wanted was back to 600s. I just never got that chance today since in the afternoon. Ugh, I was trying to find another trade after getting stopped down the lows, but it is what it is.
Somebody make a phone call and send the market into oblivion here. Send it straight down. Give us some volatility. Do we have any news the rest of the day? Let's see. Is there anything coming out?
I don't think so.
Or any speakers?
Nope.
No. Yeah, we have nothing. NASDAQ trying to push back to the highs here, make new highs. Trading 710.
What is ES doing?
What do we got to do to get some selling? What needs to happen?
I mean, at this point, I don't even know anymore. It seems like that anybody that was trying to sell this tape has left for the holiday. I got absolutely nothing. But yeah, you know what usually does help is hitting the like button on the stream. It's Joey's first time trading the close here on NT Live. So you could all show him a little love by hitting the thumbs up button. I'd greatly appreciate it.
Legend has it hitting the like button will inject volatility into the markets.
Nick, you seeing the DOM on ES 100 lots on every tick, just slowly walking price up? Yeah, there's been some weird things going on today. I don't have a good read on why, what's happening, who's doing, like what it actually means. It's just the tape has been a little wonky with stuff like that today. But looks like ES is going to make another new high.
Yeah, NAS looking like it's going to try to do the same.
Yes, this tape is not normal, guys.
Gold consolidating in these 120s. If we don't get any volatility coming into the close, or if we don't go revisit IB high, it might be a one and done type of day.
Yeah, there's gonna be plenty of better trading days than this. If you miss really one of the two moves that were there, three moves technically. Oh.
Definitely not something I want to step in front of, though. VWAP is way down there.
I know.
Holy.
Yeah, I'm even looking at the 24-hour back down towards 560s on NQ.
ES pushing new highs. Where does it end?
Higher.
A lot higher.
Yeah, gold hasn't done much either. Just still sitting around that same spot, 120s. Nothing's moving, guys.
Yeah, everything seems just frozen with a slight move higher. Slow grind up, and then just I don't know, the candles are very, very, very tiny.
Gold at 41.40.
I really hate the
packs.
golds where it's at. I don't like gold being in the 4,000s. I really want that pullback on gold. I just don't know what's going to take for us to get it. I would love to load a position in the 3,000s to swing, but I don't know if I'll get it.
Kind of wish I just traded gold today versus whatever the heck equities have been doing. Nick, what headphones do you have? These are Shure monitoring headphones. Because I have a more complex stream setup with two computers.
Oh, you run a dual PC setup?
What I have a MacBook that I like. The chat is over there, and charting and stream stuff behind the scenes on the PC.
Okay. Trader 007, what up, man? How you doing?
Tommy Brown, I mean, it might have something to do with like the weird half things are closed tomorrow, but I can't really blame it. It also just feels like a normal Monday. We do things like this on Mondays, it seems. Is Stowe okay? Yes, Stowe is fine. He'll be back soon enough.
Very nice.
Trader 007, appreciate you.
If everyone could just press the sell button right now so we can do
Please.
something, I would very much appreciate it. My goodness.
I saw in the background here in our background chat, maybe a background color would change would help the selling. I mean, I could flip my colors to red. Maybe that would send some selling into the market.
There you go. Nick, what did you cook this weekend? We had some people in town, so I made sauce and meatballs the traditional Italian way. So that was fun. Everybody enjoyed them. My daughter actually ate some, so she was like housing them. And we haven't really gotten her to eat ground beef very well. So that was like a good sign that she was enjoying it. But we did that, sauce meatballs. It was good stuff.
Nice.
I usually do veal, ground beef, and pork in mine.
I'll be heading over.
Yeah, there's not many left over, I can tell you that much. Everyone kind of just cashed them. What's on the menu for Thanksgiving? Well, depends. I think I am probably hosting, it would seem. I don't know who's coming, depending on how many people. I'm probably going to do a brisket from the cow, actually. So if it's only like 4 people, then I probably won't do that. But if everybody's coming over, I'm probably doing a brisket.
There you go. Nick, curious your take on this in chat. Feel free to chime in on this as well, because I want to hear y'all's thoughts. So I'm a big pizza guy. Okay. I don't really do pineapple on pizza. I know this is like a long debate that's had over and over, but I don't really do pineapple on pizza. However, I tried it for the first time and it wasn't bad. So I don't know if it actually belongs or not, Chad. I'm actually really stuck on this.
We've had this debate here before. Jim is ready to kick you off the show. Sab is ready to give you any and all opportunities to stay.
Okay.
Yep.
Listen.
That's the gist. We've had this debate in the afternoon many times.
Oh, okay. So this isn't the first time. All right.
Nope.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I'm not saying it does belong on pizza. I'm just saying that I tried it for the first time and it wasn't horrible. But it was on on a barbecue chicken pizza, which it had like a barbecue sauce, chicken, pineapple, cheese. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, but I don't know that it's like the go-to. You know what I mean? I don't think it's the go-to order. For me, I'm just a pepperoni guy. Like, I'm pretty simple and basic. I love me some pepperoni. Throw some extra pepperoni, some cheese on it. I'm good.
Yeah, we're still just levitating. My goodness.
Hawaiian pizza with bacon instead of ham and white sauce instead of red sauce. Sounds pretty good. Wow, NASDAQ just continuing to fly.
It's just still going.
Yeah, it's just flying high. No sellers are in the markets, chat.
Nope. Nobody here.
Absolutely zero. Everybody just clicking the buy button. $7.26 is going up to the 730s here. I mean, just looking back a little bit. I mean, we still have a lot of room to go higher.
I know. Just makes me laugh on days like this. Like I can't long these situations.
I can't
just
either.
can't. I'm just like me getting long up here I could have done it like at a pullback to like 600. Yeah. It just never really gave me the opportunity. And I can't long when it moves like this, just slowly, whatever you want to call this algorithmic buy program that's been running basically since 12:30 Eastern. I can't be a part of it.
Yep. Here, let me change my background colors to red.
There we go.
There. See if we see if that helps give us a little bit of selling. Am I on X? Yes. Yep. I think my handle is it Joey Trades 11, I think. That's what it is. There you go. It's in the comments.
Please go to 11.
All right. The background lights, chat. Look, the background lights are red. We should see some selling coming through. It's working. It is working. Yeah.
It is working, apparently.
It is working.
That did it.
Chat, now we go all the way back down. There it is. What's my favorite energy drink? Celsius. Tropical flavor. I might have a problem. Joey's selling signals to Wall Street. Trying to let them know, man. You gotta let them know. The background lights will tell you everything you need to know, chat. Now I'd just like to see us come back down to the 666 level. Once we come down to 666, chat, I'll flip the lights back to green and we can just, it'll just go right back up. You're short whenever my light is red. Huge spike in volume when you change the lights, respectively. Ask for you to change them back. Let's get a pullback first, and then we'll change it back. Coming down in the 700s.
If this roll like actually rolls now, I'm gonna like scratch my head and be so angry at this market. Gold is it pushed off a little bit off that 120 spot again.
Yeah, it did. Nice little rollover there. For gold, see maybe get a break below 113s. Could send it down a little bit.
I know nothing. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. It's like flipping your Crocs into sport mode. Or as we call it in my house, you put the Crocs in four-wheel drive.
Did that long pay off? Yeah, the long from earlier this morning, it did pay off. We did make some money on it. The original entry was 480. We got out at 518. Should have held a runner. Yeah, I really wasn't expecting the market to rip as much as it did. This is an insane rip off that London low, pretty nasty reversal. So just really wasn't anticipating this kind of strength the rest of the afternoon. But here we are. So it's one of those scenarios where I'm happy taking what the market gave me. You know, like there are times where I leave runners and I'll try to capture more of the move. I feel like I got out in a great spot because the market did end up pulling back. Let's see. Well, I got out right at 518. We went all the way up to 576 and then pulled back. So I don't know. I feel like I got out at a spot that I felt good with. Sure, it would have been nice to catch more of that move because again, this is a giant move. But even if I had a trailer running, I probably would have got tagged out on this pullback from 75s down to 507. So either way, with the runner, I probably would have got tapped out, just given how deep we pulled back there. But either way, was still a pretty good move to catch. Again, a double break on the IB really wasn't on my bingo card today.
Same. Like this is a weird session. I've said that several times today. This is a weird, like without any like true news, like nothing that was driving any of this, I guess outside of the hopeful idea that we're actually going to reopen the government. But
Yeah.
apparently, according to Tracy, that's probably still the week away, and we'll see if there are holdouts or someone tries to throw something else in one of these bills that just causes this to continue to be delayed. So it's like
Yeah.
we hope for the best, I guess, but I don't know what caused the reversal the way it did outside of just options being options.
People excited about possible stimmy checks.
I do love that that was then kind of corrected of like it could come in many forms,
Yeah.
like a $2,000 like tax credit,
Yeah.
something. But we are getting a little legs now. At least in ES. ES looks a little more. Well, I don't even know anymore. Hard to say.
Yeah.
Like 20% pullback feels like like sellers getting some momentum behind them, which is pretty sad.
Yeah, ES looking pretty good for a move. NASDAQ still kind of weird. I feel like ES showing a little bit more than NAS is. Why is it called double break? If you can explain on a chart, that would be nice. And yeah, if you want to go to my charts, I can explain the double break.
You can put the full screen of Joey's.
Once we go full screen here, I can explain it a little better. There we go. So the double breaks it's just referencing the initial balance levels. Again, the high and low that first hour. And so getting a break below IB low and then also a break above IB high, that would be considered a double break. Those are generally pretty rare. They're less common, I would say. I'm not going to say rare, but they are less common. Generally, you'll have like single breaks or even no breaks where you just have a rangy day inside the initial balance and you never get a break of it. But for us today to get a break, so just kind of to visualize it here, this blue line here you see is the IB low. So price came down and broke below IB low there, breaking that level. And then we have IB high up here. Once we reversed from here, shot back up to IB high, we broke above it, giving us a double break on the IB. So those are, again, less common than maybe a single break or a no break at all. So pretty interesting to see this, especially on a day like today. I know we've said this a couple times, but pretty interesting to see on a Monday. Tomorrow is a holiday. It's a weird day of PA to have a double break when we did. So interesting to see, but something just to watch for. This does indicate quite a bit of strength. I mean, this is a technical failure on the IB low, which is my strategy is trading those failures. Generally, I like to trade them up into 50% retracement of the IB, but seeing us come back into IB high and above, that's just a huge sign of strength, and we could just continue to see some buying unless we do at some point today find some sort of sellers which haven't been existent lately to bring us back down to the IB levels or IB high here and maybe back within the range, which is what I would be looking for. But that's what a double break is. Just again, breaking both sides of the initial balance. You got it.
Leostat is in order to, yeah, we did have a high of the day in L period. So high probability we will make a new high in M period. Joy. Another reason not to short this. You're just fading statistics.
The red lights worked for a little bit.
They gassed themselves out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow, yes, technically is the bank holiday, Veterans Day.
I'll probably see how we do in the morning for tomorrow if we get any type of volatility. I don't think I'll try the afternoon. I feel like the afternoon might be a little whack.
Yeah, I don't know how much I'm going to trade tomorrow. Taking holiday photos in the evening and stuff, and yeah. Could be a lighter day for me. Like today. Everyone here knows I hate sometimes when we're in like true price discovery mode, and I know we're not, but we're getting close to heading back up there. Of course we are. I had 2 days of fun, and then back to the regularly scheduled programming. No, there'll be a stream tomorrow. I just may not trade aggressively tomorrow is all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a day to get too aggressive. If anything, I think it's if you do take any trades, it's really I think it's going to be one of those see profit, take profit kind of days.
Yeah, just waiting for my stimmy check to put towards my 50-year mortgage.
Oh my god.
I saw people doing the math with like the S&P's returns and
Yeah,
things of like the
I saw that
difference of
too.
that a month. And I'm like, yeah, but the person who needs a 50-year mortgage is not going to be reinvesting said
Exactly.
difference into
Exactly.
the S&P.
No. If people are doing 50-year mortgages, they're not going to be they more than likely can't afford to invest.
Right.
And so they're not going to.
Oh, what a world. But
It's
yeah,
like what
I
are you
did-
gonna what are you gonna do? Are you gonna buy a house at like 30 years old and then have it
in
paid
my
off
in my
when you're
opinion,
80?
just rent. At
Yeah.
that point, you might as well rent because they're going to front load all of that interest anyway. So you're not really
Yeah.
building equity.
No.
You're just going to be putting your down payment or whatever it is, just paying it up front, and then that's your equity basically. You might as well rent and then take that down payment and invest it.
Yeah.
But what do I know? Just surviving full-time trading for a couple years without a job.
That's pretty good if you ask me though.
What, surviving like I have?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a whirlwind, buddy. You're on that same journey, aren't you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Full time.
So just a little different these days. We got into somehow big tangents of I don't think I'd ever want to go back to like a true 9 to 5, but
Oh yeah.
it was like, yeah, we were on the tangent last month or last week because Amazon had laid off like 20,000 people on Monday.
Yeah.
So we were just talking about
We've
it.
had a huge number of layoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think I could do it, to be honest.
Well, when we have trading days like Thursday and Friday, there's no need for me to go back. It's when we have full sessions that are like this afternoon's session that I get that I'm just like, all right, I need something else to occupy my time. That's not staring at charts because this is mind numbing. But good thing I have you guys all in the chat to hang out with. Get to trade with fun people.
NASDAQ trying to come back down.
Yeah, I would be interested to see if could push back towards like the 35s if we really were to get some spiciness into the close. But knowing that stat's still in play kind of sucks.
Maybe the red light therapy in the background is going to work after all.
Hey, it could. Oh, least estimator. God, I could not read your name correctly. My brain like was not able to apparently create whatever word that was. It depends. I think if I ever went back to like a 9 to 5, I would 100% say that forever going forward, that trading would be more stressful because I have created a lifelong skill and I know I can make a little cash on the side with minimal, downside risk to my own capital. Like I know how to do it to a point now where if I was back in like a 9 to 5 world, like I would operate in such a, I guess, mindset that I really didn't care what happened because I've been down this road. So I would say trading is more stressful.
Yeah, 100%.
Because when you are in a drawdown, there is no safety net. Your safety net becomes your savings, and hopefully you have a good amount of that if you're doing this full time. You're living off your savings at that point because you're not pulling money out of the markets. And I was you guys know I was in drawdown and had a great July, and then August and September were kind of up and down and garbage, and I broke my like 30-day green streak in spectacular fashion with like a 5-figure loss losing day. So that was always fun. So you have those ebbs and flows in this game. So I would not say that having a guaranteed paycheck would be more stressful than living in that headspace of being in drawdown with no other income.
Yeah. You also got to think too, like when you don't have something supplementing you outside of trading and you do go in those drawdown periods, it adds so much more pressure to your mentality, your trading, kind of makes you take bad decisions because you feel like you have to perform and you need to make money, and trading from a place of need never is a good idea because you're going to blow for sure. So, I mean, definitely encourage everybody, like if you're wanting to trade full time, to have something that's on the side. That way you're never in a sticky situation or feeling the need to perform.
Probably has been asked, but is tomorrow a full day? Yes. Tomorrow is a full trading day. I think the bonds might be closed. The bond market might be closed and the banks are closed. But for the most part, futures, everything will be open, ready to trade.
$6 months of bills set on the side before you take the leap. I would say even more than that.
Yes.
To go full time in trading.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Or do it like I did when you have no other option and somehow survive. Because you're just looking for the new job and had no savings and it wasn't a plan. Nick, do you ever consider hitting all 6 levels of the Joe pivot with an extreme worth a shot? I don't know. I just don't like fading these type of things end of day. Like if we were to fall back, like at this point, NQ needs to be well inside 700s before I'd even think about it. ES is a little more constructive if you're trying to short it right now. I could weirdly see ES falling back to the IB high by the close, but we'll see what happens.
We got about 25 minutes, so
yeah. And we've had some end of day liquidations last week, so I don't know. We'll see. But yes, Tracy did confirm it is the banks and cash bond market are closed tomorrow.
NASDAQ having a tug of war here in the 700s.
Pit trades, yeah, that would be the dream. For most people, that's probably the right idea. That's how it kind of was for me for a long time, and having like liquid cash at that point that you're just generating to go on vacation, to get things that you need, to reinvest in other things. It's just like having that extra cash flow is amazing.
Yeah, 100%.
That's why props are great for people too, if you work a 9 to 5.
Yep.
I'm losing faith in sellers here.
Nick, I was kind of like you. I was working a full-time job, and I had no other choice but to go into trading full-time. I ended up getting the job I was working. They were cutting people, and unfortunately I was one of the people that got cut. And I'd already been trading for a little bit, but then at that moment it was like, okay, like I need to figure out a way to make this work, but also find ways to generate income outside of it as well.
Yeah, very similar to me.
Yeah.
What happened and laid off and hoping and figuring everything out from there.
Yep.
And it was never my intention. It just was like, it kind of just was how I was passing the time, how I was making a little money on the side as I was interviewing and doing other stuff. And eventually it just kind of clicked. But there were some dark times during that period.
It was also pretty scary too, because my wife was pregnant at the time.
Yeah, we have very similar stories.
Wow, buyers right back to the hive days. That's crazy. And we are back to ripping.
Yep. Hope you enjoyed the quick little 20-point sell that we got. New high of the day. Or at least an NQ.
Oh boy. What are these markets, chat? The grind up doesn't stop.
Sam, I think it's Sam. Yes. This is a great way for me to, have a job. It's you're around great people, get to trade, get to talk to you guys, passes the time. If I didn't have streaming, I mean, I probably would still look for something else to create income / pass my days, because otherwise it just is weird. Like I have good days when I'm only on the charts for 30 minutes and I hit something and I call it a session. So the thought of sitting in a dark room and continuing to stare at charts and not having something else to occupy my time, if it wasn't for streaming and stuff like this, then yeah, I'd have to find something else.
Yeah.
Nick, is the M period stat for ES or NQ? Both actually hit it during L period. So NQ just satisfied it, to be honest, because I did hit an M period high of the day here. So NQ has checked the box. ES lagging a little bit, but is a couple points away from also making the stat work.
William, I use as far as time frames, I use a few. I mean, I like looking at the 15-minute and the 5-minute. I would say generally my executions come from the 1 minute. But I use that the 15, even the 30 for higher time frames and levels and things of that sort. But I would say a lot of my executions come from the 1 minute. Gold is still consolidating in these 118s, 120s.
Mm-hmm.
Gold isn't going anywhere. I'm still keeping the red lights on just so try to bring some selling into the market. So far, it hasn't worked. It worked for a split. It worked for a little bit, but I'm going to leave the red lights on and try to see if we can get some sellers back in the market here. Really haven't moved at all. I mean, since what is it? 1 o'clock, we moved like 40 points.
Yeah. This is where it's just you bang your head against the wall a little bit.
Yeah.
And you realize there'll be better trade days ahead. There's no need to sit here and
Oh yeah.
if you're not already long to try to find something because the pullbacks are that shallow. Like there's nothing to unless you're just blindly buying the highs, which I know works for some people. I just can't do it. I need a little bit more. Like a tag of VWAP would have been nice. Like anything.
Yeah, we got, even though tomorrow is a holiday, we got tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Like it's only Monday. There will be opportunities later. I imagine, especially as the whole government shutdown news develops and get more out of that, there might be some more volatility come from it. NASDAQ still trying to push new highs here. And about to make a new high.
Just never stops.
I mean, I really don't know what else it would be driving this push up other than just news of the shutdown. I mean,
yeah, probably.
sweeping that London low, taking out a nice level there and just reversing out of it. I guess it would just all be around the shutdown.
Yeah, the wick on that 4 hour is like nasty on NQ for anyone that was trying to sell this.
Golly, yeah, that is 4 hour wick is dirty.
Yes, it is. That is just like oof.
Yeah.
Or anyone that was trying to sell this is in a world of hurt.
Golly, that is brutal.
Like you factor in from, I mean, this has basically been 1,000 points straight up.
Yeah.
From Friday into today. Like if you count whatever the little, not apparently now it's just the nonsense little sell off that we had from 650s to 450s. Outside of that, 1,000 points straight up.
Shit.
Esto es para siempre.
More buyers and sellers can always drive it up more. Generally, yep.
Dave Seaman, I mean, you trade how you want to trade. I don't like entering trades this close to market on close. Just great way to take a 10, 15 point stop out for no reason.
And those are the most annoying.
Yeah. It's just like anything else. Like whatever institutions, option 0DT players, people, like, do I really want to stand in whatever the hell they're trying to do in the last 15 minutes? No. So I will come back tomorrow, and that's fine. Unless something dramatically changes here in the next 5 minutes that really makes me feel like I need to take a trade.
Which my confidence is not very high on that. Definitely going to be a one and done for me today. So far, just gonna, I mean, just looks like it's gonna keep grinding into the close. Getting up to the 740s.
Just keeps going.
Can Joey walk us through his trade earlier? Yeah, I talked about it a little bit. I can give you kind of just like a brief one. Um, Really, so it was just seeing the Nasdaq break London and then finding strength out of it was something that I was looking for. I mean, the Nasdaq was looking like we were trying to base out down there at that London level, and us breaking below it and then finding strength back above gave me a little bit more confluence to take the long. I did add into my position though, like we took initial entry of just three cons there, and a little bit lighter position just because I am going against the trend that we saw. But once I got a little more confirmation that we were going to push higher and find strength, that's when I added two more at 91. And in general, during the trade, I was really looking for us to break back within the initial balance range. That was the original idea of for buyers to send us back to. And so basically, once we broke back above VWAP at that time, that was when I decided to take the trade off. Now, could I have held a runner? Sure. That was a lot of strength. I did actually anticipate maybe a little bit higher movement after I exited, but not this. Like I didn't really anticipate a rip the rest of the day. But I felt pretty good about the profit target that I hit. And so just in general, the strength back above London low into the initial balance range is what the trade idea was around. You got it. Sold early. I mean, yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't really look at it that way though. You know what I mean? Because I feel like that can be a little toxic on your mentality. Like, oh man, I should have held, the position because we are absolutely just ripping, right? And really, just I'm happy taking what the market gives me, right? If I sell early, I sell early. It's fine. You know, I'm taking what I felt comfortable with. You know, at that time we were breaking above VWAP, and I felt like that was just a good profit target for me to take. I mean, from what was it, 480 to 518, so a 38-point move.
Attention
Right.
traders, it's algo
So
time.
felt pretty good about it.
Thanks, Kane. Send it to 0 for us.
What was that?
I said, thanks, Kane. Send it to zero for us.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Kane does our attention traders. It's algo time thing.
Love that.
So let's see. MOC.
Please send it to zero. Go ahead.
A little bit of weakness.
The red lights are staying on in the background to try to help the sellers here.
Oh man,
Be nasty if we came back with an initial balance for the close.
I would laugh hysterically.
Absolutely nasty. So far, just still hovering up here in these 30s, 40s, 38s, 35s. Brad, don't we all go back to the NQ?
Yeah, eventually we all end up back there.
It's like you can try to leave it for a period of time, but you always end up coming back.
Yeah, Brad, today is a day where I wish I traded ES or gold. Just NQ frustrating me.
When we got about 7.5 minutes, I really don't see. I mean, other than MOC is coming out, I really don't see the market going anywhere.
No, it's just been vertical at a 45-degree angle, it feels like, since 10:30.
Yeah. The NQ doesn't fall, it only rises today. Did both. End of day or all afternoon, it did nothing but go up.
Why don't you trade ES while NQ is taking out your position? I mean, that would have been smart today. Would have been me to trade the same trade thesis, but do it in ES versus NQ, and I wouldn't have gotten wicked out. Probably, hopefully, still holding a runner at this point. Not really. I probably would have closed it.
You ever watch gold during the Asia session?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's usually wild.
It is. Yeah. Sometimes get some good moves.
I try to stay away from trading Globex these days. Just matured as a trader, I guess.
Yeah, 100%.
No need. Enjoy my evenings, not look at my phone.
Yep, right there with you.
Otherwise, it's just like if I put a position on, I'm watching the position the whole time, even with stops. It's just like, what am I doing? It's just
why am I here?
Like why am I checking if my stop is in? I don't maybe I don't have a take profit or something if I'm trading Globex because I'm trying to watch it and manage it. But man, it just suddenly becomes like this is what I need to do is just stare at this chart, which is barely moving because it's Globex.
Dave, appreciate you. Or Dav C. Dave, Dav C. Gold goes crazy on Asia. Been my favorite time to trade gold. Yeah, it does move quite a bit during the Asia session. You can catch some good moves. I mean, I'm like Nick. There's times where I'll take a peek at it, but I like to enjoy my time away from the charts. Just kind of getting to that point in trading to where I know my one session that I trade well in. I try to trade in the time frames that I know I perform the best. So same boat. New York open It's usually the time that I usually perform the best at, and so um, try to stick with it there. Thanks, Theo. ASM, have no idea how to pronounce your name, but ASM, thank you.
Now we're going.
Send it to 0.
Nothing would make me happier than this to retrace a lot of this.
Just send it all the way, baby.
It just makes me feel good though. Like, see, this is why I didn't log it, which is terrible because I sat here hate watched it instead.
Just yelling at it in your head.
Yep.
Yeah. Here we go. Back to the initial balance range. Go ahead and do it. In the last few minutes of the open, or the session here, just send it back to IB. That way we can feel a little bit good about ourselves before the market closes.
Probably not going to do it. It's too much to ask. Do today's gaps get filled tomorrow? Boy, I hope so. Give us something to trade. Maybe not tomorrow, but
yeah, with the holiday, it'll be a little tricky.
We'll see. I hope they make a run at filling them because that would be a fun trading session.
Never say never. NASDAQ down to the 720s again. I don't know if we get below 700s, maybe we go CIB. I don't know. The time's running out, so kind of doubt it at this point. Watch, all the volatility is going to happen after the market closes.
Yeah, it's just going to liquidate. One of these days. Trump will be bringing down tariffs for India at some point. Thanks, Tracy.
Hey, guys.
Hello, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Great job again, you guys. You're 2 for 2 today. You guys are on fire. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. It was a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun.
We do need to check something though. Joe, you're the new guy, so we're gonna have to look at the likes. Did we get enough likes to actually let you guys leave or not? So I'm gonna go over to that page right now and we'll check it out.
What's the like goal? We can get it there.
Look, Nick knows what's about to happen.
Yep, you're gonna be on stream forever. Congratulations.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Oh my goodness. All right, where are we at here? They're 190. Am I reading? No, I must be on the wrong stream. It's not only 190, right?
No, I think we're at like 415. No. Wait. No, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong thing too. I don't know. I can't see it.
I know I'm looking at the right thing. I'm just giving you guys a chance we got to get this up. Come on, you guys.
We're at 209. That's what I see.
209. I guess that's not bad. I guess that's about 50% of the folks watching right now. So, but do give it up for these guys. They were awesome. Laying it on the line, nonstop. Great streams today, fellas. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Awesome. You guys were great as well. Everybody listening to us. Fantastic Ninja Trader community here. So there's the bell.
Well, didn't get the sellers that we wanted.
No. Holding around 700.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, hopefully tomorrow's a better tape.
Yeah. Hopefully. We'll see. Holiday could be a little tricky, but we'll see what it brings. Chat, thank you guys, man. It's been fun.
Well, we have some earnings coming up later today, right? We might move the needle a little bit.
I don't know who's reporting today.
Yeah. Crowdware or something like that. Another AI cloud. Like we need more AI cloud news, right?
We do.
Yeah, 100%.
Anyway, that's coming down the pike. I think President Trump's still talking. I could hear him in the background. I have my dad's got Fox News blared in the background right now. Anyway, great job again today, guys. Tomorrow we are also have a fantastic lineup. Let me cue that up for you right now. Maybe I can, maybe I can. I do have the stream lineup today for tomorrow. Samir Mandani is our special guest. He's the tanker tracker guy. So that's going to be awesome, tracking tankers throughout different bodies of water throughout the globe. He's our special guest tomorrow. T-Trades is on Tape Talk tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8:45 start. Don't miss him. And by the way, me, Shai, and Craig and Deli are starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Trading the open is Chris trading boxes and Merritt Black. And then trading the close, we have Leo the Big Cat and Trader Kane wrapping things up. So another great lineup tomorrow. Don't miss us here on Tuesday. Is it Tuesday tomorrow? Today's Monday, right?
Yeah, tomorrow's Tuesday.
Yep, tomorrow's Tuesday.
Yeah. And other important note, everybody, is the Indiana Hoosiers are still 10-0, just in case you were wondering. In any event, thanks for coming, fellas. Everybody, thank you for being here. I do want to remind everybody the most important message of the day: please be safe out there, be good to each other. See you soon.
Thanks, chat.
See you guys.